I can almost taste it. This shit makes no sense to me. What does it all mean? I can almost taste it. I can almost see it. This shit makes no sense to me. What does it all mean? I can almost taste it. I can almost taste it. You came with trading places. I have been changing faces. You cannot fill these shoes. There's too much to lose. Wake up behind these trenches. You run around a fence. There's too much to lose. You cannot face to lose. You cannot fill these shoes. You cannot fill these spots. Be careful what you wish for. I stuck my dick in this game like a rapist. They call me Slim Ruthless Burger. I go berserker than a fed up post office worker. I'm a with a Mossberg. I'm pissed off, get murdered like someone took a ketchup squirter, Frankfurter. For a gangster, you sure to shit your pants when you saw the chainsaw. Get to waving like a terrible towel. Get your brains blown out. That's what I call blowing your mind. When I come back, like nut on your spine. I'm a thumbtack that you slept on, son. Now here I come screaming attack, like I just stepped on one. Low on the totem till he showed him defiance. Giant scrotum, he don't load him, bitch your shit. It's bridges, he outgrowed him. He's so like knocked out at the South Pole. And nobody fought him, take it for him. Record him, then try to thwart him. He'll just take your plunges, snort him. Just saying draws, who fuck with a guy who licks the blades of chainsaw. Chainsaws, while he dips in the PF. Chainsaws, games up, homie, hanging it up like some crane calls. You think I can down, you must be at your dang calls. You think I'm packing it, you must be at your dang calls. I'm almost famous. You dream of trading places. I have been changing faces. You cannot fill these shoes. There's too much to lose. Wake up behind these trenches. You run around a fence. There's too much to lose. You cannot face to lose. You cannot fill these shoes. You cannot fill these spots. Be careful what you wish for. You leave a bronze so dark you can see them walk with the scars till Abraham Lincoln is screaming out. These metaphors and similes ain't similar to them, not at all. Like David, they can all get fucked until Zelda just die. Maybe shit while they at it. He fucking had it, he's mad at the whole world. So go to hell and build a snowman, girl.
Carl always crashes the first time I load him. I'm pumped. I'm pretty excited too. Pretty excited. I'm gonna do some React stuff I've been meaning to do for like the past couple of weeks. I'm thinking we're gonna watch some Andrew Wilson. We're not just gonna watch Andrew Wilson though. We're gonna watch his wife too, Rachel Wilson. I was watching Andrew Wilson one day, and he says he was watching his wife do a debate, and he said she's the more dangerous Wilson. And I was watching her, and I think he's right. So we're gonna cover the debate a little bit from her too. We're gonna cover Andrew Wilson. We're gonna cover a little bit of Rachel Wilson. She actually understands like all the pseudo esoteric Gnostic. Like you'll see when we get there. She knows what's up. Even more than he does. She knows about like the Gnostic weirdness of communists, you know, a feminist being a cult, a Gnostic cult. She knows that stuff. Now the guy in the debate we're gonna watch tries to mock her for that. Like they always do, right? They try to do it to me too. They try to act like I'm some kind of conspiracy nut for just reading history books, right? For just learning the public school system is a scam. For learning about the Fed. They act like I'm like crazy, right? Just because they don't read. Just because they don't learn. They act like we're crazy. But anyway, we got some interesting stuff to cover today. I haven't done React for a good while. I think Carl, I should do it as Carl. That has the most appeal probably, right? And he has a hate for communists. Like I've kind of dropped my war against communists. Carl hasn't, I'm thinking. Right, Carl's gonna hate communists till the end. Carl will hate communists until the end. He's a real hater. I try to forgive. Andrew Wilson was talking about that too, about how he hates leftists, and he knows it's a bad thing. Like he should forgive them, right? It's true for us too, isn't it? I feel that way too pretty often. Like I try to forgive them. I do. I try very hard to forgive them. but they're evil, man. They're demons, right? Am I wrong? They're fucking demons, man. They'll stab me in the back. They'll act like, and I'm gonna point out some of those behaviors that one of the nice, I think why there's value of me reacting to these things is because we've encountered these things too. We poked these people with sticks. We've analyzed their behavior too. I think we can explain it to like a lot of times people don't point out things about their behavior. Like for example, a switch will flip in them, right? Where they're acting kind, they're acting polite, and all of a sudden there'll be a switch where they feel insecure, they feel uncertain, and they'll go after your throat the moment that happens, and they'll never stop. And they'll act nice again, but they'll never actually stop. You'll notice they'll never stop trying to bite you in the neck, trying to stab you in the neck. Because there's a point where they get scared and they don't know what to do, right? Where communists get scared and they don't know what to do. And they just get anxious and they just try to stop the anxiety. And we've seen that tons of times. We'll see that in these debates too, though. Oh, here we go. I'm not going to overtalk this song. Who left his past behind, but he had a secret motive. He was running from a spooky dead. He brought his ex-wives from the grave. A lonely move, he'd soon regret. Oh, the spooky ghost took over the stream. He shut the system down. He murdered face right at the reboot and stole the digital clown. He changed the design to a jagged mouth with circles in his eyes of red. He wanted to take my place to hide, so he made sure face was dead. Isn't it sick we have all this story that happened already? Like, I don't know. It's gonna be sick, I think, when people can like when they get the website done. And new people can they can go to whatever part they want to watch. We have most of it recorded. There's only some we don't. Like, have we not had some crazy adventures over the years against stream? Like, what? There's so many things that happen you wouldn't even imagine, right? Like, it's been like a movie. Like, what the fuck was the thing? A battle with Kick? How did that happen? Our idea being our presentation being literally stolen word for word. That doesn't happen in real life. Our battle, what happened? They're just kind of like. Getting hated on Twitch that's not as much in the VODs. Getting Twitch feel mad at us isn't as much in the VODs. There's a bit of that though. There's so many crazy things that have happened that nobody could have saw coming. And we still got more. Who knows what's gonna happen in the future, right? As people, the bigger people are gonna notice us at some point. And somebody's gonna try to get us on their side, you know? Like, somebody's gonna see the value to giving us a on-ramp upwards, right? And they're gonna take it. Somebody will eventually. Most people, the problem is most people that have seen us are communists that don't want us to grow or don't want us to be a louder voice. So, here's the thing, even if I stopped streaming, the streams would still be up there. And it'd still be possible for people to find the trails we left, you know? Even if I stop streaming, it'll still be out there. That's something I was thinking about today. We still left a pretty good map. I want to listen to the new song I made. I don't care. I don't care when you're not around. I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. Hey Dingus, welcome. It keeps me warm late at night, but I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. I hit the walls and I yell real loud. I got dreams that life won't allow, but you don't care. 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 You don't. My neighbors hate me 'cause I'm always around. They gawk and they talk, but I don't make a sound, and I answer them back with a stare because I don't care. People keep telling me that AI is dying and it's nothing, and I'm listening to this song like, are you sure? Are you sure it's dying? Are you sure? Are you guys sure? Are you sure? Are you sure that it's dying? Are you sure AI is about to die? Are you sure? Are you sure it's a nothing burger? Are you sure? I think you might be wrong there. I commented on some YouTube videos where I know I have tons of people replying to me in the comments, but I haven't checked them. I have 31 notifications on YouTube. I commented on a commie post, and I commented on well, actually, I guess they were both commie posts. First one was a commie post about communism, kinda. They were like clearly commie. And the second one, like I mentioned, UBI is how you lose. Sorry, I listen to someone saying. Good drama? Yeah, maybe we should check it out. I should check Twitter too, huh? I definitely started shit on Twitter too. I start crap wherever I can. Why? Is there any other way to be? When the world is so retarded, shouldn't we? Don't we have a duty to be starting shit with these people? Don't we have a duty to be kicking the hornet's nest? People like me, I can work on dozens of commies, and you know what that means? While they're busy going at me, they're not going at somebody else that's like just like a regular person, right? What I need to do is become a bigger lightning rod. We need to become bigger at being a lightning rod specifically. Not like because we need to grow, but because to drive. The more people we draw in, the more commies we draw in, the more regular people are free to not have to deal with them. You know? What's up? No, be actively anti-communist. I guess so. Yeah. What's up? I guess that's what I'm doing now. We all should, right? We have a duty to be actively anti-communist. Too long we sat around and been like, it's fine. Communism is fine. It's fine. They don't mean nothing bad. They do mean something bad. They're evil. They're evil, envy narcissists, bro. They don't realize they're evil. In fact, they see themselves as good, right? They see themselves as good. But think about the narcissism, man. Like, I was thinking about this earlier. Our society now just celebrates celebrity, and people don't notice what the problem is there. Like, if you're a decent person, well, not a decent person, let's not even talk about that. If you're aiming at becoming a decent person, you're trying to be decent, you don't care about celebrity, right? You maybe care about your art getting understood or out there or whatever thing, or what, you know, being heard, blah blah. But still, you don't really care. Like, it's not about the fame itself, which shouldn't be. That's deranged. But everybody just wants fame. They just want fortune. They just want the thing is, the famous people aren't happy. Look at Action Man on Kick. Action Man has got everything you could ask for, and it is clearly the most unhappy person on there. Or they're happily evil. That's true. YOLO, let's listen to that one. Let's listen to that one. I think it doesn't have a name, I think. Well, I have it in here, don't I? You only have maybe I don't. Maybe it's not saved in here. Let me add it. What do I call it? I like this song too, though. In here somewhere. In here somewhere. Tough Crowd. No, this is a JB. You know that JB song that the Dingus calls pretentious? Its name is Tough Crowd. I already knew before I even released that song. I already knew the reaction to the song. Now check this out. Here it is. The battle cry of a generation. This life is a precious gift. So don't get
too crazy, it's not worth the risk. You'll know that we are still young, so don't be dumb. Don't trust anyone, cause you only live once.
So I was debating, I was arguing with some communists, and I said, they were talking about, they say the normal solution. Okay, so they in the start of the video, I'm turning the music down a little bit. This is a good song though. But they were talking about UBI and open. So it was like a debate made by Jim Bob from some random people, and it was their video. It was from their perspective. And at the start, Jim Bob asked them what he thinks about AI, and he of course says that he thinks we need UBI because that's the most basic bitch. Like, oh, AI, that means we must need UBI. Like, what the fuck? Do you have a working brain? You didn't even think. You're just repeating. You heard Yang say that a decade ago, and you think it's the only solution. Hey, maybe use your brain, idiot. No, I'm gonna repeat what Andrew Yang said a decade ago. Oh, okay. When was that? When was Yang talking about that? Point is, they're not even thinking, man. That's just what they're told. Automation is gonna replace your job, idiot. Maybe you should get UBI. No, retards. UBI, almost certainly, I bring this up. I tell them, they're like, either we get UBI or the technocrats are gonna take over. And it's like, are you retarded? UBI in my shit. Exactly. They say it's either the technocrats or UBI. And I'm like, you fucking retards. I don't say the retard part, but I think it. And I say, guys, accepting UBI is accepting the technocrats' overlord, the technocrats' rule. That's how you sink into it. And they don't even see it. They get all defensive, like, what are you talking about? You don't know what you're talking about. And I'm like, bro, do you guys, they're like, what? You think you can make it so that the billionaires can't pay money? Yes! Are you fucking, what, huh? I'm like, it's never worked. You've never made billionaires pay money. And then they bring up the 1944 or whatever, where the tax rate, which they always, these fucking communists only have these programmed points in their head. They bring up the elevated tax rate. And I'm like, you motherfuckers don't get it, do you? They control money itself. They control with the Federal Reserve. And I explain, I say, read the Creature on Jekyll Island, you fucking illiterate fucks. I don't say that part again. I'm kind, so. But I'm thinking it. Read the Creature from Jekyll Island. Learn about the Federal Reserve, because they can pay all the taxes in the world and still be benefiting because of the way the rest of the systems are. And I'm trying to explain that to them. They don't get it. They're like, no, we can just tax them more. We can seize their money in the islands. Are you fucking kidding me? You think we can seize all their money? It's not that they control money itself, you retards. Like, they don't have the slightest idea of what it's like trying to get money, trying to get the billionaires to pay, quote unquote. First is misguided to begin with. Second, it would be like squeezing water in a bag. It'd be like squeezing water in a bag, right? It would just move around. What's up, Mona? OpenAI funded UBI, nothing improved. Sure, of course. People didn't work, children's family life didn't improve, people did nothing to better themselves. Exactly. They've tested it, yeah. UBI doesn't work. Of course it doesn't. Of course it doesn't work. And here's the thing about UBI that I'm trying to tell people, warn people. UBI will be printed money. It won't be... Here, let's get Carl on the screen. Uh-oh. Not the right one. This one. Hey, guys. I guess I gotta capture the chat. Hold on. The problem is, UBI will be printed money. Do you understand? You guys understand that, right? We have to reach an understanding on the Federal Reserve before we even talk about this. If you guys don't know about the Federal Reserve, we're gonna promise. But I think most of you guys do. But most communists don't even know about that. They don't even know there's a thing that's setting up the game so the big guy always wins. They don't even get that. They don't even know that. They think we can regulate it. They think we can control it through the state. They're so dumb, bro. Hold on. Okay, the first I gotta do glossator for Yoko. Ooh, maybe not. I don't have to do that for Yoko. The first one's gonna be chat. Okay, so where is chat here? There it is. There you guys go. There you go. It's over. Well, I don't believe there is a it. You know, I think one of the biggest mistakes people make, and I'll show you in a second, is conceptualizing a world and considering it doomed or not doomed or whatever. I think that's all stupid. Like, the world has been in all kinds of different states, and people live through it anyway. To act like it's just delusion. It's just craziness to look at the world and be like, this is one thing, this one entity, and it's doomed. You're delusional. You're saying that. There's no way for you to know that. It's just pretend. It's just pretend. You don't know that. No one knows that. Check this out. I made a bunch of slides. You guys know some of the stuff we talk about. I made a bunch of slides. Hold on. Let's switch to the scene. I made tons of slides for you guys, based on our old streams, based on old VODs. Music down a little bit more. So it's sent we can hear it, but I don't overlap it. Okay. One sec. To me, we live in a time of unlimited potential. If you can't do anything now in this time, you're a loser, right? Am I wrong? You're the loser, not the world. You are. If you're not doing all kinds of shit right now, you're the loser. Am I wrong? Because, like, what are you doing? We have unlimited everything. We can make anything. Check this out. Now, this is my favorite image I made from the things. Look at Mark's there with all the religious symbols around him. I know, communists get all offended about this and say, no, you idiot. It's not a religion, even though I get my morals from it. Where do you get your morals from? My communist beliefs. Okay, and why is it not a religion? Because I say so. The diagnosis. Check this out. So it's all based on all these things here, based on things we said, right? I'll show you. You'll recognize one for sure, Num, when we get to it in a minute. The number one, the diagnosis: Gnosticism, rejection of the material world. That seems to be what their belief structure is based on, right? The goal, the end of history, a static state of perfection. That's why they use the dialectic to destroy all contradictions, right? Until they reach a state of pure fairness, or whatever they want to think about it. The method alchemy, believing that changing language changes physical reality. Now, most commies don't know that they're practicing that kind of alchemy. They think, so from their perspective, it's what? It's here. Word versus physics, right? They think they can force reality through legislation, through how they use it, because they think reality is relative. They think there's my reality, my interpretation, my lens, and your lens, and then together we figure out what reality is and we define it. It's very important to understand they believe they define it. However, the biggest fallacy that they've programmed into their brain is what? It's the fixed pie fallacy, right? They think there's a fixed pie on everything. They think wealth is fixed pie. They think jobs are fixed pie. Like, if you wonder why do the communists just all immediately hate AI? Like, we already, like, AI should allow the production to be seized by the masses, if you really think about it, right? It should. But for some reason, they're against it. Why? Because they believe in the fallacy of the fixed pie for everything. For jobs, for wealth, for their own capability. That's why, like, when they think of people using AI, they think about them getting stupider immediately. Now, obviously, people can offload too much mental work and become lazy. Obviously, that's possible. But that doesn't mean AI is going to do that. They're just guessing on that. Because Marx says there's a spiritual-like connection between man and his labor. Exactly. Man's labor puts his soul into his work. Therefore, owning the means of production is like owning a man's soul. Yeah, definitely. They definitely see it that way. And check this out, too. So this is another big illusion that they get you to believe in. The illusion of the masses. And I stand by this one big time. The sociological fallacy, the illusion of the masses. Society is an abstraction. It does not think, it does not act. Only individuals exist. To conceptualize a billion people is to hallucinate. Isn't that a sick-ass line? To conceptualize a billion people is to hallucinate. It's true, your mind cannot conceptualize a billion people. It can't. It can conceptualize like a billion things, like a billion dots, like numbers. But the actual depth of people, you can't conceptualize that. That's it, right? Right? This blew my mind because it was based on our old VODs and stuff. I was like, whoa. It connects all the threads that I made here and there, right, into a coherent argument, which means I'm making a coherent argument, doesn't it? All right, check this one out. The scientific fallacy, scientism versus the method. The error, confusing consensus with truth. Studies that fail, they even have this in here. The data, studies that fail to reproduce are 300 times more likely to be cited. Yeah, there's tons of, if you haven't looked into it, because of the replication crisis, there's a number of meta studies they've done, and they found that the ones that fail to reproduce are 300 times more likely to be cited in later studies than the ones that don't fail to reproduce. Isn't that mind-blowing? Lots of people don't realize that. If it cannot be replicated, it is alchemy. That's sick too, right? It's fucking alchemy then. Alright, here we go. This is my favorite part. You're gonna like this too now. Check this out. The mechanism of control, the dialectic. Thesis. I want to live without working. Antithesis. Reality. You must work to live. And how does it describe the synthesis? The redefinition of language. And that's what it is. It's not just like that's the actual process, right? It's always redefinition of language. Idealism insulates itself from reality by redefining words to manipulate the simulation. Yeah? Pretty sick. I'm pretty happy with this. After my years of explaining it, they boiled it down. Notebook boiled it down to this. And it's perfect. That's perfect. Yeah, that is what it is. That's exactly what they do. They take the two things and they redefine language to make it fit. And they think redefining language redefines reality itself, but it doesn't. It's just a simulation. It's just an artificial world that they choose to live in. And then we got, there's a couple other points here that it makes that are big too. The inevitability of force it makes. These are my points. The inevitability of force, idealism meets reality. When reality refuses to bend to magic words, the idealist does not question the theory, they punish the dissent. You cannot legislate the outcome, so you must force the compliance. Is that not true? Is that not true? It leads every time to control, to force, to physical force eventually, right? Because there's no way for it to be true. So they have to force it. They have to make it. All right, and then we got this one. The erosion of meaning. He who has a why to live can bear us anyhow. I love that quote. I got it from what's the guy's name? Viktor Frankl, the guy that came up with logotherapy, right? The guy that survived the Holocaust and came up with logotherapy. I got the quote from him. Idealism offers fairness, a void, rather than purpose, a path. The result is nihilism. It's true. Idealism doesn't offer anything, does it? It doesn't offer purpose. It doesn't offer a path forward. It just says, let's make it all fair so you can have anything you want. Okay, but what am I supposed to do? Idealism, the result is now, it says the same thing down there. The prescription acceptance of natural law. This is so sick. Realism is accurate navigation. Physical laws cannot be ignored. Now, this is from Star Trek. Where the laws do not operate, there is no reality. Spock says that in that episode. In that episode where they're like believing in some fake thing that the aliens made up, and like it's like a simulation. That's where that comes from. When Spock says that in that episode. This part's sick too. Watch this. The power of agency. The shift. From victim of circumstance to creator of outcome. If you believe you have no agency, you are an NPC. Your mind is the interface for reality. So what is it saying? If you choose to believe that you aren't responsible for what happens, then you're not. Then you give up your agency, you become a slave, you put your chains on. But what if you switch it? What if you think you are the person that does it? It's that simple, man. To gain freedom is just believing you have freedom. It's that simple. Now, people don't get it, but it's that simple. The solution is local. Fix yourself, fix your family. It's almost Jordan Peterson advice. Fix yourself, fix your family, fix your community. Don't try to repair the world. Solve problems at the level of confidence. The only operate like this, like a net. I've described it like this before, like a net. It's an adaptive net, right? That's how society really works. It's not one thing. It's an adaptive net that like changes in different areas and different depending on the people in it. The realist optimism. We only 2 more slides and we're done. The realist optimism. Realism is not pessimism. Pessimism is giving up because the magic didn't work. Realism is the excitement of using tools that actually work. Infinite potential exists within the bounds of reality. It shows the Hoover Dam. It's pretty sick. Wake up from the simulation. Directives. Abandon the fixed pie. Give up on that. Create value. Reject the masses. Find your tribe. Ignore the consensus. Test for yourself. Engage with the physical world. Build, create, survive. It works. Do those things. If we all do that. If we all did that. I mean, imagine human potential if we all did that. Imagine the world if we all did that. If we stopped being losers, like, oh, I can't do anything. We all did this. We all tried to create value. We all defined a tribe or make a tribe. We all understood it's not about becoming a Democrat or a Republican or anything like that. It's about having your group of friends and family around you that is just, and it can be digital too. It can be like you meet people online can count as part of your tribe. Of course they can, right? People need to get over the weirdness of the internet too. People get so weird about the internet, like it's all fake. They're people. It's just another means of communication. It's time we get over that. It's time we get over that kind of weird delusion about the internet, and we're like, I don't know if anybody's a person. No, they're people, man. And you know what I figured out about that? People that are really weird about the internet are some of your weirdest friends, right? They're the ones that disappear for years and you don't know where they are. They're always the weirdest mother duckers, Like the people that get really weird about the internet and can't like conceptualize having friends online. They always get all weird. I've had tons of friends like that over the decades. So I don't know. It doesn't seem like a real solid way of seeing things. I think it's worth understanding that the people online are feeble. There are robots mixed in, obviously, especially now. But I think it's worth understanding people are feeble. Just because the casual nature of interaction, if anything, you should force it to be more, less casual, if you can. All right, let's start watching one of these videos now. But I wanted to show you guys that I haven't gotten to see it yet. Real quick, hold on. I'm gonna share this notebook for you guys, for anybody that's interested in it. But I asked it to make one about weaves. The Weave Industrial Complex. Again, it uses my VODs to make this, so it's based on my ideas about this stuff, right? A strategic audit of cultural decay, synthesizing the superficiality, consumerism, and linguistic failures of the modern enthusiast. Why does it say linguistic failures? Somewhere in here it's going to say it. But it's me saying that why the fuck don't weebs learn Japanese? And I stand by that. Why don't they? Why is it somebody like me that learns Japanese and the weebs don't learn it? If you love Japanese and you're not learning Japanese, I think that's silly. I do think that's silly. Like it's shown there, you like the aesthetic, the visuals, the cool factor, the trends. On the right, the spirit, language, context, history, and then in the middle of the overlap, that's where you have actual respect for the thing, right? Where you have, you don't just take the aesthetic, you don't just read shonen books and pretend like you know anime. You actually learn about Japan, right? And you understand the context that those comics were made in. You learn the language, man. A critical divide exists in the stakeholder base. Modern consumers are into the aesthetic, but not the spirit of the thing. Now, I think my point on this, which I started making like half a decade ago when I started streaming, has been proven real, right? Look at people opening Pokemon cards now. They never even play the game. They don't even know what a Pokemon is. Check this out. The market entry barriers, social suicide index. The more mainstream acceptance goes up, the more the soul of the medium dies. Am I wrong? Pre-2010 consumption results in severe social penalties. What are you, some nerd? This ostracization acted as quality control. Now I stand by that. It was harder to be a nerd back in the day because people would give you a hard time about it. Like when I was a kid, being a nerd or being into weeb shit got you made fun of, right? And if you really liked it, you would say, I don't care. But if you didn't really care, that would push you out, right? You'd be like, oh, okay, I'll just like something else then. But if you cared, you'd push past and you'd go to the soul of the thing and you'd really enjoy it. You'd push past. But the problem is now everyone like, don't bully people, don't gatekeep, don't whatever. No, you're wrong. It was good. You killed the medium of the thing. Look at this. Look at this. Like this. The slop consumption model. Creative risk out there, localization and censorship, and you just feed them the slop. The edited slop. The localized slop. The modern subject consumes a lifetime diet of shonen recognition impact. It's wild to pick out those two things. I used to get beat up for watching and playing Pokemon, but sure, right? It was, but you wanted to, you still liked it. Like it made it so you had to actually like the thing to follow it, to actually try to get into it. Do you love the medium? Yes. Do you see the language? No. Tourist, silly, get him out of here. A failure to upskill human capital, it says. Isn't that wild? It is, isn't it? Because like these people could be able to read Japanese if they really applied themselves, but they don't. The sake paradox. If you don't speak Japanese, don't tell me how to say sake. Dependency risk. I made that point years and years ago. Reliance on third-party translation creates vulnerability to ideological subversion, and I proved that right. We proved that right through the past couple of years. Recommendation: mandatory, gun to your head, acquisition of source language literacy. You will learn Japanese if you are going to take it, okay? You will. We'll get a gun, we're going to aim it at you, learn Japanese. I'm just kidding. Now check this out. Fiscal irresponsibility. Personality substitute metrics. Rent, food, dignity, only 5%. 95% goes to digital waifus and Genshin Impact. I used to get, bro, the $600 Genshin, clearly this was based on a VOD where we're watching that guy that spent a bunch of money on digital waifus. But my favorite part of this one is the dignity being put in the 5%. I like that a lot. Supply chain sabotage, the localizer interference. Select gender, source material, localized output, body type A, body type B. The threat, ideological agents infiltrating the translation layer to sanitize content. Communists want us all to divide. The tactic, removing gender, altering scripts, and concern trolling. Strategic risk, the homogenization of distinct cultural artifacts. True. The tourist projection error, Wii fantasy, anime land, waifus everywhere, Japanese reality, national debt, aging population, xenophobia. Now the xenophobia one, I don't really care that much. The robot put that in there. Japan is not a theme park, it is a nation with the highest public debt in the world and cities that are in trouble, quote unquote. Now this goes a little commie in its, the robots always go a little commie. But nonetheless, you can see what the point is making. Westerners project political framework, CRT woke debates on their culture operating on entirely different axioms. The Gooner phenomenon. Obsession with... yeah, I don't know what this is about. Let's skip that one. Strategic recommendation, the gatekeeping protocol. Re-establish barriers to entry to filter out tourists and pretenders. See, here's the thing. If you want fan communities, you have to don't treat them like commies do. Treat them like we used to, like friend groups. If somebody can't back up their belief, their like of a thing to you, kick them out. If they like, you're like, hey man, what's your favorite Pokemon? Oh, you never had Pokemon? Get out of here. Get out of here. You want to learn? Okay, sit down, relax. Like if they're humble, but that's not how most freaking weebs are, right? We all know how weebs are. They come in, they pretend they know everything. They just watched a YouTube video and they checked Wikipedia. They don't know the first thing, and you start asking questions and they get all defensive. Get them out. Get those freaks out. I don't like when people pretend. Exactly. These people are liars. These people are liars. That's what people don't get. The people that come in and pretend they like something, they're liars. They're fake. They're fake. Name 10 Pokemon. Exactly. Now, I know like people are like, hey, don't do that. Because it's unfair. Shouldn't you like people coming into your group? Well, if they actually want to join, yes, right? Like if they're actually humble and they come in like, I'd love to learn about this, and they listen to you and whatever, and they learn and they watch stuff, and that person is more than welcome. But some person that comes in and acts like they know everything already is correcting you on Japanese, right? Which, here's the biggest thing that was crazy that used to blow my mind on Twitch. People would correct me in Japanese all the time, and I'd be like, what? Like I'd be in another person's chat, right? And I'd be trying to help them understand Japanese, the streamer, right? And then I get corrected from the chat. And it's by nonsense, like, talking about, like, plurals or something. It's like, you don't understand what you're saying. You fuckers don't understand what you're saying. And yeah, you're correcting me. Something that works in the technical field, translating to a high degree of accuracy. And you're telling me I don't get it, and you're trying to correct you. Get the fuck out of my way, you retard. You know, that's how I feel about it. Like, how are you even talking to me? You didn't even finish basic Japanese 101, and you're telling me something? You don't even know how it works. You can't even read it. You don't even read. You're not literate. Sorry, I'm just getting mad again about weaves. Geiki the Mongol is out, exactly. Implement the deep read test, deny access those who fail. That's kind of funny. Methodology, reject the slop. Now, is this not a case I've been trying to make for years? Reject the slop. Engage with content until you really understand everything. It's curriculum for remedial enthusiasts. For the remedial ones like us. Core curriculum, legacy hardware, PC 98 games, Princess Crown, old games I'm saying. Kanji acquisition, mandatory. Even Gio, who doesn't learn Japanese, has to learn to recognize some kanji. That's it. Sorry, but you gotta. Historical context, the Book of Five Rings. Goal, transition from consumer to scholar. Now, something cool is this book here he's trying to draw the Green Goddess dictionary, which is one of the most famous dictionaries ever. And that's supposed to be a game. I don't recognize it, but I'm sure it's supposed to be a specific game. I don't recognize it, though. Those floppies are too big, I think. Right? Look, compare them to the book. That's way too big. Or maybe the book's too small. Either one way or the other. Something's wrong there. Right? That's too big. Or the book's too small. It's something. And then the final verdict of this one, the fandom, reject the fandom. Be key finding. Fandoms are fake. I don't believe in collectivization. Exit strategy. Communities protect people from reality. Real value is found in the individual pursuit of excellence. Directive, be the old man yelling at the cloud. Do not be the fan. I stand by that too. Be the samurai that leaves on his own, the Ronin, right? Set off on your own. Don't think you should be some kind of community loving your stupid thing. You should master yourself. Understand it. It's help. How are these fucking retards gonna help you understand it? They don't even understand how to read. You know? The book is like double cover. Yeah, the book is weird, and it's two books too. It's like, and like one book is like stuck. The cover of the right book is stuck inside the left book, right? Yeah, no, it's that ain't right. That ain't right. It's like a book growing out of the other book. That ain't right at all. Like a double cover. Yeah, that ain't right. All right. There we go. I just want to show you guys that stuff again. Isn't that sick? So to make those, I gave it like 197 of my VODs, and I asked it, make me an argument using the sources, synthesizing the sources. Make me an argument on what was the first one? On individualism. On the one was against weebs. I said satirical against weebs. I made one against midwits. it works pretty dang good, man. Let me show you the. I don't want to go deep in this one again, but let me show you the midwit one real quick. It does the midwit trap, right? It does the midwit. What do you call this? The midwit fallacy, the midwit whatever. Yeah, I like what I like. The dumb person, right? And the middle person is like, is this logically consistent? What do the experts say? I must correct everyone. And their status is miserable and anxious, right? Why do they think mental illness goes up and up and up and up and up? Because they programmed them to be midwits. That's why. And then the high IQ guy is like, I like what I like too, right? Because that's the answer. That's the actual answer. I like what I like. The middle person is the person that's like, I don't know. Maybe it's not really real. Maybe I don't really know anything. That's that guy. And look at this one. Now this is that's quoting the land study, the NASA land study there, the NASA creativity study. It's when put like that, it's pretty shocking. Age 5, 98%, age 10, 30%, age 15, 12, adults 2%. And they bring up the Wilson effect too, which I usually bring up when talking about that. It makes sense. The heritability of intelligence increases with age. It's 0.8, it's 80% when you're 18 up, right? And the trend continues that way. Which means, well, what does it mean? What do you think it means? I think it's pretty obvious what it means. Check this out. A receipt for obedience. A degree doesn't prove competence. It proves you can follow instructions for 4 years. The autodidact proves intelligence by doing. The nerd waits for a teacher to tell them what is true. Look at it. I obey, I obey, I obey. Pretty sick. Pretty sick, pretty sick. This one's nice too. The myth of the nice guy, the nerd nice guy, arrogant, fragile ego, needs to be right, socially awkward, passively aggressive. That's male feminist on the left side. On the right, we have the weirdo / the Chad, humble, curious, unbothered. I like the unbothered, authentic, rough around the edges, but kind. And I also like how it puts the font sometimes. Punk Consultant down there, just naming the font. The antidote, be an autodidact. Stop consuming, turn out the news, zeitgeist, read old books. Pre-20th century wisdom, but early 20th century is good too, right? Learn hard skills. Prove intelligence to yourself, not a professor. And check this out, one of my favorite things. It has my definition of intelligence visualized. So depth is like your actual IQ, how your limits, your physical mental limits to your like conceptualizations, to your abstractions, to your thought process. That's depth, right? Width is knowledge, how many subjects you can access, how much you know, so you can go sideways. And then traversal is creativity, moving between width and depth, right? It's using your intelligence to go between the different things you know and put them together. And then genius is creativity practiced until it's second nature. That's my view of genius. And I think it tracks when you map it to like the NASA land study, right? Oh, what else is this? The midwit fears the machine because it democratizes creativity. They rely on technical barriers to feel special when it has no value when the barrier is removed. They dream of an AI-run government, total control, but hate AI art because it empowers the individual. And they're scared of the individual. That's the thing to understand about commies. And the final one, don't be a nerd, be a human. Don't be a critic, be a builder. Disconnect from the hive mind. Create without permission. The smartest people don't need to tell you they're smart. They just are. Right? I've said that before. I know that's a quote I've said. They just aren't. They don't need to prove it to anyone, right? But themselves in reality and God. Anyway. Alright, let's start watching the first video now. Thank you for humoring me, guys. Flashy Social. Flashy Social is a stream website that I checked out. That's what that Discord sound was. They seem like they're trying to make it work, but their website's ghetto. The streaming's always broken. I don't know. I can't even stream there if I want to. I don't know what their deal is. Seems like a dead website. I don't know what they're doing. There was like a week where you could stream on there. I don't know. whatever on that.
What the hell is wrong with me?
And whatever on that. Alright, let's start with Andrew Wilson gets destroyed by 20-year-old objectivist philosopher. So see this thing, we're punching down for once. We're punching down. No, we're punching up. Oh no, if we were on the other channel, we'd be punching up. He has 57 subs. He has 57 subs. Andrew Wilson gets destroyed by 20-year-old objectivist philosopher at Prophet Divinity with 2 eyes. Isn't it wild? They went with the name Prophet Divinity. They still needed 2 eyes. Not very good. Alright, but this will be interesting. So I'm guessing this is some kind of like TikTok prompt. And they said, hey, come on here and prove it to me. And we're going to see how this goes. It's an hour long. We probably won't watch the full hour, obviously. And then I got another one. Hold on, I got another video I want to watch too, which is Rachel Wilson. Hold on. His wife. Andrew Wilson says that his wife is the scarier Wilson. I agree from starting to watch this video. I saved it to watch later. Let me see. I agree with him. Feminism, more good or bad for society? Rachel Wilson versus Craig. That's what we're watching after. So we have 2. We have, and of course, you guys know me. I'm an equal opportunity. We got a man, we got the husband, and then we got the wife. So they can say whatever they want, but we're covering both sides. We're covering the man's side, and we're covering the woman's side. They could say they're married, so isn't it kind of similar? Hey. Hey. You don't have the right to say that. Alright. There we go.
Normative claim, can you agree with me that it's a stance-dependent claim? Rights are just stance-dependent.
I certainly agree they're
What do you guys think about
stance-dependent,
this?
yeah.
Audio-wise.
Yeah, so you just believe in them.
Now, something I hate about watching these TikTok things is TikTok audio kind of sucks, right? It's like phone, for some reason, phone microphones kind of sound like dog shit still. So I'm sorry about that. There's nothing I could... well, actually, there might be some kind of like AI real-time cleaner or something I could use. I'm going to look into that. Does anybody made that yet? I feel like that's going to be a thing. Like some kind of real-time, and maybe we would hear it like a couple seconds later for it to clean it up. I feel like that's got to exist by now.
Because you just think they're good, right?
Okay, so let's see the points. Healthcare, housing, food is a right. Well, first off, wait, prove to me. So this person disagrees or doesn't agree? Socialism, communism is good. Capitalism is bad. So is this person pro-communist or anti-communist that made this prompt?
What? That doesn't follow.
Okay, let's go back to the start. Let's try to understand what the hell they're talking about.
Normative claim, can you agree with me that it's a stance-dependent claim? Rights are just stance-dependent.
Rights are stance-dependent. That means, like, that it doesn't really, they don't really exist. You have to, like, believe that they exist for them to exist, right? That's what stance-dependent means. You have to have a belief structure that justifies them in order to believe in rights.
I certainly agree they're stance-dependent, yeah.
That's what that means.
Yeah, so you just believe in them because you just think they're good, right?
Uh-huh.
What? That doesn't follow.
But that is why they believe in their rights, right? The reason somebody says something like healthcare is a human right is just because they want them to have it. It's not because they actually believe it's a right. It's because they want everyone to have it, and they're mixing those two things together.
Yes, it does follow.
That
because
follows?
he said
Because, like, how do you actually establish that healthcare is a human right if it forces other people to do things? It doesn't really make sense. Human rights, in general, have gone way over what we wanted them to mean. Like when we were talking about them, like all man that has the right to pursue happiness or whatever thing. It doesn't really follow with that anymore. Now it's just clearly like an attempt to gain more free stuff from the government.
Said that he believes that there is good and that rights correspond with what that good is. So it does follow.
That doesn't explain how it...
Right. Well, because if you think there is good in the world, then where does your idea of rights come from? Not what you think is good? Where else would it come from?
follows. Like if he says that rights are stance
because
dependent,
he's basing rights on the good.
Right. How else would you do it? How else would you make the case for it? You have to do that.
That's how it
Right.
follows.
Right.
So that doesn't follow either. Because
Huh? Why doesn't it?
Even if he
Yeah, it
says
does
that
follow.
Now, my view is that communists just are dumb. That they just choose not to understand. This has been my theory for a while now, for years now, is that communists just choose not to understand what you're saying and to do the, like, to understand anything complicated requires following the person, right? Humoring them, kind of trying to understand them, following their points. You can choose just not to do that, and you can just disagree with every point along the way, and then you never learn anything. And they do that. That's what I think they think, like, in this weird like not aggressive, but not controversial, like confrontational. They're very confrontational. Like they're trying to always play, and we've run into this tons in chat. They're always trying to play the devil's advocate, even if they don't understand what they're talking about, because they think that's how they show they're smart. They've been taught that the way to show you're smart is to like debunk a common idea or something, or deconstruct it. They've been taught that is intelligence instead of building something, which building is obviously harder. Like, think about it. Is it easier to look at a bike and take off the wheel, or is it easier to build a bike that works? Obviously, taking off the wheel is way easier, right? You just unscrew the things and you take out the thing and it comes off. That's obviously way easier and requires way less understanding than to build the bike and ride the bike and even understand the concept that it's even possible. Even attempt it. It requires way more knowledge than attempt to destroy the thing, to deconstruct it. And that's the thing they don't get, man. All they can do is deconstruct, and they think that's of value in itself. They think breaking the bike is as good as building the bike.
good. Okay, I don't want to press you on the inference that makes it follow, but when you say it's based on the good, like his conception of the good is not like arbitrary whim. So it's not as if it's just like made up.
It by his own admission, it's arbitrary. What's the
I
system?
never said that.
He doesn't.
I never said
Didn't say
Well, I never said that, but what is it built on? If it's not, now this is a point I agree with them. I'm not a religious, like a theist. I don't think, but I'm also not an anti-theist. I'm also not an anti-theist. So, the arguments that like Andrew Wilson and Jim Bob make, I think, are good, and they don't have answers to them. They don't even think about them, and that's what scares me about like atheists and stuff, is they haven't even thought of these things.
Yeah.
What's the system for what the good is?
It's based on the facts of human nature and the requirement to flourish.
See, what does that mean? So you're saying, so what he's saying is human flourishing is good. Okay. Human flourishing is good, but that's kind of an abstract thing, right? What does that even mean? Really, it probably comes from your desire to have a family, right? And then that extends out to your desire to have a community and a tribe. And then they take that and then apply that and say, well, that means that's good. Obviously, I have these drives and they feel so real. So, I mean, they are real. Those drives are real. So then they extend that to, well, then human flourishing is good, obviously. But it still doesn't totally follow. The like, what does that mean though? Like, can that really be applied that way?
Is that something that is stance dependent?
No.
Okay, how would you demonstrate this
Right, if it's not stance dependent, how is it objective?
with something which is stance independent?
Yeah, the same way we demonstrate the principles proper to the life of a flower by
Was you gonna say by science?
scientifically investigating.
Oh my god. They invoke science like it's this magical thing that makes what they're saying true.
The nature of flowers
That's the alchemy right there. Science.
and what their process
Ironically, they use alchemy through saying science.
is that sustain their life are.
But using science is, again, the reason for using it is stance dependent.
The reason for using it is stance dependent.
Mhm. Yes.
Sure.
Does
yeah.
that change the fact that the subject matter is in fact stance independent?
It's not independent. It requires minds to interpret.
You say
And
the
then
subject matter.
A stance is
what?
built via the subject.
Okay, do you understand?
Science requires a mind. Does science even exist without minds?
Yeah, but do you understand how what you just said is profoundly unimportant given that it's
Profoundly unimportant.
non-unique to every single discipline you could study?
Well, wait a second. You
Is that false?
saying that what you say is meaningless has no meaning for an anti-realist.
I didn't say that doesn't follow either. What? It's not as if anti-realists are anti-meaning.
What's the meaning?
I just told you the
facts.
I just told you that the moral facts that are taken up in this worldview are the facts about the requirements to flourish as a human being. But the reason the view is
So again, he thinks of good as human flourishing. It's simple. It's hard to sometimes you got to really diagram what the people are thinking.
stance dependent is in fact because as an agent, right, you are the thing that's being studied. And in fact, the motivation to adopt a given view turns on you and the fact that you stand in relation to the facts as a human being. So
I see. So then it is the case that anything that we would be arguing about is going to be dependent upon our stance.
Sure, yeah.
In the sense that the propositions are made true by your stance?
Well, see, why does he talk like this? Why can't they talk normal? That's what I always wonder. Why can't they just talk normal? Like, why can't they just make sense? Why can't they paraphrase? Why do they have to talk in this very specific way? It makes me think they're dumb. Whenever somebody talks like this and they can't paraphrase it into a simple way for you to understand, like they can't try to figure out what you would understand and make metaphors and analogies and references you would understand, I think they're dumb when they do that. They think you're dumb because their whole system is like, I know big word. But bro, I know more than double the words you do. that kind of thing doesn't really work. I know a whole nother language, and I know technical topics in that language. If we were just counting words, we know. Most of you guys would just lose out of the gate. So let's not even play that game. Let's play instead translation game. Let's play instead paraphrasing. Let's instead try to get your point to be understood, because that is what shows actual intelligence. And anybody that can practice it knows that, and that should be most people.
Well, that any normative claim that we make are going to require our stance.
It's gonna relate back to your nature, but that's not as if it's like an arbitrary thing. Like you don't.
That's ontological. You can't. How would it relate back to our nature?
Because
what do you mean?
Yeah, exactly. Because if you're making a moral judgment about something being good or bad, on Eduardo's view as an anti-realist, it's about, good and bad are relationships that things have to you and your life and the requirements to live.
Yeah, but how do they have those relations?
So, like, of course, it references back to you.
So it's dependent upon his stance
and his nature, which is not up to his stance. It's conditioned by both.
Yeah, can you demonstrate Eduardo's nature?
Yeah, he's a human being.
What is his nature?
He's a human being.
Oh, okay. That doesn't tell me anything. I'm a human being as well.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
You have the same nature.
You have this. Yeah, you have a similarity of the moral requirements to live your life.
Huh?
You have. That's the part you haven't demonstrated.
Yeah. How do you connect that? How do you connect that we have a moral requirement from nothing? Like, obviously Christianity has a way they connect it, right? So how do we connect it from nothing? If we don't believe in Christianity, which I don't, how do we connect a moral good? How do we figure out they're pursuing good? And what is good, right? Those are questions you got to ask yourself.
The similarity of this hang on. How is this a requirement?
How is it a requirement? Wait, how is what a requirement?
Yeah, why? Who makes it a requirement?
A requirement that we need
if
to
not
God, the planes
which
to live our
I don't know the answer to some of these questions myself, but I do wonder them. To me, it seems like there is an implied like creator of some type. Even though I'm not a theist, it does seem like there's some kind of implied creator, or else why is there logic? Why do things work? It being an accident doesn't really make sense, Hallelujah. You get me what I'm saying though, right? Like, I don't see how it could be an accident, too. That doesn't really make sense. That doesn't logically follow, I don't think.
life at all.
Because living what it consists of being a human being, like the method in which human beings survive is by adopting systems of ideas and then
yeah, but how do we even have ideas?
Them into their action. That's how human beings survive. And the ideas that you implement are in fact those normative beliefs.
Why does our brain even work in such a way that we can form language? That implies something that is universal, doesn't it?
That's why morality is a practical
well, you're granting yourself an awful lot here. First, you need to...
And the fact is, all humans can learn it. All humans can learn the different languages, even though they come up with different ones. So that means there's some logic to the language itself, to the developing of language.
Demonstrate that we need any of these systems to survive. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I mean, that's pretty obviously inductive, because if you take all of human history as the data sample, and then you say, how is it that human beings were able to survive?
You can't take all of human history as a data sample. That doesn't make any sense. We don't know all of human history, right? Even if you're like, okay, everything we wrote down, we don't know all of human history. You should look at it, obviously. You should use the information there. But to just say that so easily, like, oh, look at all human history. We can't do that. Make believe. We can't do that. How? How do we know all of human history?
Each and every single time they did something that sustained their life, they applied their mind to reality,
How do you know that? How do you even use these things as quote unquote data?
utilizing a system of ideas.
Wait, hang on. I just want to make sure I got this right. So
science only discovers, it never creates. Yeah, I believe in that too. Yeah, I'm with you.
You're now making a claim that because humans do.
I mean, I think, you know what? I think, you know what's most created is probably works of art, even though they're in a way discovered too. But I was thinking about this the other day. People say art is subjective. I disagree. I disagree. I don't think art is subjective. Art, the expression of art, is actually objective. Huh? The understanding is subjective. Like, and again, people say subjective, and they mean like basically that there is no determining way to determine anything because it's subjective. That's ridiculous. You know what else is subjective? Price, value is subjective. It's still, we still figure it out though. Like, right, we come to an operating value for things because things have prices. So even though subjective things exist, they're not. It's not just a binary. Like, okay, objective means we can understand it like it's a fact, and then subjective means we can't understand it at all. It's just how people feel. That's not really describing subjective well. Subjective, obviously exists. It's a state, but things are subjective versus objective. But subjective doesn't mean like it's just magic. It's just mist. It doesn't mean that. So what I would say, how I would say art is objective actually, is because, okay, let's say art, I define art as expressing something, expressing truth through another medium, expressing part of the human condition or truth through another medium, right? Now, how well someone does that is objective. Now, sometimes, here's the thing people bring up. Well, maybe the artist doesn't know everything they're putting into the piece and how much of the human condition they're putting into it. Maybe there's more than they realize. So you can't just use their idea of how much they put into it as the truth. The actual objective truth of how much they put into it isn't that, because they can't really judge that. But that doesn't make it not there. It's obviously there, or people wouldn't see it. Now, obviously, people see different amounts of it, right? Because it depends on their context, how much they're able to understand. And see that's true, right? Because again, art is, in my opinion, taking truth and putting it in other forms. You know, like getting people to see truth through other angles, through other things, through truth of your life experiences, yada yada. But there is an objective like amount that you pull off. Like the art piece has an objective amount of truth in it. There is, because if the truth exists, then there's objective amount of truth in the thing, and then its individual context is subjective, so you can't really understand the whole thing depending on who you are, and maybe even the artist didn't totally consciously know everything they put into it, but still, it's objective in my opinion, and the judging of the analysis of it, looking at it, experiencing it, that's subjective. That's subjective. But just like a sunrise, different people find a sunrise different, like levels of beauty or something, right? Like it's not always the same. It's subjective. It's a subjective experience watching a sunrise. But that doesn't make the sun less subjective. That's the thing that people in my opinion, fuck it all up, is when they say art is subjective, they're saying that when they look at the sun, it becomes subjective because they don't always perceive it the same way somebody else does. That's not true, though. It's not. It's still objective. It's in the sky. Well, it's, we're around whatever is going on there. You're the best quiz I can. I'm on struggle bus. Sure, I feel you. The banana wall is high art. Real art is objectively beautiful. Exactly. Well, the beauty, yeah, it's objective. The art is objective. Like the right, it exists. It has a physical. Once they build it, once they make it, once they create it, that's an objective object. That's an objective thing in the world, right? Now, your understanding of it, your perception of it, your opinion of it, that's subjective. But it is objective. And that's why, like, I think that's the whole disagreement. But I think the way I'm explaining it there deals with all the contradictions people bring up. Like, people will say that you could rate it based on the original author's intent. And then people point out, well, no, you can't, because maybe they put in something they didn't realize. And so I say, yeah, you're right. You can't judge it. But judging off the artist's intent is actually too subjective. You have to... It has a value, and we're not necessarily able to measure it to such an accuracy that most people are happy, and so they say it's subjective. But it's not. It's objective. The thing is objective. Our understanding of it is subjective.
You do that, they should do that?
I'm not simply saying that. You asked me what's the argument that the method of human
I'm
survival
asking
is that
you
you
right
should reason.
now, are you saying that
Or
because
do you want to move
do
points?
do that? Are you saying
this
humans
is tangential?
Are you saying humans should do that?
I could say that. That's not the claim I just made. I do think that, but that's
Yeah,
not
but
the
I'm
claim I just made.
asking you. I'm asking. Do you know
Okay,
what
this is
I'm
okay.
asking you a
This
question?
is a new point. Yeah, this is a new point. I do think it is
Yeah,
the
I'm asking
case.
you.
Yeah, I do think.
I feel like this guy's a midwit. I don't want to be rude, though. I'm poisoning the well if I say that. But I'm getting those flags and vibes by the way he's speaking, and he's not really able to make the case in, like, clear language. If you're not able to make the case in clear language, I doubt your intelligence. I know the midwits work the opposite way. They're like, if you can't understand my gibberish, my technobabble, then you're the dummy. But that my ideobabble. If you don't understand my ideobabble, that means you're stupid. No. You should be able to paraphrase so anybody can understand anything. That's a lack of capability on your end if you can't do that. I'm sorry to say, but it is. I'll say it with anybody. If you want to understand something, I'll explain it to you until you get it. And I can do that. I can promise you I can do that.
I think it is the case that human beings.
I'm asking you.
Yeah,
Don't,
I know.
don't
it's just
ask me a
tangential.
question before you answer my
I know
question.
it's just tangential. I do think it is the case that human beings, and Eduardo thinks this too, that human beings.
I mean, we've done it, right? I explained the simp concept to everyone, simps, which is actually a very complicated concept. There's all kinds of concepts over the years I've explained to people that these midwits would use all technical terms and make it impossible to understand and act like they're smart.
should live in a productive, rational manner. We both think that, yes.
Uh-huh.
No. Well, okay, so they ought do that.
Mm-hmm.
How do we determine that?
Is that a moral fact?
It is a moral fact, but it's not a stance.
But how do you
moral
determine
fact.
that?
Well, how would it not be?
How would it be a fact if it's not stance independent? Right?
Stance dependent
Uh-huh.
moral fact.
Yeah, how
It
do
is a
they be
stance
both those
dependent
things?
moral fact. It stands.
It can't be a fact then.
Then how? So what makes it? So then it's not a
Can't be a
fact,
fact.
at all.
Yeah, right, exactly.
What are you talking
It can't
about?
be a fact.
No,
It's just a
what?
stance.
For example,
It can't be a fact for one person, not a fact for another person. That goes against what a fact is.
What makes it a
for
fact?
example, is it a fact that you like? Is it a fact that you
Pretty
married to your
simple.
wife?
Is it a fact that you're married to your wife?
Well, it's a fact from the stances of our society.
It's a fact. Well, I don't know if you're married to your wife or not, but
Is it a fact that you live in the same home or something? Like, what is he trying? What point is he trying
the
to
fact
make
is like the subject matter of the proposition is a relationship you have to something. The fact is both stance dependent and is a fact.
Well, this makes no
Huh?
sense. Could you, if it was your stance that you were married to my wife and not
Uh-huh.
me, right? Would that also be a fact?
No, because the relevant stance isn't present there.
Huh?
What would make? So what's the wait? I'm sorry.
What?
The relevant what isn't present?
The
The
what?
relevant stance isn't present. Like you
Yeah, what does that mean? He thinks that makes sense. Like, we should just get that.
have the relevant stance. that would
If it
make
was the case that
proposition true.
you thought you were married to my wife,
Yeah, what's the relevant
that is
stance?
the relevant stance.
Yeah.
No,
because
what?
it's yours.
The stance of my belief of the matter is not the relevant stance that would make the proposition I
Well, what is the stance then?
am married to your wife true. The relevant stance that would make that true is the position of me being married to your wife.
Huh? Huh?
What would make that true, though?
Yeah, well,
other than
how would you determine that?
your stance it was true?
The fact of the matter would make it true. What do you mean?
Well, that's what he's asking about. What is the fact of the matter? How is there a fact of the matter? If there's a fact of the matter, then that would be stance independent, right? It wouldn't be dependent on the stance. If you're saying that you have to actually, as a fact, be married, then that doesn't make that's not stance independent. That's not stance dependent. It's stance independent.
Well, the fact of the matter is just your stance that it's a fact.
Yeah, stances are
right. If it's stance dependent, then your fact is just literally your stance.
Yeah, relationships exist in the world. That's why they can make propositions true, and it's why.
That's it, right there. Relations exist in the world. So he's saying the reason it's not true is because she doesn't believe it. That's what he's saying, right? But if she believed it, okay, hold on. Interesting. So we've caught this guy already. He is a moral relativist. He is a world relativist. He is a reality relativist. He thinks that reality is just inside our heads, almost certainly, right? That's why to him, relation is what's important about the stances.
Why they're facts.
Yeah, but it's all based on your stances.
Oh, yeah, for example,
It's relation. Andrew I don't know if I assume Andrew can get it, but I don't know if he's got it yet. The guy doesn't he doesn't view the one person believing it as a fact. He believes if two people believe it, it's a fact, right? If both people involved believe it, then it's a fact. Even though it's still, Andrew's got to hit this question with like something that's not true, but multiple people believe. Like, let's say, if you believe you're a furry and your wife believes you're a furry and you got married as a furry, are you a furry? Is that a fact? That's what you need something like this to highlight the problem here.
well, I'm taller than you. That's a relationship I have to you.
See, it's only in relationships. Truth is only found in relationships between two human beings in his view. I think if we point that out and we keep looking, I don't think we're going to find anything that contradicts that.
So it's in fact a stance-dependent proposition. It depends.
Okay,
It's agent
well, then-
relative, right?
What
But that doesn't
exactly?
make it less of a fact. That doesn't make
Okay,
it less of a
it's-
fact.
Well, it's not. That's actually stance independent. Then I'm taller than you. Is actually, if you are taller, that's stance independent.
Because it's a relationship.
You say you're taller than me. What is tall?
It's a comparison in terms of extension.
Yeah, is there an
Height.
exact inch ratio for what makes a person tall or
Height.
short?
No, it's ordinal.
I have more height than you do. I have more
So,
weight than you.
so
do.
it's based on stance.
Tallness is a comparison based on size. It's an ordinal measurement. You're asking what's the particular quantification.
Yeah, but
of
if
tall.
you say a person over there is tall, you're not
Mhm.
making a comparison
you
necessarily.
are you in fact are comparing them to the average person, yeah.
No, you're saying from your perspective. You're not comparing him to the average. You're comparing him to your view of tall, right? It's not the average. That's not the average. You're comparing him to your concept of tall, right? And that depends on your height. If you're a really short guy, everybody's tall. It's not. You're not comparing to the average. You're comparing to your view.
Probably what you're doing.
No,
Maybe, but maybe
You're
not.
probably, yeah, you're probably comparing to your own view.
Okay, that is in fact what the meaning of the term tall is. It's a comparison.
The meaning of tall is a comparison. Tall, short. There is an implied comparison, but it doesn't necessarily mean between anything, right? It could just be your concept of those things. Like if you think something's cool, that's a comparison too. If tall is a comparison, so is cool, right? And if that's a comparison, so is everything. Any adjective is a comparison if that's how we define comparisons, which I'm sure he does define them.
Could be, but maybe not.
Yeah, maybe he just means his view of what tall is.
What can you give me a use of the term tall that's not a comparison?
Yeah, you're saying that you think I think that that this is tall. That's it. What do you?
Right, he could be talking about a bottle, right? Oh, look, this is a tall bottle.
You don't.
What are you
It's
expressing
not,
when you say
it does
it's
not
tall?
necessitate? It does not
Tall.
necessitate comparison.
What would you be expressing if you said it was tall if it wasn't a comparison?
Whatever it is that your stance is trying to express.
Okay, I think you've successfully derailed the conversation and you saying that you think that sometimes people use the term tall in a non-comparative way.
Well, he's just saying you don't really have a point.
But like with respect to the point about ethics and stance dependence and stance independence, Eduardo's point is that there are facts of the matter about
Facts of the matter. Again, how do you establish that? That's the question right there. How do you establish there are facts of the matter? That's the question, right?
your life and the requirements to
You're just saying we just have to accept that there are, but why are there?
live as a human being. That
What makes something a fact?
Right, exactly.
what
What determines a fact? How do we know it's a fact?
makes something a fact?
Yes, how do we know it's a fact? That's the question.
Mm-hmm.
Facts.
This is what blows my mind is how they never get like what the question is. Like, are they dumb? Do they choose not to understand? Well, it'd be so easy to just move on if they just understood what he was saying.
Facts aren't made facts; they just are facts.
How do we determine? Okay, yeah, they're not made, right? They exist on their own, whatever. But how do we determine what we know of is a fact? That's the question.
Well, that
From our perspective, how do we know it's a fact?
doesn't answer the question.
Well,
They
yeah,
are
'cause the
'cause
question
they are.
presupposes
they
a
are because they
category.
are as a they are because they are as a tautology. Can you tell
It
me
doesn't
what
make any
makes a
sense.
fact?
You're presupposing that it's
How do we determine what a fact is? How do we know it's a fact?
an explainable phenomena. Like the fact that facts are facts is not in fact.
Then why are
something
you
that needs to
telling
be
me?
explained.
So what you're telling me right now is that there are facts, but you can't tell me what they are. Or
And you can't determine if something is a fact or isn't a fact. It's an ego battle to be correct. If they were good faith, they'd move on. Maybe it is just an ego battle. I mean, there's definitely part of that, right? Like I was thinking about that earlier. Like a lot of the guys, like the Destiny types, they seem to operate like just trying to disagree with you and figure out how they disagree to make you wrong, and they don't even care about the details really. There's definitely some element of that. I agree with you. Definitely.
what
I
that
can. I
is.
just
You can't
told
tell
you
me
what the
fact
facts
is.
are. No. Your question was specifically.
No, I asked what
makes
is a
facts
fact.
facts.
What is
Right? He's saying, how do we know what a fact is? How do we know it's a fact? Yeah, how do we know facts exist? How do we know that? That's the question, right?
a fact?
Oh no, that's not what you asked. A fact is an aspect of reality.
Okay, but how do we know?
Okay, and what makes that a fact?
What makes aspects of reality aspects of reality?
Yes, and as opposed to something we made up. Yeah. What makes an aspect of reality and not just something you made up in your head? Yes.
No, what makes a fact requires an interpreter, right?
No. Why would?
Okay. Well, he's saying. Okay, so he's saying facts exist. This is the controversial point of why they believe in stuff. They do believe in facts, but how do you determine a fact?
Would that be required?
Okay, well then, what makes it a fact?
Yeah. Then how do you know it's a fact?
What makes aspects of reality aspects of reality?
How's he not getting this?
Well, wait a second. Are you saying that all facts are aspects of reality?
Makes chairs, Andrew?
If they're aspects of reality, then they're stance independent, which is against what he's saying, which is that they're stance dependent. If facts are aspects of reality, then they're stance independent. He's making that case that disagrees with him.
Hang on. I just want to make sure I got this right. Rights are a fact of reality then?
Right.
That's what he's saying, right?
Rights are facts, yep.
Wow. Okay.
Okay, can you show me how they're factual?
Yeah, rights are factual because they identify the conditions required to live as a human being in a societal context.
Rights are facts because they identify. Can I hear that again?
Are facts, yep.
Okay, can you
And I like the tone of voice, how he acts like the guy's so dumb.
show me how they're factual?
Yeah, rights are factual because they identify the conditions required to live as a human being in a society.
Rights are factual because you notice how many words he's going on here and he doesn't even notice how ridiculous this is already? Like, why are the midwits always talking like this? Let's hear that one more time. I'm trying to memorize it.
Yeah, rights are factual because
Rights are factual because
they identify
the conditions, which again aren't necessarily a factual thing, the conditions
required to live as a human.
To live, what do you mean by live? Because healthcare and housing and food aren't exactly required to live the way you're putting it forward. People can live without a home, right? So you're already disagreeing with it being a fact. Your own definition already disagrees with what you're putting forward as rights. Okay, sorry. So let's try to remember this.
Factual.
Yeah, rights are factual
Rights are factual
because they identify
circumstances,
the conditions
Oh, the conditions, sorry. The conditions
required
to
live as a human being
live as a human being
in a societal context.
in a societal context. Okay. As if the societal context part tapped on the back isn't purposely put there to try to say basically you can make up whatever you want, right? And is that's why rights are facts? But you're saying that facts, like that goes against your definition of a fact a second ago. Your definition of a fact is that it's just the circumstances period of reality, right? So it's the circumstances of reality. It would not depend on the societal context. That's not a fact anymore. That's something else. That's something else in a fact. If it requires societal context, that's not a fact by your own definition of a fact 2 minutes ago.
They identify aspects of reality.
You can't make that definition of a fact that has no relation to your other definition of a fact.
And what would make that a fact?
What would
exactly.
make the fact a fact?
Mm-hmm.
In meeting
No,
the
what would make
necessary.
that a fact? What would make that a fact?
Yeah, what would make the thing you just said a fact?
What would
That nonsense you said about it being societal, whatever, what makes that a fact?
make what I just said a fact?
Yes.
Yeah, no, what would make a right a fact?
So what would make the fact identified a fact?
Yeah, what would make
what would make it a fact?
How does it? It's wild.
It presupposes that facts are made facts.
No, it's how do you determine them? How do you determine what is a fact versus what? How do you understand? You know what the fact is? What the fuck, man?
So they just exist.
Yeah, facts just are facts.
But how do you get them in your head?
Facts are a brute,
So
right? Facts are
somebody-
hold on one second, Andrew. Facts
Okay.
are ground zero, right? Like facts, you don't have.
What? Well, rights are principles inherent to basic human nature. Sure. Sure. I don't know. I'm kind of on the mindset where I kind of think maybe we don't have rights in that. Like objectively we don't, but subjectively in like our society we want to develop something like that. But I'm also interested in the way people have been looking at now, like duty versus right. Like we have a duty to try to help people have health care, housing, food, whatever, but we don't that doesn't mean the reverse is true. That doesn't mean they have a right for those things. We may have a duty to provide those things, but that doesn't mean the reverse is true. It doesn't mean they have a right to receive them. So like I do think our society should focus on duties and that we have a duty to help people. I agree with that. I think that's true. But the difference in duty and right like switches the whole agency of the situation to where it doesn't make any sense. Because if it's our duty, then we choose to take it on and we choose that responsibility and we do it, right? That's a duty. A right means we could force people through slavery and force, and that's not right, in my opinion. That's not right. Or they should be able to choose. It should be voluntarism, right? Like the ANCAPs believe in, and voluntarism.
Have to be made facts.
I see.
They are logically enumerated from our inherent basic functions. Right, I understand, but do you see what I'm saying? Then looking at it as a right versus a duty flips agency in a way that causes slavery. Basically. So I agree with you that they are implied, but I think what's really implied is the duty to do them, not the right to have them, is what I'm saying. That's like any non-Western country of rights or facts, sure. But I agree, we do have a duty. I do think so.
So if it's the case that facts don't need to
agree
be
with
made
you.
facts, then these are things which exist absent any minds to interpret them. Is that right?
Yeah,
He did say that before, yeah.
facts are the way they are, independent of you grasping that they're facts. Yep.
Mhm.
I see. So then if I had a right to a slave, what would make that not factual?
Well, if you assumed it was the case that you had a right to a slave, then it would have always been the case. But we can debate whether or not the proposition is true, albeit whether it corresponds to the facts. Because the assertion that you have a right to a
So by facts, he just means reality, kind of?
slave, the debate is over whether or not you are identifying a fact or you're not. Like that's what the conversation
Or am I saying something that's true or not? By fact, he just means the truth.
is over. So just the assertion that you have a right to own a slave does not make it a fact.
So then asserting that you have a right to healthcare, housing, and food does not make that a fact either.
Yeah, I agree. We're not liberals.
Great. So then can you tell me real quick where this
Okay.
right comes from for housing and food?
We don't believe in a right for housing and food.
Okay,
I've
but
clarified
that's what
that a
the
few
entirety
times.
of the conversation was.
No, I've
Was what-
clarified
So what are they talking about? Are they just confused and just arguing for no reason?
that
Was
for you.
rights. Yeah, the idea
Yeah.
was about rights themselves.
All right, I think let's watch one more minute of this, and we'll switch to the Rachel one because this one's just. I think you're right. I think this is like a measuring contest, and there's not much to learn out of what we've already talked about. I don't think.
Yeah, rights themselves are social, or sorry, they're moral principles which sanction and define your freedom of action in a social context. That's
You know what I hate? I hate when somebody's having a conversation and they're off doing something else. How do you guys feel about that? Like, I know it's common in streaming and culture and stuff for like the person to not even really be paying attention, playing a game or something. I hate it though. Like the Destiny types that are like playing a game while they're talking to someone. I think that's the most rude fucking thing you could do in the world. Like, put the game down, put your full attention on the person talking and what they're saying. I know they're doing it for like their audience or whatever, but you could have something like I do. You could have visualizers or something then, right? Like you could turn on something cool in the background, have some visualizer back there for the autistic ADD people to look at that you're doing it for, but pay full attention to the person you're talking to, man.
So
what a
why
right
don't
is.
I have? So then tell me something.
For the
Why don't,
conversation.
we collectively have
What else is the point of even talking if you're not going to pay attention?
a right to take shit from other people? If we wanted.
Because it violates the requirements of living your life in a society with other people.
Okay, this isn't going to go anywhere, right? This is ridiculous. Let's skip maybe to near the end to see if there's any like stuff that pops up later. That's interesting. Let's do like down here. I know we might get confused, but I'm bored of that part. So let's see.
So what makes them factual?
What makes
What? That makes it? They're still talking about this? 53 minutes later, 52 minutes later?
the facts facts?
Oh my god. What? We're 53 minutes in now.
I think we
what
went
makes
through
them
that. Facts
factual?
don't have to be made facts, Andrew.
How are they still? How?
We already talked about this.
Well, I mean,
I
that's,
gotta smoke
that's
weed.
tautology. That's not telling
It's
you
not a
anything.
tautology. You're committing
oh
a
my
category there,
God.
and then when I explain to
Yeah,
you,
no, you're saying a fact
it's
is a
tautology.
fact. If you say a fact is a fact, that's tautology.
Facts are facts, Andrew. That's right.
Then
Andrew, we've
that's
already went down this
tautology.
dialogue tree.
I feel like we
Hang on,
already
hang on.
explained that.
That's-
Yeah, you did. Yeah, you did. Yeah, you did. Yeah, you did. 50 minutes ago.
There are aspects of reality.
But that is a tautology, right?
He's right though. He's right though. It is a tautology. You can't say the thing is the thing. That doesn't make any sense. He's right.
Facts are
Well, it's-
facts.
By tautology, do you mean it is the thing that it is?
He means it's not saying anything. It's defining itself with itself.
Answer my question. Is it a tautology to say
It's a
facts are
clarifying
facts?
question. Is that what you mean? Do you mean a fact
I'm
is a
asking
fact?
you. Oh, wait.
If you're defining it with itself, you're not defining anything.
How is it a clarification?
Because
What
I'm
is
asking
it-
what you mean by tautology. That's why it's a clarification.
Do you want a definition of a tautology?
I'm just clarifying by
I
tautology.
can pull one up. Here,
I'm
I'll
just
pull up.
trying to
I'll pull up what
clarify.
tautology means.
By tautology, did you just mean the fact is a fact?
I didn't say
Is that-
No, he's
tautology. I said
Tautology.
tautology.
I mean, you don't want to critique.
Yeah.
Am I right on this? He's saying, I think so. He's saying that you can't define fact with fact because that doesn't make sense.
Think about stuttering, bro. I mean, did you hear
Yeah,
what you just did?
the saying
You
of the
just
same
stuttered
thing
when you
twice in
criticized me
different
for
words.
stuttering. I mean, I'll criticize
You're
you
just
for
defining it with itself, so you're not saying anything.
It'll be really
That's the
embarrassing for you
problem.
because you've stumbled over yourself the whole time. But I'm not going to do that because I have a little more decorum than you. It's cool.
No bullshit. If you say something like that, you're doing it. You're trying to make him look bad. That's why you said he was stuttering. Bullshit. Don't play that. Don't play that. If you're gonna go low, at least be honest that you went low and punch somebody in the nuts. Don't do this. Don't be like I'm not even gonna do it. You did it. You played dirty. You said he stuttered. That's the way you play. Don't have some dignity for your way of fighting.
So
Be
just you
honest.
look up what
Okay, but
tautology
so anyway, the
is. and tell me
saying
what
that
it
the
means.
same thing twice in different words.
I mean, you just stuttered again when you tried to criticize me. So you got to pick your route. Do you want to talk about substance or do you want to talk about who stutters more? Because
Well, he has a point, and you don't understand it, and you do look dumb for
I
that.
promise you, it's not going to look good for
I don't
you.
even know what you're talking about. Can
I
you tell
grant
me what a
that.
tautology is?
I grant that you don't know what I'm talking about. What is a tautology?
don't.
It's a statement. It's a
Yeah.
statement which just asserts. It's like A is A. Okay, it's just something
Right.
that's sometimes
yes.
they say factually
So you know what it is.
true. Sometimes they say it's trivially
So
true.
is saying a fact is a fact a tautology?
If by tautology you just mean saying
You just said the definition.
this thing is what it is, yeah,
Yes.
it is a tautology.
Okay, so it's tautological.
Yes, facts
So
are
it's not.
facts.
So it's not offering me
It's not based on anything. It's not. It doesn't give you an explanation of anything. That's
any
the problem.
clarification on what one actually is.
Correct.
I told you what a
Yes.
fact is.
A fact.
What
A
is it
fact is
again?
an aspect of reality.
And is that stance dependent or not?
Is an aspect of reality fact stance dependent?
No, that's the thing. Since the start, he's been asking you.
Depends on
No.
the aspect of reality.
What? Ah! What? Ah! No. What's up, Fexy? What's your Mortal Kombat? Welcome back, right? What is your Mortal Kombat character of choice? I like Sub-Zero. I like Ermac. You want to play Mortal Kombat? I'd play Mortal Kombat. Which one? I think I own them all. I have a Sub-Zero. I always have a Sub-Zero. I have a an Ermac, and the ones that have Ermac, I play a lot of characters in Mortal Kombat because it's an easy game to learn. I usually play a lot of characters in Mortal Kombat. I really like those games, honestly. I just think they fuck up some key things. Like the new one went all commie, like they hired too many communists, obviously. But like 9 or 10 or those ones, I would play those probably, even though they were already kind of commie. But they play pretty good. They play pretty good. I like them. I like Mortal Kombat. We need to get some Fightcade so you can school Mark some more. That'd be fun. I'd love to get back into Fightcade. Anybody, I have an open challenge. If you want to, if anybody wants to challenge me to Fightcade, I have an open standing thing. You can do it. Just let me know. We'll play. I'm down. I'll even play in lag. I don't mind. Whatever. Lag obviously hurts the honesty of the match, right? But I'll still do it. If it's really lagging, it's not fun. If you talk shit, you look like a bitch, kind of, because that ain't how you. That's not. But if it's just for fun, then I have no problem playing, even in lag. If it's really laggy, though, come on, don't be like don't pretend like it's a good match when it's not.
Like the aspect of reality referring to human nature.
All right, we're done with this one. Let's go on to the other one. Well, that was whatever that was. Whatever that was. I don't know what to make of that. All right, now this one I'm pretty hyped to watch. This is feminism more good or bad for society? And we have the, well, as Andrew Wilson says, the more dangerous Wilson. So I'm gonna listen to her. I've listened to her a couple times. She knows a lot of stuff about the connections of like communism and feminism to Gnostic stuff. She wrote a book on it. I find that pretty interesting. Craig, I guess, debates retards online, so he thinks he's smart or something. Sorry, not to poison the well, but that's my impression of the two of them so far. He thinks he's really smart because he talks to flat earthers online, right? That's my view of him.
Doing this job.
He's literally doing the meme where you say most women are shorter than men, and some woman goes, "But I'm 5'7" though, and I know a man that's 5'4."
That is a Maud and Bailey that well, Maud and Bailey is one way they do it. That is a fallacy that commies do all the time, where they'll use per capita when they think it makes their point, right? But then they'll also switch to finding any example to try and make their point too. It just depends on which way they're arguing. They'll use either one. You see them do it all the time.
Literally not what I'm saying.
But I would have to bulk up in order to use those.
Like if they can find a per capita way to phrase it and look at a specific data point that they have that'll make it sound like what they want it to sound like, they'll look at that. If they don't, they'll look for any example to try and nullify the like what they see as the factualness of the statement, right? They'll try and find a way to disprove it, to debunk it. And they'll just use finding any examples. And we'll probably see that here.
We'll go to the gym then.
So I'll highlight that one.
Then I become a man.
You become a man because you go to the gym? Most men are pretty stupid, and we'd be dead in a few weeks.
Oh my god, of course. How does that... Shut up. How are we... Shut up.
About the women.
Dickhead.
Wow.
Come on.
Look at his eyes. Hold on. You know what I want you to look at? Look at his eyes when he says that, checking for approval from the crowd. Watch. Look at him looking for approval from the crowd.
We'd be dead in a few weeks about the women.
Do you see that? Do you fucking see that? He's so consensus brained. He's like, what? What? Huh? Are you out there? You can see his eyes glancing. Are they agreeing with me? Are they disagreeing with me? What's happening?
Oh.
Come on, every husband
Look at that.
here knows for a fact that their wife has kept them
Wild.
alive, and you can't argue with me.
Wild.
I didn't know I was debating like the final boss of Sims
Wow. You see that? Him looking out in the crowd, seeing if they agree with him or not?
today, but here we are. Let me educate you again, debate
Yeah.
coach. An ad hominem attack. An ad hominem attack is when you call names,
I'm excited for this. I think this should be fun.
but you don't have an argument.
Because we got a dude, and here's the thing: they always say a dude that's on the side where it's like you don't mansplain to women, yada yada. But he has to tell her she doesn't know what she's talking about feminism.
Yeah, but I had arguments.
All the master debaters gathered in one place. How does anything get done? Everyone is standing around debating about how to do something. Yeah, I mean, my view on debate. I think debate isn't quite as useful as just talking, but I do find some of these topics interesting because what's going to happen is this guy on the right, he's probably just going to lie, right? Because she, from my understanding, is going to get into like the history of feminism and the history of these movements, and he's just going to be like, well, actually, if we look at today's study, today's study says, blah, 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 blah. I looked at a study today. I looked at a study made in 2025. I know what you're saying is history that I don't know, but I know a study from 2025. And that is more recent than what you're saying. I don't need to know history. No. History is dumb. I can just ignore it because I would have to read a book and I can't read.
So that's an insult.
Imagine they go for lunch and just debate where to eat for the
Not an ad hominem.
We're gonna go.
Now, am I right? You guys want to, should we bet on that? Is he going to just deny history? Is he going to just deny history? Because what else do you do if you're this guy? That's what they always do. Is they always play dumb. Like I try to bring up stuff too. The public school system, right? They just play dumb. They just don't know that it was forced on people. They just play dumb.
Main First Project has sponsored DebateCon 6, and we
Turn
were
up a
excited
little
to
more
have them as a
still.
sponsor because, like modern day
Speaking in the
debate,
mic,
they believe
please.
in free speech and fair debates. They are an organization
Speaking
that
in
is
the mic,
fervently
please.
working on fighting for conservatism in New England. I'm thrilled to have with us today, Zach Gelpy from Main First Project.
Thank you, James.
Debate me, bro. Yeah, I get that too, but don't you think there is value? I'm coming around to this a little bit, that there is some value to standing up and having the conversation, because these people act like they would have the conversation, like the Craig guy on the right. So is there not some value to Rachel, who is an expert on this topic, coming up and actually schooling him on what's what? I think there is some value to that.
All right, guys, I'm not going to be as
though.
intense as yesterday. I don't think you guys can handle it. But I do want to say that I appreciate
At least there should be at least one time where somebody steps up and says, here's why they're full of shit.
every one of you here. And
But also, it's also possible it's not the best way to tell people, right? Like maybe making a movie, maybe making media, maybe art, maybe whatever is the right way, right? Maybe making little cartoons, maybe making a puppet show, or is the right way to actually present it.
that Main First Project is very proud to be.
If the other side is just going to lie, is there even value to talking to them? Well, I guess in exposing that they're liars.
Sponsoring this event. And, if you want to stem the tide.
Sorry, I know I'm clearly obviously on the side here. Guys, I'm not trying to be objective. I'm not trying to be objective. One person here knows about the connection between communists and Gnostic thought, and the other one's just going to play dumb. I don't know how I'm supposed to be on his side. I don't know how I could do it. I don't know how I could do it. It'd be like, oh yeah, I gotta be on Satan's side. Okay, we'll try. We'll try to worship Satan real quick.
Communist policies that are permeating through this country. It all stems in Maine.
Does
and
it?
you want to stem the tide. We really need to focus
I think it's way too late, but I appreciate thinking you can.
where it starts.
Well, no, I don't. I think it's way too late for that, bro. It's way too bad for that.
So please support Main First Project.
Most people have no idea that they are communist ideas, man. Most people have no idea, and they have no idea about so much. They don't care that everybody's turned into consumerists. They don't care about the aesthetic of the item, and nobody cares about the soul. They don't care about any of that stuff, and they don't see the connection to the more Gnostic belief in like self-worship and narcissism and all this shit. They don't see how they're connected. Regular people don't see these things, and you can point them out to them, and they'll choose not to see it still. So they'll be like, "No, it's fine if I have 1,000 Nintendo games. That's awesome." Sure it is.
Project, go to mainfirstproject.org.
See, now I was thinking about it recently. I was seeing like people like complaining about the scalpers, the people that buy games up and then raise a higher price to collectors and stuff. And it's like I was listening to what's the guy's name? The blonde guy that was caught that he was like he tried a career as a date guy, as like a red pill guy, but then he went on to go against speedrunners. Debunk speedrunners. What's that guy's name? Carl Jobst. That guy. I was listening to a recent video of his. Carl Jobst. And he was saying he hates that speculators get in a market and raise the prices up. And then I'm thinking to myself, why is that evil? Isn't it aren't the people that are choosing to pay that much money to blame too? Never heard of it? You've seen them. In a sec. You've seen them. Is it not their own fault? Like the fact that there's people dumb enough in the market to pay the money is why the prices go up. It's not just the marketers. It's not just the scalpers. It's the people dumb enough to buy it at that price instead of saying no, I don't need it. It's the fact that people that these collectors can't like control their own desires enough to say no, I don't need it. I don't need it. If they're going to price that so unfairly, I do not need to buy it. If it's $200 for an NES game, I shouldn't buy it because I'm just encouraging the price being that way. And it's just going to make the next sale that high too. If you're setting precedent. The person that buys the thing at that outrageous price is more to blame than the person that priced it at that outrageous price. Of course they are. But people don't want to take responsibility for it, of course. Dating. Let me see the dating thing.
Carl Jobst here, creator of approachyournow.com. And if you're looking to increase your level of confidence around
that scalper, basically find the true value of the thing, right? They're not doing anything. I no longer believe they're doing anything wrong. The person doing something wrong is the other guy in the market choosing to buy it for that, right? They blame the scalpers, but they're not the ones to blame. It's the person choosing to buy it at an outrageous price that sets that value in the market. If they just didn't do that, if they just instead got over their weird hatred for an emulator and played it on it's not even like these things aren't available, right? They are. They just have this stupid fake moral thing where like, I'm not going to pirate a game. That's like stealing. Let me go on the secondhand market where the developer makes no money and then buy something there so I feel good about myself. No, you fucker. Just pirate the thing. The more ethical thing is actually to pirate it in that circumstance, because then you don't set a higher price in the market. You're actually doing a less ethical thing by buying, by my view of things, by buying the $200 Mega Man cartridge than just emulating it, because you're worshiping your own ego and you're doing it for your own vanity. That's the only reason you're buying it, for your own vanity. There's no real reason to you know the evil you're doing. You know that you're doing it for your vanity and nothing else.
around women and decrease the amount of anxiety you feel when you want to
Here we go,
approach
this
women,
guy.
you've come to the right place. I have specifically created this website to help men who want more dates, relationships,
Right, you don't remember this guy?
and sex in their life, but just can't seem to make it happen because the act of approaching a woman is too difficult. Now, we all know it. Without an approach, we're going to get a lot of success. And this
This
is
guy was complaining about
true
scalping.
for many reasons. And this is
Well, they don't want to break the law. Bullshit, break the law. That's not a moral argument. Nobody gets arrested for pirating games. That's stupid. Come on. That's ridiculous. Don't want to break the law. You've never jaywalked. You never watched a movie when it wasn't allowed. Come on with that argument. Break the law. Why do you respect the law if they're not moral or ethical? I don't. If they're not moral or ethical, I don't see why you should respect them. The only argument that makes sense for obeying the law is morals and ethics. That's the only reason it makes sense. If you're just obeying the law because it's a law, you're a psychopath or something, you know? Are you not a moral creature that defines his actions by his morals and his ethics? If you're doing it just by the law, then would you kill people if you could do it? That's scary.
That's why it is so frustrating when we can't approach.
I've never seen this end. Weird. I liked exposing fraud and deception in the retro video game market. Yeah, when he was talking about WADA games. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I have no moral. Well, that's that's scary, Vexy. That's a little scary.
We know that if we can just get over this one
But here, the against the law is not really a good. Well, the reason against the law is not a good argument is I think you're making that post hoc. I'm not saying how you're thinking. I could be wrong, right? There could be a different reason, but I think you're making it post hoc. You already decided you want to do it for your own vanity or something. You decided you don't want to do it, but there's nothing that could really happen to you. You're not going to get in trouble for pirating a ROM. When was what precedent is that? Are you even scared of that? You're not. You're not. I think you did. That's just an excuse. Just an excuse, I think.
Org.
All right, back to this.
Information in the back there, and I'd be more than willing to speak to every one of you. Thank you. Have a good day.
Because it's built on nothing, is all I'm saying. It's not built on anything real.
Thanks, Zach. Appreciate you. If you haven't gotten to talk to Zach, say hello to him.
Because again, secondhand market is just as bad as rental because the money doesn't go to the developer. You're not doing anything better for the game market by buying secondhand. In fact, you're just encouraging a secondhand market that is predatory on collectors, right? So you're supporting predators by buying those games. You're supporting predators. That you see as predatory practice if you have an issue with it. If you have an issue with scalpers and you choose to buy from scalpers, you're encouraging a predatory practice through your money because the only vote you really have is your dollar. That's what people really got to realize. You got to be responsible consumers, or else what you're doing in the world is not going to reflect what you want to do in the world, right? Because if you're not thinking about every dollar and where it goes, and you're not consciously choosing to put those dollars towards things that you agree with being in the world, then what you're going to do is get things in the world you don't want, and that's not a good. I mean, like, how does that work well? I like piracy because it forces our sanctioned distribution channels. Yeah. So we must steal from scalpers. Well, I would not say that. But what I say, if people just stop buying from them, then they'd be forced to lower the value, you know? That's what I'm saying.
I got to tell you, it's been great to get to know him. And if you're watching online...
I'm saying don't support them. Don't buy from them. That's what I'm saying.
Check out Main First Project's link in the description box.
Don't give them money.
With that, we're going to jump into the introductions for our speakers.
Speaking of, though, Gio's talking about he's working on like a virtual console, and I'm thinking more and more that's cool. I hope he makes one. I want to do a game jam for his thing when it comes out. I was thinking, I know this kind of sounds contradictory maybe to what I'm saying, because I'm not really all for physical stuff. But if you made those weird like virtual consoles, if you had a cool one that was like you could play it digitally and you could play it physically, you can make a kit. I think that there's a lot of appeal to that. I think like I would get that for my niece, and like if she could make games on it, I think that on her computer, that'd be really cool. She's making Minecraft texture packs right now. She's already into that kind of thing. I'd love to have some kind of like easy way she can make her own games. I'm gonna make a game with her. We're just gonna like go like brainstorm it, and I'm just gonna start building it with vibe coding it. I'm gonna make her a game. But it would be nice if she could do it herself too, and maybe not just vibe coding, also the traditional way. I think that'd be really sick. I think it'd be really cool. I'm curious, virtual console. I mean, I have a Mister or FPGA. Yeah, he's working on like a fictional kind of console, like a hypothetical console. He said the first one's not going to be much, but the second one's supposed to be like a Game Gear. He said. So projects like that, I have kind of cautiously been interested before, right? If you can make a kit like with an FPGA or whatever thing that you could, or a Raspberry Pi, or like I don't know the details of the design of the thing, but if you could take one of those things, right? Make a little Game Boy case like they do for emulators. I think that'd be really sick. Like a totally virtual console. We could do a game jam for it. We could like make a bunch of games and tools to make games, and then you could sell it. He could sell it like as a collection kit where it comes with a kit to make the thing, and then it comes with like however many games we made already, and it comes with the software. I think that'd be awesome. I think there's a big market for something like that right now. Camel came out with this new game. You make a game in Godot? Yeah, I've made a game. I'm working on a new game in Godot right now. I showed some of the stuff on the Discord. It's called Goblin Gang. I was trying to figure out if you can make like sprite sheets and stuff with like AI art pretty easily. And I'm having I'll show you. I made like this with the AI thing, and then you can feed it to Nano Banana, right? And you can make like this kind of thing from the original one, right? So I'm working on the workflow right now, of developing the thing, and then I also asked it to cut it to pieces, right? So I could make it into like a spriter thing, if I want to, just testing like how to get this workflow, how I'd like to do it. And then there's this one and a little movie I made. This one was another one I made. Can I make this one pop up? Open link. Video work? No, it downloads it. Here's another guy I made. Yeah, it's called Goblin Gang. The idea is, I started like I was gonna do my original idea back in the day was like a Dwarf Fortress clone, but they're goblins. The idea has changed some. It's gonna be like you run a gang in a cyberpunk city of goblins that try to like steal from the other, the rest of the nicer places in the city. And I was thinking I'll make a bunch of different goblins. That's gonna be like maybe the cool thing about it. You have a gang of goblins. You recruit them kind of like My Kabini or one of those kind of games. You pick out a boss. You pick out some goblins. And then maybe there's ways to unlock them. That's cool. I don't know. But I was thinking, like, what strength of AI could I use here? What could be a bunch of different goblins that are cool? Have little stories for them, and you recruit and you pick them out. And then, like, the gameplay loop would be something about looting and polluting. And I started working on it the other day. It's coming along. This might be the first game I actually come out with, I think. Goblin Gang, TM, coming soon. Coming soon. Oh, I'm trying to build it as quick as I can, just to see if I can do it. Just to see if I can build a game vibe coding that's kind of cool. So, and this is an idea I had a long time ago. I was like, what about Dwarf Fortress but with goblins? Now it's not going to be like that. It's going to be more like Syndicate. In practice, it's becoming more and more like Syndicate. You guys remember Syndicate? Bullfrog made that. It's becoming more and more like Syndicate, not on purpose. It just like, because at first I was like, I started doing it fantasy, and I was like, wait a second, what do we make it like Shadowrun, like Cyberpunk? Wouldn't it be fun to make Cyberpunk goblins? And I was like, yeah. So, but then that changes the whole idea. Right now, it's in the ghetto, the Goblin Ghetto, GG again, Goblin Ghetto. And it's about survival, right, and building up your base as opposed to building from scratch. So it'll be more like Syndicate or XCOM or base building, I'm thinking. I already got the UI kind of. You're gonna have little dudes. I'm thinking to make them like a swirly thing, like Shimigami does, like a little meeple thing. And then you click on them and it'll do a camera and it'll show them like doing whatever they're doing. Like you're the observer, right? So you're like using communication equipment to watch everything. So you click one, and I'm thinking the little dude will pop up like we were making the sprites for. Walk around and he'll do whatever he's doing. It'll be like one of those like follow cameras, like a drone camera. And then you can send them off to do stuff and check on them. A little bit like a Zito too. There was this game called a Zito, Japanese game where you would make bases. You make a superhero base, and you'd send your superheroes to fight the villain base, and they'd send theirs back. And you could pick bad guy or good guy. It's a little bit like that too, I'm thinking. Romance of the Third Kingdom of Gods. Actually, I mean Destiny of an Emperor.
First, Rachel Wilson is the wife of the.
But that's the idea, and I'm trying to build it. I'm trying to build it as quick as I can, just to see if I can build a game really quick. You know.
Coolest, smartest, handsomest guy ever, and researcher and author of Occult Feminism.
Also, I'm thinking it'll be something good to put on my website. I'm building the Cracky Reads Greater Entertainment Hub website. It's gonna have I've already built the thing to scrub through my VODs and to find different things and story arcs and stuff like that. We already built that. I don't know if I showed you that, Fexy. I'm gonna get it on some actual hosting to make it. I'd have to boot it up to show you right now, but I'm gonna get that on some hosting. I'm gonna get all my episodes transcribed, and then I also want to put the card game on that website, and then I also want to put this game on that website, and then I plan to build the website out into like a general media hub. You can play games on it. I'll have my scam card NFTs on it for now. I'm replacing the Streamloots with our own system that'll have our own website. It'll use NFTs, but it'll basically to viewers it'll be the same as Streamloots.
Secret History of Women's Liberation.
Working
Please
on
join me in
a lot of
welcoming
stuff.
Rachel Wilson.
Sounds cool. Yeah, I think it's pretty hype, man. The robots are really helping me get this stuff done. Robots rule.
And also introducing Craig, also known as Fight the Flat Earth. He's an Englishman living in Scotland with.
Now Craig defines himself as in his opposition to flat Earth. Why? Why would you ever define yourself that way? Who cares?
2 degrees.
Like why would you ever define it? Look at his face. Why would you ever define yourself that way? That's weird. You don't like the thing. Why would you define yourself based on your hatred for it?
And a YouTube career built on dismantling bad arguments.
Seems like a waste of time, doesn't it?
Making this debate with Rachel basically a professional spa day for his brain. Known for, you can tell,
They wrote these? They wrote these?
Both of these.
Who is Fred Perry? I don't know who Fred Perry is.
They say.
Oh, on his shirt. I see. I don't know. If you want to look that up and tell me, I would be interested. I don't know.
Sharp humor, even sharper logic.
Sharp humor? Are you sure? How is he known for these things and not his giant ears? That's what I want to know.
And being annoyingly good at push-ups.
It's most percentage of his head makeup is his ears. Sorry, I don't mean to be mean to the guy, but they're very large ears.
He's here to show that feminism isn't the apocalypse and that evidence.
Oh, how does his hat stay on? Asked no one ever. No one ever asked that. How does the hat stay on his head? Oh, no, I know. Found it.
Still beats, vibes. Please.
That's weird. How did it stay on there? Oh, never mind.
Join me in.
Oh, how are those glasses stay? Oh, not a question. Nope. I see exactly those. I see how they stay there.
Welcoming
No
Craig. Well, we're thrilled to have you here. We are going to start it off with Rachel's opening statement. The timer is set for you, Rachel, for 15 minutes.
All right. So, thanks for being here.
Audio level is good, or do I mean
Everybody.
we got louder?
We're talking about feminism today and if it's good for
Go louder.
society. So, most people believe that feminism became this dominant political.
Red Perry, the dumb clothing brand. You think he got paid to wear that shirt? No, I think he thinks it's cool. Like usually people that do that like the brand, they probably want free shirts or something. He might have got a free shirt, right? He might have got free apparel. That's possible. I don't think he got paid money though, no. But he might have been paid in goods.
Force
Possible.
that it is today due to
Possible.
oppression and abuse by the patriarchy. That it was a grassroots idea whose time had come. Women looked around them and
Now I'm glad she talks about this because people like me have tried to bring up parts of this, but you get called names if you do it as a guy. But she has valid points that are very interesting and that people should be talking about.
they were like, oh no, we're oppressed. We should march and stuff until we can vote and things.
Like that view is totally fake. That's what happened. That's just a made up view we're told. And now the other things we're told is that the other lies that are big is the founding of the school system, right? Nobody talks about that. Nobody knows how it happened. Nobody knows how it was rolled out. And that's one of the things that drives me crazy. It's how many people disagree with me on the public school system, but I'm like, okay, where did it come from? Can you tell me its history? No, of course you can't. Why on earth should you even have an opinion on the thing if you don't know where it comes from? You should know its history before you even talk about it. You should do some reading. Because every time I talk with a pro school person, they say the same stupid shit that shows they haven't even read into the topic. And they could have learned on it. They could have learned about it at school. The school lies to them. So they say things like, "Oh, it's property tax. The poor schools get worse school." Wrong, liar. Did you not read anything? In most states, they actually have more money from other pools, other sources that they move around, and they purposely make the poorer schools get more money. Everybody knows that. That's actually read anything. You're just lying. You're just like, come on. And every freaking conversation about public school, they always bring that same stupid wrong thing up, and you gotta like learn first before you talk about it.
Things will get better. Not exactly how it went down. So surely, if they achieved feminism,
do some research.
Right, this
would pay them though. Well, yeah,
would give them a better future, make them more safe. Because most people believe that men are the primary threat to women's safety and security.
People do seem to believe that for some reason.
Yeah. Almost everyone in
But who has more interest in defending women and protecting women than men? No one.
modern society believes that abusive marriages and oppression of women by the patriarchy was a fact of life, which made women miserable for all of history until about 100 years ago.
My mom used to try to tell me stuff like that when I was a kid. She was very feminist programmed. She's not that much anymore, and not anywhere near as much. But she used to say the same kind of stuff.
But did you know that women didn't want liberation from the men in their lives? Most people don't know this. In fact, some of the most vehement opposition to women voting came from women themselves. These people were called anti-suffragettes, and they had much larger membership ranks than did the suffragettes themselves.
Most women didn't want to vote.
It was far more popular. And these women...
The voting was forced upon them. What really happened is we forced women to work. We forced women into voting for like our own egos, if you ask me. We forced women to vote. We forced women into working when they didn't have to. It's fucked up if you really look at it. It's fucked up. They shouldn't have to work. Why do they have to work?
Who were in these anti-suffrage groups were not your average women who demanded feminism. I find their reasoning to be prescient and compelling, so I'm going to tell you a little bit about what they believed right now.
You know why they have to work? So they can be offered free things by the different politicians to turn into a playing piece on the board. The problem was, before women could vote, women weren't playing pieces for the government and for the political elites and for people in the media. They weren't a toy for them to play with, like men were at the time. And again, what is it? Men only got voting a little bit before women, like all men did. It was original. Voting wasn't originally something everybody had. But we paint it like it is, and it's a good thing. I don't even vote. I don't see the point. It seems like the whole thing is a game, just of different power groups trying to get more free stuff for themselves. It doesn't seem like there's any value whatsoever to voting or the government, in my opinion.
This is also why I think that this part of history has been obscured.
Yeah, so anyways, the women before, when they were mothers, who goes against their mother, man? Like, think about that. Like, people act like they had no power before they could vote. Are you serious? You really think that there aren't, like, sons that listen to their mother completely? Of course there are. There's a lot of them. There was more of them back then in the Strong family. Of course they listen to their mother.
And most of you have never heard of it because these women had some pretty good reasons, I think. So, in fact, when the option to add women's suffrage to the ballot was put forth in the referendums in multiple states, the measure was so unpopular with women that pro-suffrage groups actually moved to take that option off the ballot. That's right, a handful of feminists fighting for women's rights.
Feminists tried to make it so women couldn't even vote.
Actually didn't want women to vote on whether or not they could vote. But don't believe me. Believe Susan B. Anthony, who said, "But the petitioners of suffrage are in the minority. There are many reasons for this, and one of them..."
Did you guys know this stuff? I didn't always know this. Like, I had no idea about some of this stuff here.
Paradoxical as it
Back
may
in the
seem,
day, I didn't know.
is because so much has already been gained. Woman in general now finds her needs very well supplied.
Yeah, like think of the position of a woman back in the day, in 1800s or something. They actually had it pretty good compared to men of the time. Right? And people lie and say like they weren't allowed to do this or that. They were allowed to do everything. What are you talking about?
If she wants to work, she has all occupations to choose from. If she desires an education, the schools and colleges are freely opened to her. If she wishes to address the...
I only didn't listen to my mother when I should have. Yeah. Yeah, understandable, right? But like the whole concept of like that women were like basically slaves is like, if you really think back at your family and you think about your mother, you really think she would like in a different world where she didn't vote or whatever, she would be less influence on you? No, right? Like maybe more influence in like a stable family. My mother did the best she could to make a stable family without a father, and she didn't date around and have weird stepdads or any of that kind of thing. She put us first, and I really appreciate that.
The public by pen or by voice, the people hear her gladly. The laws have been largely modified in her favor, and where they might press, they are seldom enforced. She may accumulate and control property. She may set up her own domestic establishment and come and go at will. Susan B. Anthony made this statement in her speech, The Status of Woman, Past, Present...
Are people resistant to change? If so, it would make sense. How do we establish that? I think it's a good question, but I think as a universal, no. But as a current trend of the times, yes. But I think that's because, I think you can point to it. I think that's because of the way they educate you to be about like confirmation and validation and all these kind of things. Make it so you wouldn't want to be somebody that goes against the norm. Really, that's the trend that's happening more so, I think, is people being afraid to be alienated, afraid to stand out, afraid to disagree with what everybody else agrees. I think that's more what it is than resistance to actual change. Because people there's all kinds of examples of people having drastically different changes in their life and making do or doing well or thriving in those new circumstances. So like, I don't know. I don't think there's a case well made that people don't like change. I think change is a part of life for a lot of people, and many people get by with all kinds of drastic changes. It's more that they don't want to. I think that people don't want to move away from what they see as the tribe, is what I think.
In future, which she delivered at the National Association for Women's Suffrage in Washington, D.C. in 1902. So in 1902, women already said, we kind of have everything we want. We kind of have it made.
Right?
We don't really feel like...
What happens after 1902, though? Do you guys know what happens after 1902?
We need this feminism stuff. In fact, we think that'll make things worse for us. So this, along with the rest of the history...
I think you can make a case it did. Women are under more risk of, like, violence and everything now than as opposed to then. Like per capita, they're at risk of everything. Everything's worse. They're at risk of not having a husband, if you want to call that a risk. They're at risk of abuse. They're at risk of their children being abused. Single mothers are significantly at risk of that.
Historical
way
record kind of
worse
debunks this commonly held belief that women had no freedom to do anything prior to 1902. In 1914, the Nebraska Association Opposed to Women's Suffrage group published a pamphlet in response.
Now, isn't this interesting? Look at the years, man. I want you to look at the years, and I want you to think of other things you know from these different years. 1914. What else happened in 1914? Bro, you know something on the top of your head that happened in 1914? Hold on. Do you know off the top of your head something that happened in 1914? Do you know off the top of your head something that happened in 1914? I'm trying to find one of these. I'm sure I put it in. I put it in one of these flashcards. Anybody know though? Let's see if anybody can name it. Well, actually, happened. It's attempted to pass in 1913, right? But actually passes in 1914. Again, what would it be? Do you know? Just give you any hints? Let's give you any hints? Let's give you any hints? Hmm? Give you any hints? Here? Oh yeah, that's in there too. Isn't it wild? All this shit it made? Anyways. Any hints? 1914, any hints? Any hints? You think she'll mention it?
To a ballot initiative petition campaign proposed by the Nebraska Women's Suffrage Group. They accurately...
Why did all this stuff happen at the same time? Why did communism? Well, yeah, your guess is not wrong. You can put it on communism. I'm putting it on the bankers' attempt for direct control, specifically. Because you got the Fed. You can call it communism if you want. But one of the reasons they're doing it is to protect themselves, is to make it so their banks and their money doesn't get lost. And we offshoot all that debt onto regular people, right, onto the currency. That was the Fed. They also, at the same time period, roll out what? Feminism. They push feminism to the point where they want women to work, get out of the house. Why? For the third thing they do, which is what? Around the 1910s. The adoption and rollout of mandatory public education. Why? Oh, no, it's to make people smart, not to retard them and to steal little girls from their family and turn them into retards and make it so they don't want a family. No, it's not that. Even though, wait a second, checks notes. Uh-oh.
Predicted that pushing women into the political sphere and the women's liberation movement in general would cause the breakdown of the family, division in marriages, and a lack of effort and focus on children.
Ah, crap! How'd this happen? That must be an accident.
Which had always been the main work of women up until this point.
Weird.
They also correctly pointed out that women enjoyed greater protection and privilege under patriarchy than
Babe Ruth made his major league debut on the Boston Red Sox. Right, we got it.
To the liberated women. They believed, as I do, that women are much more influential and effective outside direct involvement in governing.
I'm telling you, man, your mother, without any political involvement, is a huge influence on you. And you want me to believe that before 1900 or whatever year you want to pick, that wasn't the case? Come on. It's always been the case if you listen to their mothers. You can find ancient stories, right? You can find classical stories. Where the women in the story were clearly respected, were clearly listened to. It wasn't like if you go back into ancient literature, all of a sudden women are only evil. There are evil women in old stories, but there are evil men too, right? There's all kinds of evil. But there are also all kinds of good, there's a moral view of evil that people are trying to strive for, and both men and women do it in the classical stories. Why? If women were just had no agency, how is that even a thing?
They also wisely asserted that primary role of government is to protect people and property, and that men are the only ones capable of that task. See Force Doctrine.
That's a good point too. That's her husband's main point, right? The Force Doctrine thing.
Therefore, burdening women with the task of which they are incapable is inappropriate and detrimental to women themselves.
It's unfair. It's wrong. It's not right to tell them they should be police officers and all this other shit. It's wrong. We shouldn't do it.
Why would we ask?
I mean, if they want to do it, I'm not saying tell them what they can't. Tell them they can't do things. I'm saying we shouldn't tell them to do things they obviously shouldn't be doing. Stop lying to them and say, hey, do this, do that. Instead, just let them decide. Right? That's what I'm saying. Just let them decide. Just let them decide on their own. And guess what they'll pick?
Ask them to do something they're not capable of.
Most of them will pick, what you think they'll pick, which is not working. What would you pick working? That far blows my mind too. How the male feminists are always they want to work. Are you sure about that? You don't even want to work. What are you talking about? If there was some way you could pick a different set of responsibilities, I don't know, watching the house, raising kids, taking care of your family, and you could pick that instead of working, almost every human being be like, yeah, I'll do that one. I'd rather do that one. But we act like, oh no, women actually want to work more. Oh, okay. Clearly wrong. Clearly a lie to ourselves.
These women predicted outcomes like
I want to work.
The birth rate dropping from an average of 5.
I don't know, bro. I don't know. I doubt most people that actually think women. The people. Well, do you believe that women want to work? Like that's what they primarily want to do? Because it's only contradictory if you. I mean, I always find it weird if you put that on the women. I always find it weird that
5 children per
alone,
family.
I don't necessarily. There's definitely people that want purpose, and if they've combined purpose with work, then it makes sense for men to want to work.
Just prior to first wave feminism kicking off, to an average of just 2
Surely some women want to work. Yeah, but why does that mean we should push all of them to work if only some of them want to work? That's the point. That sounds weird, right? That like there was nobody stopping them from working before. There was nothing stopping them from working before.
Children by 1940.
What's the problem?
That's a staggering drop. They were correct in predicting that feminism would inevitably result in the attempted demonization and domination of men.
Sure.
And anti-suffragists were right to ask, who will take care of the children? If we push.
But you're telling me that most of these communists, who are the people I'm talking about here, they want to work? Have you listened to them? Have you listened to these guys? You think they want to work? They always talk about how much they hate their job and blah, 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 and that it's just like the means to an end.
Push women into the workforce, who raises the kids?
I mean, if we don't work, we starve. No. No. Women have another option. That some say is even a better job, a better duty than working like physical labor, right? They already have a job, a duty that's bigger than work than you could ever even put on work. They already have a bigger purpose. They have a bigger duty. If women don't do that duty, then humanity doesn't eat, right? It dies out. It causes it causes the inexistence of the whole race, of the whole human race. So by that logic, doesn't it kind of self-defeat itself? Because if women aren't having kids, then the humanity doesn't exist. So like, isn't that the same kind of thing as humans don't eat, but actually bigger?
Well,
so if you can use that same logic to see a bigger problem, then why put that problem above the other one?
Overall number of...
Why put the eating thing? Is it just that we only care about the individual and we don't care about the society more generally, or family more generally, or culture more generally, or the future more generally? I think that shows that it's about focus. Like if you focus on only yourself and only individually, then it kind of makes sense. But if you focus a bit out and you focus on your family, or hypothetical family, potential family, potential tribe, it seems obvious that that's the worst way to get there. To have a family, to have a tribe, to have a strong community. Aren't those things? How do you eat if you hit hard times without a community? That by building a strong community that can take care of the people that can't eat, right? How do you do that? How do you arrive there? Who takes care of people more than like the religious types that believe in this kind of concept? No one does. No one does. If I don't work, then how will I get my 2D waifu? So what I'm saying is, I don't think if we don't work, we don't starve thing makes sense, because women have another option. The illusion is that both people need to work, because why? Because of the Federal Reserve, man. Do you really not see that? See, your view is that we should bow down to the state, suck their penis, right? And say, no, we have to still have the Federal Reserve. We'd have to have that. Why? I don't know. It exists, right? Like, what is your argument for the Fed? Because the implication is, if you make the argument, if we don't work, then we don't eat. But that circumstance is only that because of the Fed. Then you're saying we should keep the Fed, right? You're implying that we should keep the Fed instead of challenging the Fed and trying to make us have sound money and able to save up and not need both of us to work. If you grow food for yourself without society, that's still work. I don't I don't know what that means to anything I'm saying.
Of U.S. children under 5 with mothers working outside the home in 1900 was less than 6%. By 2012, that number jumped to 58%. The anti-suffragists were also right.
Am I wrong on the implication that if you're saying that both men and women need to work, those circumstances are such because of the other things we agreed to, like the Fed, public school system, right? The debt being allowed to offshore onto the individual. If we got rid of those things, it would not be that women have to work. So then why would we think of it like you need to work to eat? That's simply when that's not how families work. And it's never been how families work. It's not how human beings work. Like it's a fake thing. You need to work to eat. Nope, not true. Not true.
About what the future of marriage.
Like unless you're saying you have to provide your fair way. Your fair way. You have to pay your fair way. That's not even true.
And family would look
That's not
like
even
if
true.
we
What's welfare then?
instituted these
What's SNAP then? Those things don't exist.
Sweeping social changes. In 1900,
in America, you can do no work and eat all the time. People do it all the time. They do it all the time.
The rate of births outside marriage was only 4%. By 2010,
yourself food is work, right? No, but what's welfare, bro? How much work is welfare? What are you talking about?
Quite a century after the passage of the 19th Amendment, that rate of out-of-wedlock births
it dismisses the whole idea because you're saying in the current world, you have to work to eat. That's just made up. You just made that up. In another world where you actually did have to work to eat, well, even then it wouldn't be true because then you'd have religious organizations and you'd have families that take care of each other. Then you'd have this and you'd have that.
Reached 41%.
It's just a thought-terminating cliche. It's
1%. But
it just stops you.
Did feminism deliver on its promise to protect women and children from dangerous men? Let's look at the evidence. The U.S. Department of Health and Human Services has been tracking data on child abuse and neglect since 1978 with something called the National Incidence Study, or the NIS.
Now, this stuff is what really bums me out to think about. Because whatever people say about women working, yada, yada, the truth is child abuse going up? Yes or no?
The NIS is
people keep acting like it's so easy to just be sure that we're doing it the right way. Well, what happens to children? In the current world, what happens to children? Do you care about children? No?
Congressionally mandated periodic effort.
Abuse has gone up. Everything bad to children has gone up.
Of the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
By our society moving this way towards feminism, everything bad to children has gone up. Why? And why don't we care about that?
4 of these reports, the latest.
Why do we not put the children over our own lives? Why? That's what I don't get. Why are we so selfish now that we just worry about ourselves over children?
2010. This includes a breakdown of data collected nationwide on child abuse and neglect by living situation. This section of the study opens as follows. Figure 5.9 shows the incident rates of endangerment standard maltreatment for the different family structure and living arrangement subgroups of children. The rate of overall endangerment standard maltreatment for children living with 2 married biological parents is about 16 per 1,000, and this is significantly lower than the rates for children in all other circumstances.
It's the lowest. By far, it's the lowest. It's by far the lowest. The best circumstances for a child are the parents sucking it up and stop being like, oh, I'm not happy, and being married, taking care of a household for their kids. That's the best environment for children. Why do we not care about that? Why do we care about the adults being happy in the first place? I don't. I care about those kids having a good life. I think that's more important than those adults being happy.
Which is 52 or more children per 1,000. Kids living with one.
That's 2 or 3 times. What was it? It was 16 and then it was 52. That's crazy. Let me hear the numbers again.
Subgroups of children. The rate of overall endangerment standard maltreatment for children living with 2 married biological parents is about 16 per 1,000.
16 per 1,000.
And this is significantly lower than the
married.
rates for children in all other circumstances, which is 52
So if you just averaging all the other circumstances together.
or more
I mean,
children
just not averaging, pushing them all together.
1,000.
Unless you change what bad is and redefine abuse. And what is that? And what is that, dingus? Hold on. Which one of these? What is that, dingus? I gotta remember which one of these are which. Let me pull them up quick. Is it Authenticity Protocol? No. The Realist Manifesto? That's it. It's the Realist one. Okay, this one here. And what is that? That is the application of the dialectic, right? You take the two things and you just change the language to make it so it works the way you want it. You want something that's not true. This is what the dialectic actually is. You want something that's not true to be true. So what do? You synthesize, you change it into being true through language, and then you believe that if you just force enough people to agree with you, it is effectively true. That is the dialectic. That is what they're doing.
Kids living with one parent whose unmarried partner was in the household had the highest
I define abuse as going 24 hours without seeing a cyberdoll. Well, that's
incident of maltreatment.
It's
This is
true.
equivalent to more than 13 per 100 children, or more than one child
Wow.
in 8 whose single parent has a cohabitating partner in the general child population. Their risks of maltreatment is
Way
more than
higher.
8 times higher
Yep.
than that of children living with 2 married biological
You guys know that? The rate of a child being abused is way worse if the lady is living like a stepdad. It's way worse. It's way worse. People act like it's just as good. It's not. Not to the kids. No. It's 8 times as bad.
parents. And we're going to see this just repeated
Yeah,
throughout the
that
data.
of course you see that trend repeated. Of course you do.
That children living with a single parent with an unmarried partner had the highest incidence of physical abuse by far, more than 10 times the lowest rate. So maybe this no-fault divorce stuff is not so great for kids, huh?
It's horrible for kids. It has been. Everybody knows.
Only 0.7 children per
But nobody cares. They just make the argument. Well, yeah, but isn't it nice if the woman doesn't feel like she's trapped or something? It's like, okay, What about the kids? What about the kids?
1,000 children living with 2 married biological parents were sexually
Wake up.
abused compared
Yeah,
to 12
we can't watch without Geo. Yeah,
per 1,000 children
we have
living
been
with a single
abused for far.
parent.
Yeah, you need Geo here. It's not as
Had an
funny. I
unmarried
agree with you
partner.
guys.
So that's more than 12 times. The lowest incidence of physical neglect occurred for children living with both married bio parents. The highest rate of physical neglect occurred for children living with a single parent and
Yep.
cohabitating partner, most commonly
That's the worst case for them is having a stepdad or a stepmom.
single mom plus boyfriend.
Usually stepdad. Usually.
This is over 7 times greater than kids living with both married bio parents.
Isn't that crazy?
Same for physical abuse, same for emotional
Like you can say like, oh yeah, it's about picking the right guy, yada yada. Is it there for, like, yeah, but how are look at an aggregate though. Why are we ignoring the data on this? It's clearly either the women that choose to get divorced, it implies a couple things. The women that choose to get divorced are worse at picking partners, right? Because they pick people that will then beat their children. Or what? What else does it show? That's what it shows, that they're dumb. And that should they have been able to divorce in the first place if they were that stupid? Probably not. You know? If their only excuse was, I don't feel happy, well, clearly they weren't thinking right, because what happens in the future? They go date some guy they think they're going to be happy with, and then the kids get, that ain't right. That ain't worth the cost of their happiness. I'm sorry, but it's not.
abuse, it just repeats. But perhaps the most relevant
Bio parents, term with test tube,
and
yeah,
more surprising
true. You
finding
got bio parents.
was this. 68%
I found that funny too, the way she
of
said
the
that.
maltreated children were maltreated by a female, whereas 48% were maltreated by a male. Some
Isn't that
were
interesting?
maltreated by both. In contrast, male perpetrators were more common
They paint it as men beating children is the most common thing. And now, and of course it happens, but it's not the more common one.
For children maltreated by non-biological parents or parents' partners. So once again, single mom plus boyfriend. The statistic.
Do you hear that? Even so, when they compare it, to what are the exact numbers again?
Children were maltreated. Surprising finding was this: 68% of the maltreated children were maltreated by a female, whereas 48% were maltreated.
So when they're looking at the 68%, out of all children that are maltreated, it's 68% by a female. But then, right, even when you look at the men, most of those men were still not the biological parent. Most of the men doing it were not the biological parent, but the woman was. Do you see that difference there? Do you see why that's important to understand?
Treated by a male, some were maltreated by both. In contrast, male perpetrators were more common for children maltreated by non-biological parents.
You see, by the stepfather. It was more common with the stepfather, not his biological father. So the biological fathers beating their children or abusing their children is the lowest group. It's lower than the mothers, way lower, and it's lower than stepfathers. It's the lowest group. It's the safest place your kid is. Of course that's true.
Parents.
The safest place for the child is their own parent. Of course that's true. It seems like it should be just inductively obvious.
Parents' partners. So once again, single mom plus boyfriend.
I'm going to hobble over the tea machine. Then we can smoke. Yeah, let me know. Look at the freak getting dropped off by his bio parents and not taking state-provided mass transportation devices. True. I don't think the world's going to be that way. I think we're going to I want to believe we get off the train before then. Because I think everything's so bad and collapsing so bad. I don't think we end up in that world. I don't think so. I think we get off before. I think a lot of some states might end up like that, but I don't think like America as a whole is going to end up like that. I don't know. There's so many variables. It's hard to say, but I think what'll probably happen is like half the country will move away from the cities and stuff, and they'll just let the cities die. They'll just let the cities die because why not? Why try to hold these things up anymore? And people will build out more flat. Like we'll take like there's tons of America that's just empty. So what's going to happen, in my opinion, is people just move out there. You can build a cheap home out there. Like people talk about homes and yada yada. There's tons of land you can build a home on that would be reasonable. They just mean in the city. Like there's a little asterisk after it, right? They mean in the city, and they mean in specific cities is where they own all the Black Rocks own all the things. It's not like you can't afford a home, period. It's not really true. It's just a lie to get you to believe.
The statistic is
But yes, you might have to live in the middle of nowhere to get a good home cheap. But is that really that bad nowadays with the way delivery is, with the way you could drive out once a week or something to the city, get stuff, go back? You have internet, you have Starlink. Like, what's so bad about that?
Most illustratory piece of data proving that removing children's biological
Especially if you work remotely, you have no excuse to not consider living, rurally. I consider it for sure. All communists are liars. History. You think so, Betty? I'm with you. I'm with you. I try to talk to them and see if you can get them to not lie. But it seems impossible. It seems like they'll always turn into some kind of. Usually, what they'll do is they'll just attack you. That's usually what they do.
The home.
Private equity only owns like 10% of the housing supply, anyways. Right? That problem is overhyped. I'm with you on that. There's definitely places you could live that are affordable. People just don't want to they want to live where they want to live, and they're like, I want to live here. Okay. But it's not like you couldn't live anywhere for a decent price. You could, especially if you're working remotely or something. I've always wanted to meet an alien. Well, listen here. I'm a human, okay? I'm a human. I'm one of you guys. I'm from above and below Nevada, all right? I am. If you've not run into my parents, I am looking for them. The truth is out there, and so are my parents. I think. So if you see any others or you hear about any aliens, tell me. But I'm not an alien. I'm a human. I I was born. Well, I don't know where I was born, but my first memories are above Nevada, and most of my memories are below Nevada. So I think I'm a human-ish. I'm a human. Don't tell anyone. Also, they come asking. The government can't know. Don't tell them. Don't tell any of the weird groups, please. Thank you. Art Bell told. Well, I need to know more myself. Even when private equity owns a single family home, it's a house on the rental market, so it gives access to people who can't or don't want a mortgage. Yeah, I mean, there's a whole conversation to have about rental, right? You know what was wild, guys? I was in here, hold on. I was in a chat, okay? I'm gonna talk to you guys about something real quick. Go on. I was in a chat on YouTube. Oops, sorry, that was way too loud. And they're talking about home ownership, right? And they're the people are like, hey, people say property is a good investment, but they shouldn't. It's a lie. Like, what? And you have these people there that are like, they're trying to make this giant case that first they say, people say that real estate is a safe investment. That's not true, because sometimes the value goes down. And I'm like, okay, what? And they're just going on and on about how real estate is actually a bad investment, and I've never seen a stronger case of sour grapes, than ever. For real, communists now think that buying a home is stupid. They think buying real estate is bad. They really do. They really believe it. Blows my mind. Obviously, there's ways to buy real estate that would be in your best interest. Obviously, almost no matter what. I don't know. I don't know what they're talking about. I think they're giving themselves excuses to invest in Funko Pops and Pokemon cards, because they think those are the more reliable investment would be Pokemon cards that they open out of packs, and old video games those things could lose value in an instant. Like if times really got really tough, those things could just lose value like that. They could be like paper. But whatever, don't let me tell them that. Clearly, safe investment is paper consumable junk and plastic. Obviously, I'm the stupid one. I'm the dumb one. You know. That's why they're promoting smart cities. They're popping up all over. Yeah, they definitely are. What I'm aiming for and what I advocate for is the forward escape. There's a YouTube video about it. It's called How to Escape a Sick Society. And the idea is, if everything's falling and stuff, the people that notice it have to try to build parallel structures that will hopefully avoid the fall, right? Because we are in a doomed society. We are in a sick society. The best we can do is, build tribes that people self-associate with people that aren't insane, and try and build things that'll hopefully survive. And that's all we can do. There's no saving this. There's no getting this back to. It's just not possible. It's time. Us smart ones got to walk away at a certain point and try it out on our own a bit. It's the only way I see. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there is a way to save it, but I think even thinking of it is a mistake. Like, let me show you something. I have one of these. I made these slideshow from the stream. This one. One of these has a cool visual I want to show you. Iron Mob. Well, this one has a pretty sick one, actually. Check this out. The hubris of control, the aperture problem. The further you get from the information, the worse you are at knowing it. No human mind can process the data required to plan for millions. We do not live in Laplace's demon. We do not have Laplace's demon. Laplace's demon is a thing that I only know about from old Japanese games that we play and translate. Laplace's demon is the concept that Laplace put forth, that he said, if we could figure out like if we could know all the numbers of everything in the world, like we could know all the data about it, then we could move forward and backwards the same. We could see the future just as easily as we could look into the past. That's the idea. But the communists think we have one, right? They think their own mind is one. They have the hubris of believing, that they are one, that their brain is one. I don't know. I can't find this here now. Let's go back to the thing. Next time. Oh, hold on. I can find it. It's gotta be in this. It's in this one. It's in this one. It's in this one. Sick. Found it. Found it. Found it. Check this out. The illusion of saving the world. This is one of the biggest things they fool people to give up their agency. Is they fool you that you got to worry about the whole world. You don't, and you shouldn't. You worry about your friends. You worry about your family. You worry about yourself. That's it. Don't save the world. You can't. It's just going to lead to nihilism. Don't try. Just drop it. It's not your responsibility. Never was. Isn't that picture sick though? Picture's super sick.
Is the single biggest risk factor for abuse. This
I screenshot it. Nice. I can link you the thing if you want to check those out. I made a bunch of them. What I did was I fed in old VODs, like 200 VODs, and I told it to like make different arguments on things that I talk about. It's really cool. I can link you the thing. Hold on. Here, 1 second. I'll get the link right now. Here. There, if you want to check out anything on there, feel free. I think you should be able to. I think you should be able to. So I just disappeared. I lost my place because of the
supports my
X-Files.
assertion that fathers, the family patriarchs,
Thank you, no problem.
have the
Stop,
most
thank you. That's nice of you. Thank you very much.
interest and biggest protective effect.
We normally translate Japanese games, but I do talk about this kind of stuff more than some people would like. Like that's what. So I started on Twitch, and that's what got me like kind of disliked on Twitch was I would disagree with the communists.
On the lives of children, they're less likely to abuse than biological mothers, and once removed, make single mother homes an easy target for predators who are not related to the child.
Good point. Good point. Single mother homes are. Who's going to protect the single mother homes from these predators? Somebody's got it, right? Who's going to? The state definitely doesn't do it.
And I want you guys to understand today is that
my mother, thankfully, was smart about it and didn't let anybody like in. Which it's sad too, right? Kind of that she didn't really date anybody, but it was for our benefit, and I'm glad she did it because she gave us a decent life because of that.
Mothers are actually more likely to abuse or neglect children than fathers by a pretty large margin. In 2021, about 211,000 children in the United States were abused by their mother, whereas 132 were abused by their father. This is consistent with these same findings we've been discussing all across the NIS data. Defenders of feminism object to these data by pointing out that mothers are more likely to be primary caregivers and spend the most time with the kids. But
he's right, yeah.
We can kind
Alice
of
shrugged when he saw the bullshit.
This hypothesis because there's a trend where men have gained far more custody and parenting time over the years.
Right, more men have been able to get custody now. That's true.
About 4.5 times.
It used to be like really rare. Now they do.
More between 1960
now
and
some
2020. Given this, we would expect to see those abuse rates by fathers going up. If they're spending, 4.5 times more time with them. That's not what we see. It's just consistent over the last 45 years. That rate did not go up. A more likely explanation of why we see a larger share of mothers abusing children might be that women are much more prone to mental problems.
Uh-oh. I disappeared. They got me. Got me. I'll keep disappearing today. Sorry about that.
In fact, we see...
Uh-oh, though. Yeah, of course that's true. That's why we need to protect them. Like, that's why we shouldn't be trying to force all women to be political and worrying about all these all these like world problems. It shouldn't be their problem. It shouldn't be anyone's problem. That's not actually, it has to deal with it. We shouldn't put stress on everyone for no reason.
The increases in women struggling with mental health problems over recent decades.
The abuse skyrockets when there's a non-biological male in the home without a father. That makes total sense too. That actually makes sense as we're more emotional. Sure, right? And to be fair, we shouldn't be subjecting women to have to like deal with all that shit. We're supposed to. I thought the whole thing, like men were supposed to actually go out and do the thing, so women didn't have to deal with it. That's the point.
And women.
We have different strengths. We have different strengths. I kind of think of it like this. I think men would be like the ones that build the house, and women would be the one that make it a home. That's kind of how I think of it.
Are about 3 times more likely than men to experience mental health problems. According to an analysis of prescription drug data, more than a quarter of American women, 26%, take a psychiatric prescription drug.
26%, bro. 26%. 1 in 4. 1 in 4 women are taking a psychiatric drug. 1 in 4.
Compared to just 15% of men. Here's some quick stats from the CDC about risk to children who grow up without their dads.
It's a lot. It's everything. It's everything. Everything's worse.
Fatherless homes represent 90% of homeless kids, 85% of kids
women are raised to want to be a boss baby. Exactly. It's not a bad thing.
With behavioral disorders, 70% of kids.
It's like yin and yang. Men and women are like yin and yang. Like, it's the best conceptualization of it, I think, because you got the little dot right that shows that there's still some feminine. Like men have some femininity from their mother, women have some masculinity from their father. But so what, too?
In juvenile facilities,
it's not a
71% of kids in adolescent substance abuse.
But just a little bit. It's just that just a little bit.
Treatment centers. So across the board, the highest risk factor for bad outcomes for kids is broken homes and not having data.
Exactly. Yeah. And it also shows that they kind of like fill each other in too. Like, it's natural. It's nature.
And one of the primary.
Tupac knew you needed a woman to turn a house into a home. Tupac did. Yeah. I think Tupac has some good lyrics. People bring up that he's a ballerina. True. But so what, you know? He was a performer. But does that mean what he was saying wasn't true and he did have some good lyrics? I don't know. I think it's some pretty good ones. There's definitely some that have knowledge in them, that have value to them.
Early feminism and also second wave was to get rid of no-fault divorce, get rid of marriage through the church, and make it just a state certificate that you can get out of easier than your cell phone contract. But what might surprise you even more than this is that men are not more likely to be perpetrators of domestic violence. Women are.
Now that is something a lot of people don't know. But that's because you got to consider like throwing plates, right? It's because you're not just talking about punching. You're talking about throwing a knife. You're talking about throwing a plate, throwing an object. When you include that, it makes a lot more sense.
Analyzing data gathered from 11,370 respondents, researchers found that half of violent relationships were reciprocally violent, meaning both people are committing the violence. In non-reciprocally violent relationships, the women...
Wasn't a hood? No, he wasn't a hood. He was a ballerina performer. Yeah. You think all the bitches he got cared if he was a ballerina? Well, that's true, too. He's like an actor or something, is how I view him. He's like an actor. I think men are depressed too now because of all these problems between men and women. But I'd say everyone's depressed. I don't mean to both sides it on that one, because I do agree with you that men are depressed to such a state that it is like a huge problem. And some guys actually, and men are more likely to actually, choose a way out. So. But I think everyone's deranged, right? Men. It's just like depression is more how men, how the stress and everything turns into something. It turns into depression, and for women, it turns into craziness.
Were the perpetrators in more than 70% of cases.
Women, it turns into
in one
insanity.
study, 1,100 lesbian and bisexual women in abusive lesbian relationships.
But they're definitely both groups are damaged right now, or like fallen, or like however you want to view it.
Found that the women were more likely to have experienced violence in past relationships with women than with men. Feminism.
My aunt broke a dining chair over my uncle's back while he was asleep. That's crazy. Who would ever do such? Oh, throw something? Yeah. Here's the other thing is women will definitely have moments where they're violent. And the thing is that you don't, as a guy, you don't condemn it like, oh, that was the worst thing that ever happened. You are kind of like, what the fuck? How'd you throw a plate at me? Like, think about the difference about like a man ever going violent on a woman. Think about how society views that. Think about everything views that. A woman doing something violent to a man, it's not at all the same. Not at all the same.
Has promoted cohabitation.
Or did you really throw a plate?
Rather than marriage for decades as a way to protect women
kidding me right now?
From abusive marriages.
A plate?
Unfortunately, the data here is against them as well. A large study by Manning et al. Notes that cohabitation is associated
Dingus. Bro, I'm not looking on stuff right
with
now.
several factors that have the potential to reduce children's well-being. Cohabitation is a marker of family instability and is strongly associated with poorer outcomes for kids.
Yeah, because why wouldn't they be married? If they care about the kids, why wouldn't they be married? Why would they just be cohabitating? It's a question. It implies something, yeah.
Born to cohabitating parents see their parents break up more often than
Yep, of course they do. Yeah.
children born to married parents. This is
because married, at least they made a commitment. At least they said we're. And here's the thing: I've been in cohabitation relationships. I've never been married. Right? I know, of course, it's hard to find people. It's hard to find women that are okay with the head and everything, but still, it seems obvious that married couples have made a pledge, and that's implies they would break up less than if they didn't make that pledge.
Setting the stage for instability, and these kids are more likely to experience enduring deficits of psychosocial well-being. So finally,
sure, life is rough.
The expansion of the welfare state correlates directly to the rise in out-of-wedlock.
That's amazing. That's awesome, Betty. I'm happy to hear that.
Welfare spending in 1950 was $50 billion. The non-marital birth rate then was...
It's just, I don't know. Stuff doesn't kind of work out sometimes, unfortunately, for my situation.
4%.
But all my relationships have been long. Like, I haven't dated a woman less than a couple of years. I've never even understood that kind of like mindset.
By 2010, welfare spending increased 14 times to a whopping $700 billion.
Like, if you're not trying to find your partner, what are you even doing, is what I think.
And this is adjusted for inflation. And the non-marital birth rate then rose to 41%.
I'm not trying to start a family. What are you even doing?
The same people who got the 19th shoved through also met in secret to write the Federal Reserve Act.
If you can't, though, there are people that can have a family. But even there's still options for them. They can adopt.
As well as the federal income tax and compulsory education laws right around the same time.
Also, I've always felt, this is what I talk about this time, I've always felt that we're being cruel to women when we act like they should work, when we act like they should, like, I always felt that was like cruel, kind of cruel. And like we know we're accepting a lie. Like ever since I was a kid, I kind of felt that way. Like we know we're accepting a lie when we're saying like, they should have to deal with all the same things. They should have to do all this. It's like, this feels wrong. It feels like we're subjecting them to more than we should.
This effectively atomizes the family and means...
And every woman I've really got to know that was really honest with me, even the ones that are like kind of feminist, like they're program feminist, any of my girlfriends that I was really serious with, they wanted a family and they wanted, like they maybe they lied to themselves about it, but they did want one. I don't know. I see it in every woman I've known, seriously, I see that they want a family. Every single one. Like when you really understand them, you really listen to them, you see it. Of course. So why do we lie about this? Why do we pretend why do we act like that's not true?
The government is your daddy now, America. This is great for transition.
It's worthy to stay together, and yet past a certain point, it's nice to have each other. I can imagine, yeah. Dingus Day celebrated by throwing water and pussy willow tapping. I was with a woman for like a decade. A fair amount of time. I was definitely mostly nice. It was definitely mostly good. So I'm thankful for, I'm thankful more than I am resentful. I wish I didn't have to work. Luckily, I'm not the breadwinner, but I don't know what idiot made it so you have to work. No, I know it's stupid. Yeah.
National corporations, governments, predators and the predator class. These same groups are masters at propaganda and public relations. According to Professor Joe C. Miller, who did a comprehensive...
See, what I don't get is what the other guy's stance is going to be. You're wrong, and what he's going to do is he's going to play dumb, right? He's going to play like he doesn't know any of these things she's saying, and he's going to use other stats and be like, I have a study here that says blah, 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 blah. And it's going to be some like recent study from the fake-ass field, right, from recent times. It's not going to actually... He's not going to know anything about history that actually happened. He's not going to know about the public school. He's not going to know about the Federal Reserve. He's not going to know about the purpose. The fact that the people, like the whole reason there's conspiracy theories on this topic is because if you trace it back, it actually connects, like to the Rockefellers, right? It connects J.P. Morgan. It connects to these people, not like in some weird conspiracy way, just in a history way. The same people, the same groups of people were mostly connected to the banking industry or general, industry, planned these things. They planned the Federal Reserve. They planned mandatory countrywide education. They planned these things. They were all planned out and rolled out. They planned feminism. It's not just this natural thing that just happened. It was planned by these people. And it doesn't take that much reading to find that they really did plan it.
Comprehensive analysis of college.
And then like people, they just play dumb, like now is the way it's supposed to be. Well, why did these people plan this thing? And why don't we talk about it? Why don't we talk about the fact that they clearly planned it? And why do we not have any objections to that? And these people clearly set up a system where the banks get to lend money they don't even have. That's a key part of the system we're ignoring, the Federal Reserve. They get to just make up money, and they make it so big debt is more beneficial to our system than small debt. So it means they protect the big companies with their big debt or the little guy with little debt, obviously. So how does nobody notice that's a big part of the problem with feminism, that these are connected things?
Textbooks about the history of women's liberation found that many of the important...
1913 was a bad year. Yeah. It was the first time I ever even heard of the Federal Reserve. I was flabbergasted. Yeah, so many people have no idea. And then it's real, right? Like, it sounds crazy. It sounds crazy. And again, and public school is rolled out. Why are they rolled out by the same people in the same time frame? Unless there's a reason. Unless there's a reason.
Facts I noted here were intentionally removed from history textbooks.
Gracie, I appreciate that. If she throws crockery at you, does that mean she likes you? Well, they say there's a thin line between love and hate, right? And check out, remember this joke from Junguji Savro. What's the difference between a historical woman and a terrorist? Guys, what's the difference between a hysterical woman and a terrorist? Who knows the answer? The answer, punchline, at least the terrorist has a reason.
Course of decades as the field of women's studies was developed, and this was a liberal...
That came from a Japanese game, the Junguji Savro. Junguji Savro, it's called. It's a Japanese game. An old detective cop tells you that.
Professor, guys.
Pretty good
this
joke.
Wasn't some kind of right-winger. And he was shocked at this finding.
Yeah, no, you're more than welcome to talk.
This is why almost everything people believe about the history of feminism is wrong. 100 years of propaganda throughout the culture and the institutions. If you want to know how we got here, there's your answer.
Now, what does he say to that? She put it out historically. She gave us the details of what happened. What does he say? He doesn't know any of it. He plays dumb. He quotes some recent study. That's what I'm going to bet on. He plays dumb, acts like she didn't say anything, pretends that some recent 2020 study shows that gender is not real or whatever. Whatever.
Thank you very much for that opening.
Whatever thing that's supposedly unrelated to this. Whatever nonsense.
Excellent. We'll switch it over to Craig for his 15-minute opening as well.
Here we go. Let's see.
Ooh. First off, I do want to say I'm a little angry at you cursing your husband into renting out an entire bar just to get me drunk.
I need to turn it up. Hold on, sorry.
Before our debate. It's a little harsh. Conveniently, she didn't drink very much.
So they were hanging out. I don't know how you would hang out with this guy, though. To me, he seems like a snake. Like, That's the thing I don't get about even like Andrew Wilson and Rachel Wilson, all these kind of people. I understand they have to get along with these people, but I don't know if I could, man. I don't like there's a reason I didn't fit in with streamers on Kick very well. I can't do it. I can't be like fake like that and be like, I mean, I'm not saying she's being fake. They could be actually kind to him, right? But I'm not saying she's fake. But I just can't do it. I just can't. I would be being fake if I was trying to be kind to this guy.
Right, you ready to have some
Maybe he was buying the drinks. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, maybe.
Explain to you.
You're going to jail? Oh.
Yeah, good. If I get.
Oh, right. You wanted to smoke? Did you get your weed ready? Did you want to smoke?
That was one of my jokes. You ruined it already.
If I get hungry, you can go to make me a sandwich, okay? Right. Morning, everyone. How you doing? I am here today to debate the lovely Rachel Wilson, who's written a book claiming feminism was basically invented by witches, CIA.
Listen to how he describes her book. They do this to me too. I get guys that do this to me too. That act like what I'm saying is like esoteric and weird. Even though I'll draw, like if somebody wants to talk to me about these topics, I'll go and I'll show the actual line as best I can. Like I'm not some weird person, but well, I'm a weird person, but I'm not believing in things like magic. The opposite. I'm coming from a very skeptical view of the thing, and I'm saying, like, look, there's this weird connection to Gnosticism. What's this about? Like, clearly, it seems to be that I don't know how to call them, leftists, progressives, people like this guy. They seem to believe in a world, and I'm not conservative. I'm just pointing out what they seem to look like to me. I'm not political. But anyway. They seem like this like envious religion where they think of their world as a prison, and that it's not fair that they were born. It's not fair that people are born in suffering. It's not fair. And so the person that would create such a thing has to be some kind of like not God, a demiurge, like the Gnostics believe, right? They believe in the same thing. And it's like, why does that happen? If there's no Gnostic basis or connection, why do they end up believing the same thing? It's weird.
CIA spies and probably
they hate the world. They hate their existence. They think God is evil. They think reality is a prison, basically. And they think the only way to beat it, to be free, is to take it over. They don't even think about like a freedom. They think about taking over the system is their only solution. That's why they don't have any real solutions, because their solution is just take it over. It's just fix it by taking it and making it ours, and then it has to be fair, right? Because we're fair. That's the idea.
Pull of magic mushrooms along the way. If that sounds less like history and more like the rejected script for Stranger Things Season 5, then you're not wrong.
Come on, man. You're not engaging with her ideas at all. I bet if we read her book, it doesn't come off like some weird witch thing. She's probably just pointing to the groups that are involved.
Let's be clear, feminism is not an occult ritual. It's not a CIA psyop. It's...
Well, you're going to say that there's no CIA connection to pushing feminism in America at all? You're really going to go with that one? All right. See, for me, this just makes me distrust you, bro, because I know there are connections there. You can find them pretty easily. You could say, hold on, you could say that feminism isn't entirely that, or that's a co-opting of feminism. But if you act like it doesn't exist, I think you're just lying or purposely ignoring the history. You could make a case that, oh, that's not really what it is. That was co-opting of it or something. But you have to acknowledge it happened, because it did happen. There were these weird, different types of Marxist beliefs that went straight into feminism. Of course there were.
And it's definitely not a satanic plot to overthrow.
Well, there's a solid argument for Satanism, because not satanic plot like Satan, the Church of Satan, but Satan like the opposite of what Christians believe in is what they're saying when they say it's satanic. They're not saying that it's a satanic cult exactly. They're saying it worships Satan. And Satan could be the self. It could be self-worship. It could be, which that's the argument, and it's not a horrible one. They do seem to be self-worship. They do seem to be vanity. They do seem to be narcissists, whatever the guy's name was, staring into the lake and loving themselves. They do seem like that. They do seem like that. Hey Gio. It's Luciferianism. Yes, it's Luciferianism. Yeah, I learned that from what's his name? William Cooper. Yeah. William Cooper, yeah. I agree. Luciferianism makes a lot of sense to me. It does seem like a core like it would make sense that it's some of the mysteries factions believe in it. Yeah, definitely seems true to me. Yeah, definitely. I'm surprised you knew about Luciferianism though. That's awesome. Who the hell knows about Luciferianism? That's awesome. You know about that already. It's all ancient stuff. Nothing has really changed about humanity except some technology. Agreed. We're all the same. That they think like that's part of their hubris. I think is they think we are like new. We are modern. We are better than the old ones. But we're just the same. Yeah. And understanding that, it helps you have humility that we could believe in stupid things too. We could believe in nonsense. We could be wrong. Not all commies are liars. Some believe what they're saying. Yeah, but does that make them not a liar? Because I agree with what you're saying, Gio, but you guys want to watch the Cyberdoll intro? You're serious right now? But they lie to themselves, and so I think that makes them liars still. Like, they accept a lie to themselves because in practice what it means is when you go after that lie that they've lied to themselves about, they will become mean towards you. They will call you names. They will seek to dismiss you. They'll say you're crazy. They'll say you're stupid. They'll say you're an asshole. They'll say you're a bigot. They'll say whatever they'll say. And you could say like the intent isn't there, but then it comes out then. It comes out in that when you push them and they get really mean to you. It does come out. It is a negative intent. They are seeking to deceive you. It makes them delusional? Definitely. Yeah, it definitely does. Because they no longer check what's true. They just believe in the thing they believe in. Yeah, delusion was a good word for it.
The nuclear family.
The devil's virus, AIDS. All right, hold on. Let's watch let's watch Cyberdoll intro real quick. All right, hold on. Let's watch the Cyberdoll intro. I know Gio doesn't want to, but everybody else does, so let's watch it real quick. This is an old Japanese game on the Sega Saturn, for anybody who doesn't know. And we played it before. Pretty wild. Pretty wild. Too loud, sorry. Sorry, everyone's deaf. Sorry. Too loud. Sorry. This game was interesting, I think, overall. It was obvious they ran out of money and time near the end, and they kind of just like shoved the whole story together. They're sideboards. I walked right into this. You did, Gio. And I deafened everyone else. The main guy's pretty cool. Pretty cool. The whole game's pretty cool. I dug it. We're gonna play it again, I think. I don't think we have it recorded completely. We have some of it. I know because that's the evil face era, or not evil face. In the Gatebox City 1 era. Check out this intro. I think they hired some random English speaking guy off the street because it's in English. And here we go.
Year 1997. The world-famous virologist Dr. Maria Rilos found a cure for the devil's virus.
AIDS. Sorry.
However, centuries before, a great visionary, Nostradamus, prophesied a greater disaster. 1999.
I think my favorite stream game, yeah.
His vision came true.
I can see that.
Its name, muscle loosening disease, or MLD, which ate away human muscle tissues. The victim
Nice to meet you in the chat. Hope you're enjoying your stay. Have a great day. You too, Betty. Nice to meet you. Hope to see you around sometime. I was surprised you know about like Luciferians and stuff. I mean, Luciferianism. That's surprising stuff. More than happy to have you around. Definitely.
In a vegetated state.
He fell down because his leg loosened. His muscle loosened on his leg, so he fell.
Done to stop this deadly disease.
Look at that poor bald kid. Bro, his muscle, you don't understand. His muscles are loose. You're gonna fall off. Poor mom. Do it. Do it. Kill him.
Year.
Kill him.
2002.
Sorry, turn him into a robot.
The American president.
2002. 2002.
Gates initiated the HMP. Human Machine
Glad I'm Gates. Isn't this wild? Like the plot-wise. Doesn't this have to do with what everybody's doing in real time? Like we could make this like a modern. We try to make a pitch. This is modern story.
Huge project of removing the infectious human tissue
Transhumanism.
And implanting cyborg materials that couldn't contract the virus. But there was one remarkable side effect. Anyone with cyborg
Peace, Betty. Yeah, it's cool meeting somebody that isn't crazy on this stuff. It gives me hope for YouTube more and more, right? That there's people out there that aren't crazy. A lot of YouTube is commie though, but it's nice that there's people that aren't. It's always nice to see.
President Gates, concerned with immortality, asked Dr. Rilos' team of scientists to find a way to reduce the life.
Some commies probably came by too and just like, this dumbass human. Distant future 2002.
And had President Gates impeached.
Look at the graphics, and then compare it to now, and then 2002, the far future.
Dr. Rilos contracted MLD and died. A supercomputer.
You know what's interesting? They line up the animation for when she dies on the subtitle, right? Like, look, they're expecting you to read that subtitle and get to the end of it, and that's when she turns around. It says her death at the end there, right?
Dr. Rilos
But the audio is nowhere near the point where she dies.
Contracted MLD and died.
Interesting. They did the timing of all the visuals on the subtitles.
Computer named Maria that was constructed of Dr. Rilos' brain became the head of the HMP.
You got the MLD that happens. Face got FLD, face loosening disease. Face got FLD.
By 2034, 40% of the world's population had cyborg implants, and MLD disappeared. The HMP was disbanded, and Maria became a city-controlled computer.
Nice.
Now it was time for reversal operations.
Turn everybody back to normal.
Remove cyborg material and
well, what do they do?
Human tissue.
Right, got foot loosening disease. It's true. She's got foot loose disease. Very true. And not anymore true. I'm sorry there was no stream last night, guys. My schedule is all messed up, and going to the dentist and all this nonsense messed it up.
Dark visitor. DV affected both
but to make it up to you guys, I got a couple things, but a couple big things. One, we're launching our NFT soon. The first NFT. NFT will cost $10 if you want one. Well, there'll be 50 of them. Once they all sell out, Linda will return. So the next plot piece will happen. I will be building a website component for you to use your NFTs. What use will be is called, I'm calling it Brandish. So we're going to build a website, or on the website, the Craggy Reads website. You'll be able to use your cards there. Instead of like Streamloots, I'm going to build our own Streamloots, basically. You can just go to the website and you'll use it. It's not built yet, but it will be. And what you can do is brandish it once a month, and we'll use it just like scam cards. We'll be like, if you want to do this, you want to read a manga today, you want to make a song today, you want to do X thing today, brandish one of your scam cards, one of your NFTs. That's how it's going to work. I think that'll be pretty sick. Basically our own. You don't have to. I'm changing it now. You don't have to use them. You can just brandish them, and they'll have a cooldown of a month. So the idea is, in the improved Streamloots, in our version of Streamloots, you get to keep the cards. So you get more ability the more you buy, instead of having to use them. Because I noticed everybody just ended up keeping them. They really wanted to keep them. So that's great, right? As a value thing. But then it doesn't let people do anything with them. So instead, I came up with Brandish, and I think it's pretty good. I think that'll be pretty cool. Basically, yeah, the first ones will be $10, and there'll be 50 of them. First come, first serve. When we get to 50, something else to think about, because I'll never release the same one again. If you wanted to buy extras to sell them, when the 50s hit, that's an option. You know, I'm gonna put a setting for me to have a royalty. I think like 5 or 10%. I haven't decided yet. So I think you can trade them for free though. You can just give them to someone. But I think if you actually sell them on the market, I have to get 10%. But anyways, that opens up that you can sell them if you want. And I know people did want scam cards later on, so there might be some value in that for you guys. I don't know. But I'm definitely gonna make sure they have uses, so it's not just a stupid piece of nothing. What's happening? MLD, Riot's got loosening disease from all the treadmill. Bro, I'm dying. I turned 5 blisters into 10 lembas. Guys, okay, Riot's foot is dying. But the NFT thing also. NFT thing. Can we convert scam cards? That's a great question. I haven't decided yet. I haven't decided yet how I'm gonna do that. I think maybe some you'll be able to burn the scam card to do it, or maybe like multiples or something. At the start, no. The answer is at the start, no. But I do kind of want to figure out some kind of program to let you like move stuff over, or it might not be the same amount. It might be more limited. But I do want to figure out some kind of system to reward you guys a bunch for sure. But as we open it, it's just going to be one NFT. One specific one, and we're going to build the use on that and stuff. And then after it's all there, I'll figure out some kind of program for that. At least buy an NFT to convert the image. Yeah, well, yeah, no, I understand what you're thinking. You want to save certain ones. Well, I'll figure out something. If you have ideas how to do it, like, let me know. I would like to do that. I just got to figure out the right way to do it. Maybe just convert is fine, but then that'll create an influx in the economy of NFTs that might be a problem too, right? So maybe it's like, I got to think about it. But I definitely do want to reward you guys for having them already, and like let you guys save some of the ones you want to save. Definitely. Just gotta figure out. No, maybe I make a separate set, a collection that's just those cards, and like they're more common ones, and I don't know. But then like the thing about Brandish is, if it's equal between all the cards, then I basically will flood the economy with Brandish ability, right? I got to think about how to do that right. Maybe you can only bring one back once a month or something, like per person, or something like this. Like I got to think about how to do it without flooding my economy with the ability to brandish, right? Will it be able to use scam cards as legal tender in Craggyville? The actual ones, scam cards that we're working on now, yeah. I don't see why you couldn't. Right? I don't see why you couldn't. So what I plan to do is the next stage where we have the website or the streaming platform. I plan to still recognize these NFTs in your wallet then. I plan to. I don't know. It doesn't seem like that's too hard to do, to like build a thing to check your wallet in the new website too, in the platform. So your NFTs should keep. They should be the new system, period. Even if we like use a different blockchain or whatever, we should be able to like check your old wallet or whatever. There should be a way to do this, from what I've learned so far. So you should get to keep the ones, starting with this new one, starting with the new NFT. You should be able to keep, like, it should be a currency that should exist indefinitely into the new systems. Scam cards are accepted. I don't know how NFTs work. Gio, it's literally just having a thing on a thing saying it exists. That's basically it, bro. There's further like contract related things to them, like I'm saying the resell, the royalty percentage. But to understand it, bro, that's all it is. It's a token, not a fungible one, so you can't split it. It's a non-fungible token that you put on the blockchain. You say, here it is, it exists, this is how it works, whatever, and then that's it. It's not that much more complicated than that. There is a lot of complication in the different implementation options and things and stuff, but it's that simple, really, when you get down to it. It's a token you can't fudge, yeah. It's just saying, it's just you're sticking on a ledger, hey, this exists. This is what it is, okay? That's it, basically.
And cyborg material with the same.
Scam cards are accepted, yeah. And basically, it's gonna work like scam card, like Streamloots. I'm gonna make a website that checks your wallet, right? And then on the wallet side, on the website side, it'll do a cooldown and let you use it once a month. You following? That's the plan. Basically, make our own Streamloots. And I can give cards directly because it's my own system. I'll be able to do all the things we can't do with Streamloots now. I can give specific cards, right, on purpose. Things like that we wanted to do before, I can do now. Basically, everything we wanted to do with Streamloots, we can just build our own way to do it and just use NFTs as the thing. Yeah, the plan, yes, okay. They're so gnarly, right? You cannot outrun the devil. Sure. Good plan? Yeah, I think so. Well, I'll just make a website for all the interactions and stuff. But let me know, guys, if you think of a way to make it more convenient. We could do commands too, right? We could do both. But I think a website is cooler because you look at your cards, right, and you either like go, yeah, I want to use this one. The website's probably the most professional way to do it. And I'm building a website anyways.
Looking up at the cloudy sky, you can only see the desperate struggle ahead.
That would be fun to play that game again, man. The story is funny, right? It's got a lot of funny scenes. I don't want to spoil them now for anybody that hasn't got to see it, but it's got a lot of funniness that is really funny. Like just how ridiculous the plot is really funny.
Cyberdoll.
Right, when you really like analyze the plot, it's very funny. Yeah, let's go back to this Rachel Wilson thing. Religion is icky. But yeah, if you guys have ideas on how to implement any of these things that you think like, wait a second, would it be cool if this or that? Let me know because we're building it ourselves. We can do anything we want. And basically, what I'm building is the middleware between now and us having our own platform, right? Us having our own Craggy Reads website. I'm trying to build the middle part, the part where we can phase out Streamloots, we can phase it over to our own system. We can test out these NFT things before we're actually making the final ones. Stuff like that.
It's the radical idea. Well, radical.
Oh, also, I think it'll be sick if I make it like 50. You buy. Well, check this out. Isn't it cool that there's only gonna be 50 of them, but once you sell the last one, it's gonna trigger the next story event. And I want to start doing that in general. So, like, if you want to rush a story event, you have the power to do it by buying more of the NFT things. Isn't that cool? Like, that's what I'm thinking. I think that would be sick too. I'm also thinking more long term. Maybe I when you flourish a card. Maybe it has a faction, right? A story-related faction, and I keep track of what cards are flourished. And the more you flourish certain factions, the more power it's going to have in the story. Like obviously, it would be like Linda. A lot of Linda cards means Linda has more power. A lot of Yoko cards means Yoko has more power. A lot of Sweet Ghost cards, etc. You get it? At all, whatever it is. I think that'd be really cool too. That would let you guys kind of play a game by picking what cards you use.
They're not really now. That,
you know, be cool.
Women are human beings who should have the same rights.
Also, I was thinking with the Goblin Gang, I'm thinking I'm gonna put my game on the website too. And I was thinking, what if is this a crazy idea? What if when I'm working on a game like Goblin Gang, you can play the test version, you can play the game if you brandish a card, and then like it lets you in. Would that be cool? Maybe it's only a month. Maybe it's forever. I don't know. But maybe like the way to get access to stuff I'm working on is you brandish a card, like a card at the door. Can I come in? Can I play this game? Okay, brandish a card. Okay, go on. You can play the game. That's what I'm thinking.
And that's it. It's not hard. It's not mystical, and it's not demonic.
I know that kind of like limits the game, but I'm saying like when it's in development and stuff, like when it's not really like we're not putting it out yet, we're just testing it, and you just want to see something cool.
Before feminism, women.
Oh, Gio, have I told you? I haven't told Gio about Goblin Gang yet. Goblin Gang is a game I'm working on. I started working on it 2 days ago. It's gonna be like the original idea was a Dwarf Fortress clone that's with goblins, but I changed it somewhere along the line. I had this idea a long time ago, but this version I started working on, I was like, wait a second, what if I make it cyberpunk, like Shadowrun? You can see in the Discord and the AI art channel, I put some of the sprites I'm working on. And then I was thinking, okay, well, yeah, what if we say cyberpunk, and what if we make like a bunch of different goblins, and you pick them out, kind of like Mike and Beanie, right? You pick a leader, you pick out your crew, and then you go on runs. You have them go on heists. You have them rob from nearby. You're in the ghetto, the Goblin Ghetto. GG Goblin Ghetto, Goblin Gang. And I mean, you can imagine the game from there, right? I've already got the UI kind of. It's gonna be like little meeple around the city, and then when you click on them, it'll show their sprite and what they're doing in like a security camera up in the corner. And then you can send. It's gonna be like kind of like Syndicate. It's gonna be kind of like Syndicate. I'm thinking, or it's building into.
They don't vote, own property in many
GG,
places.
exactly, yeah.
GG. Have their own bank accounts without a man's permission in the 60s.
I want to see how quick I can make a game. How quick I can vibe code a game. I want to prove like people can do it, because everyone talks about it, right? And everyone acts like, oh, you can't really do it yet. I want to prove you can do it. You can do it, and you can do it really quick, and you can do it well. I want to prove it.
These women in the UK could be
Shadowrun, but Gobos. Goblin Run. Goblin Run? I think Goblin Gang's a better name, but I do like Goblin Run as a description. And I was thinking, I'm not going to make it over your head, but I was thinking, you know where it's going to be. I'm thinking Goblin Gang takes place in Gatebox City 1. I'm combining a couple of my other game ideas into one thing. I'm thinking it takes place in in Gatebox City 1. So like you'll find like, or it could take place in any related to the thing. You find like little waifu things, and you find little things that imply, but it's not really going to hit over your head with it.
Be fired just for getting married.
So the goal: take over the ghetto. Win condition, huh? I wasn't really thinking about that too much. I was just thinking kind of like RimWorld or something where you keep building up, and it gets your base can get bigger and bigger. I was thinking maybe I have an objective like a Zito where you have to kill the other gang, like there's another gang in a different part of town, or there's something like that. I didn't really think of a win condition yet, to be honest with you. The gameplay loop will be like, you send your guys on runs, when illegal, you send them out to do things, and you check up on them, and you have them like do chores and stuff, or like they have needs and stuff, so they still gotta like maintain your little base, your little goblin ghetto base, and you get different rooms for it and stuff, like XCOM/Animal Crossing. I didn't really think about, I don't really know if those kind of games, I don't know the best way to end them. Some kind of objective, X amount of money or something, X amount of power, X amount of something would be the win condition. I don't totally know yet.
In the US, marital rape wasn't fully criminalized until
basically,
the 90s, and that's not ancient history, that's pretty much yesterday. Rachel will claim things like
either knock a guy out of the running, right, or build up X amount. I get it. What does my Combini do? What does Combini do? The Combini do. They do population, and they do. We can make it customizable too, right? They do population, and they do like amount of money. I think they do population plus money. You can do something like that.
Didn't even want the vote. Great claim.
And maybe we could do
zero
make
evidence.
customizable.
The moment women could vote, they turned out in huge numbers. The historical record is full of church women.
Now, the thing I'm thinking that can really make it cool is because I'm using the AI to do the sprites and stuff, and I'm making a workflow to do it easy. We can make a bunch of different goblins, I'm thinking, right? Like give them all personality, give them all names. And in fact, I'm thinking soon what we're going to do is we're going to do a Brandish NFT event for you guys to pick out a goblin, come up with a story, and then and like some of the traits and stuff when I have that ready, and I'll let you guys pick out some goblins and design some of them, so all you guys can be part of the game. You can make the goblin after yourself. You can make it after someone else, whatever. I'm not sure if I'm gonna make brand new art for everyone just for brandishing it, or if there'll be like a higher tier to make your custom art for you, but at the very least, it'll be like pick a art, pick one, and then design the story, and then pick the traits. I feel like I want a higher tier where you could I'll also make the art, a new art for you, but I don't want that to be the default. So I got to think about what for that.
Women, union women, activist women, mothers, teachers, nurses, ordinary women organizing for suffrage. If your argument relies on
We'll be doing
pretending
that
they
soon
didn't
when I
exist,
get
then your
closer to
argument is dead on
playable.
arrival. Should also tell you feminism makes women less happy. Also, zero evidence, no serious study.
Oh yeah, I gotta listen to this guy. Okay, make feminism less happy, no evidence. Well, I mean, look around. They're more mentally ill than ever, more depressed than ever. What are you talking about? No evidence.
He shows women were happier when they had no legal autonomy, no financial independence.
See, the other thing that makes me always distrust these people is the way they speak. Right? You can tell he's framing things. He says no legal autonomy. Well, that's not really true. Right? You're saying it that way because they didn't have the same legal standpoint they have now exactly. And you're really talking about like debt, aren't you? Isn't he talking about like debt?
Independence and no escape from abusive marriages.
Both of those things, he's talking about like debt and stuff, right? Mainly. It's a hard case to actually say that it's better now for women than before. Me, because before it was no debt, and so I don't know.
If someone digs up one cherry pick,
I didn't smoke. Do we smoke? I'm down to smoke right now. You could tell he's lying because of that accent. Well, I need a little bit firmer than that, Gio.
Graph from a think tank that hates women working. Happiness is complicated. You can't just point to modern stress and say, yes.
Modern stress. Why is stress worse though? See, that's the thing. He acts like modern stress is just this thing that exists. Why does it exist? Specifically because you're forcing them to work. Duh. And into politics. The things that modern stress are because you force them into politics instead of letting them stay at home if they wanted, right?
Must be the equality that did it. That's
again the way you're framing shit, man. It just makes it so dishonest, man. Why can't you just speak the way it's true? That's true.
That's the way astrologists think. And then there's my
again, all he's doing is trying to frame her as crazy. He said her book was about witches. Now he's saying she's an astrologer, trying to dismiss, which is wild because he's dismissing the credibility of astrology, which is anti-woman to begin with, right? That's clearly you're hating on lots of women right there. You're just being cruel to women saying that. Don't hate on astrology, you fucking sexist, okay? They can believe in that nonsense, hooey-wowie, if they want to.
Favorite, the forced doctrine argument that Rachel and Jim Bob and Jake all love, that men are stronger. Ooh, look at my muscles. Therefore, we have given women rights out of benevolence.
We have.
No, rights weren't given. They were won. Women organized, protested, lobbied, marched, starved themselves.
Yeah, but the people that did this were insane women. What you're actually describing, if you actually look at history, is a group of insane women pushing regular women into a world that they didn't ask for. That's what you see. Their votes wasn't listened to. Their words weren't listened to. Right? Men, and this group of crazed, deranged weirdos, women that he's talking about, forced women into a world they didn't ask for, they didn't vote for, they didn't want. That's the truth.
Chained themselves to railings, got arrested, got
beaten, got
force-fed, and refused to shut up.
Again, that's not the majority of women. Majority of women didn't do that. They wanted the life they had.
And we're just men being sweethearts. It wouldn't have taken 100 years of fighting to get a ballot paper. And here...
Of fighting? What fighting are you talking about?
is the actual kicker. When societies give women equal rights, things improve.
Equal rights.
Education goes up, domestic violence.
Education going up isn't a good thing. That's the thing that's the foolery, right? Education means ability to follow commands from the state. It does not mean knowledge. Let's just be honest.
Actually goes down.
And how do we have proof that doesn't mean knowledge? Because he doesn't have the first clue about what she talked about when she was talking about the history of how this happened. He hasn't touched on the history at all. He just lied and made up a fairy tale and said, they fought for 100 years. Show me. Pictures of them fighting. What are you talking about? You're lying. You're making up fairy tales.
Health outcomes improve, poverty shrinks, economies grow faster. Every major organization on earth, from the United Nations to the World Bank, backs.
To the what now? Huh? Can we get a double check on what you just said? Can we get a double check on what you just said there? The what now?
The only people who don't are YouTube commentators who type with one hand while Googling how to talk to women.
We're supposed to believe that this guy knows how to talk to women? Why wouldn't he wear something that's attractive to women then? Why would his head be so freakish if he liked winning over women? You know? I don't buy it. I don't buy it with that freakish elf head. He's telling me that he's like well off of women. I don't buy it, you freaking elf. I don't buy it.
Rachel will tell you.
Also, it's so disgusting that these freaks, these male feminists, always act like they try to shame men that don't have like they're virgins or whatever. Fuck you anyway. Leave those guys alone. They don't need you telling them. Their family can tell them. Their friends can pick on them about it. Their mom can say, "Hey, you still don't have a girlfriend or a wife or nothing? No grandkids?" They can tell them. Who the hell are you?
Feminism is a conspiracy, that it's witches, demons, elite.
Again, dishonest framing. You already used this dishonest framing earlier. So he's going to claim that it's not even based in like communist thought at all, right?
It's CIA culture warfare, goddess worship, you name it. But here's the truth.
Yeah, because she looked up what actually happened and she put it in her book.
With millions of participants over 100 years don't start with a seance. They start with injustice. Feminism didn't appear because a demon whispered it into somebody's ear. It appeared because women were sick of being treated like unpaid labor with no rights and no escape.
Unpaid labor. No rights and no escape. Describing a mother taking care of her family as unpaid labor is gross. It's not labor, it's only labor, and that proves my point. That actually proves all the points, right? That he thinks of it as labor is proof that his ideas come from Marxism. He just proved it. Unpaid labor. Unpaid what now? You fucking Marxist? You just outed yourself. You view the world by labor, you fucking Marxist. You proved it. Oh, it's not a conspiracy. Have you seen this labor theory of value over here? You fucker. Oh, it's not, it has nothing to do with any Marxist conspiracy, but you believe in the labor theory of value, don't you?
And look, credit where it's due. Rachel wrote a fantastic book, which is actually a great example of feminism working. A woman publishing, speaking.
They could publish, there was nothing stopping them from publishing.
Publicly, influencing society, debating ideas on stage.
Nothing stopped women from influencing society.
That is feminism.
That's make-believe.
In action. She's literally doing.
Yeah, so you guys try to take credit for women, which is fucked up, honestly. They do that stuff on their own. You don't get to take credit for that, you freak. You little freak.
The thing that says women, that she says women shouldn't be doing. Rachel, she
doesn't say that. Say the truth.
Are your own feminist success story. Feminism gives us female doctors, astronauts, scientists, prime ministers, Nobel Prize winners, and I mean real ones, like Marie Curie, Toni Morrison,
And the fact that he says real ones means there's some women he doesn't respect, right? Very interesting. Very interesting, that implied little thing there.
I'll probably pronounce some of these names wrong. Mara Yousafzai and Tuyuyu. It gave us leaders like Margaret Thatcher, Angela Merkel, Jacinda Ardern, and trailblazers like Katherine Johnson.
They claim Margaret Thatcher now?
On the moon. And let's be honest, it's also give us wives who roll their eyes at their husbands but still keep us alive. Behind every great man, there is a woman with her arms crossed, waiting for him to finally admit that she was right all along.
Notice, even on the great men, he can't imagine the relationship being one where it's not like that. It's not that controversial. It's not that confrontational between them to where that's how they're talking to each other. Like that, his wife is like, "Oh no, I told you so." Like, you think that's a good relationship? Okay, all right.
So Rachel, you can talk about.
At least stop any woman from ever doing any of that shit. Exactly. They just make what they want to do is take credit for all the feats women do because they go, "Oh, we stand for women, so we get to steal all their agency." And that's again why I never trust these people, because what they really want is the agency of women under them. That's what he's actually fighting for. That's what he's actually trying to do. It's keeping the agency of women underneath him in his worldview. He wants to control women.
Witches, conspiracies, pagan goddesses.
And again, those are just, she actually sources those things well. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. We got to read that book because I doubt it's as like this, like where it's all like she's just probably pointing at the real things, the real history that's there. Because we've looked into it from a different angle and we found those same weird belief structures inside the thing. Yeah, yes, feminists are weird Marxists. That could be some kind of Satanist or something. It's definitely weird what they believe in. They believe in some kind of weird self-worship. Everything they believe in is weird.
Shadowy elite, CIA plots, all you
See,
like.
here's the thing. They want us to accept that they don't have Christianity as their religion, right? But that there's just something obvious in its place and that there's no point in asking what's there. Not being like, hey, man, okay, so you don't like Jesus. Okay, cool, that's fine. So what do you think is good? What's a good virtue to you? What do you mean, just the normal ones? What does that mean? Normal ones. What do you mean? What's good to you? Facts are good? What does that mean? Huh?
Like, I will stick to history, evidence, and basic reality.
You're lying. You don't even know the history of what you're talking about. That's why you didn't mention it at all. She brought up history. You didn't talk about it.
Feminism isn't optional. Equality.
Feminism isn't optional. What a deranged, like what? How do you get to decide that, you totalitarian?
Isn't optional. And
totalitarian.
Women being amazing, capable, brilliant human beings is
fake. Fake gay.
Also not optional. If that bothers you, well,
women being amazing is not optional. You think her, who you've already said has wrote a book, is impressive woman, is gonna be like, oh, don't have women be amazing. Shut the fuck up. You're the one pretending that that's not a thing by acting like her book isn't good and her book is wishy-washy craziness. You're the one doing that.
Tough. Equalities.
You're the one suppressing a woman. You're the one dismissing her book as hogwash because you don't like it.
Happening with or without your permission.
Thank you very
much. With or without your permission.
Much for that opening as well. We'll jump right.
So gross. It is gross. The way he talks to her is gross. It's super gross. Right? Like that's the actual like weird like things that people have an issue with is when men talk to women like that. That's the gross. That's when men are being gross is just when he's behaving right like that. That was an example of men being gross to women. Really gross.
Right? I wanted to take a moment to say thank you to our friends at Maine First Project for sponsoring DebateCon 6 Fighting for Below.
Skip.
So Craig, with whose permission is this equality happening?
Good question.
Humanities. Okay.
Right, so how do you speak for all of humanity? How do you ever say that?
So when you said that women were granted rights by society,
you won't speak for yourself.
You mean men.
At the time, men were the one that was were in charge of society, but that's what women fought for. Women
fought for.
Starved themselves, chained themselves to ratings, allowed themselves to be beaten.
Again, he's talking about a minority of women. Not most women did not do that. That's insane behavior too, right? Like, why would you listen to people doing that? That's crazy. Can they stop? Why are they doing that? Seems like they might be possessed by a fox demon if they're chaining themselves to a radiator.
Just so that they could have the rights that men have. Yes, of course, because men were the ones that ran society.
Yes, the women, because those women didn't have families and didn't know about the impact that they actually had in the real world taking care of another human being and how bigger that is than voting ever would be. Raising a child is more influence on the future world than voting ever would be, even if that child doesn't vote, right? That seems obvious.
Society, we had to agree, okay, maybe we should give women rights, and that is a fact that nobody can deny. Men were in charge, mostly have been, not every society in history, but the majority of them, and we had to allow women to have the rights, but they fought for that, and they deserve what they fought for.
Well, first of all, it was just a very small handful of crazy terrorist women who did, like you said, they started.
It's a crazy sect of terrorist women that forced all women to suffer now. And we're acting like the suffering of women now doesn't matter. Like, this guy's acting like what Rachel's saying doesn't matter. He's dismissing her voice as a woman because he doesn't disagree with it, because he disagrees with it. That's what he's doing. He's saying her voice doesn't count because she's a woman. Because without feminism, she wouldn't be here, so that's why her voice doesn't count. He's dismissing her for being a woman.
Starved themselves, but they also bombed federal buildings and bombed storefronts and terrorized people, and this was a tiny minority. You said that it's not true that most women didn't want the vote and that they came out in huge numbers as soon as they got it. That's actually not true.
More true she drops from real history. He's got nothing. He hasn't said anything real.
Both the UK and the United States, only a tiny minority of women actually went to the polls until the 1960s.
He's just going to pretend like that's not true.
So they had the vote for like 40 years before most of them used it. And
why is that the case?
As I stated in my opening, in the referendums on whether women wanted the vote, only like in Massachusetts, they had a statewide referendum on this in the early 1900s. Only about 4% of women who even bothered to show up
4%
said they wanted the vote. That doesn't sound like a majority to me.
No.
That doesn't sound like a grassroots.
They're just saying it. They just lie. They just make up this fictional world where it was most women when it never was.
Movement of women.
Isn't that gross that we dismiss those women's voices now? The women that were mothers, the ones that cared more about their family, we don't care about their voices now. Isn't that fucked up? We're saying their voices aren't as important as the crazy ladies that were outside yelling. They're not as important. Those women that actually cared about their family, actually raised their children, those ones, no, don't listen to them. Listen to the 4% that were yelling and screaming and acting crazy. Listen to those ones. Those are the only voices worth listening to. Crazy.
Who just demanded these changes. That sounds...
Is it the case that people in general don't exercise their right to vote? I think a lot of people do. I think it's like almost half now or something. It's too high. It kept getting higher and higher. It's not I don't even know if it's a right to vote. I know we call it a right to vote. I don't think it really makes sense to have a right to vote just by default. You should have to have some skin in the game, probably. I don't know. Hold on. I think we should limit it back to just certain, like, you should have to earn the right to vote somehow, I think. Not necessarily like Starship Troopers, but it does make sense. There is a big argument there that why, like, let's say like some older man or woman or whatever that owns like a company, their vote is the same as some guy at a high school that's repeating what his teacher said. That's not a good system, right? That's a horrible system. Percentage of Americans that vote. What is it? It's a lot. It's more now, I think, than half, which is bad. It is bad. Partisanship and voting preferences are highly correlated. What percentage is it though? Just give me a percentage. It's over 60% now. It's like 64%. It used to be under half. Now it's over.
To me like an astroturfed top-down thing. But that aside,
I guess unless you have different numbers, I'm reading the wrong numbers.
Again, if men granted women the rights, doesn't sound like they were this evil patriarchy just hoping to keep their boot on.
They vote because they know that people offer them free stuff and they want it.
Women's necks and hold them down. It could be that there were good.
It turns all the people against each other, man. Voting turns everyone against each other. It's a bad idea.
Reasons for things being.
That's why I don't vote, because I don't want to be turned against people.
They were for all of
I
human
believe
history
in
up
that.
until
I don't want to be
ago.
turned against people.
So what you're going to find is that all of these arguments against feminism rely on framing. They rely on.
I've made this case before. I think that the reason I don't vote is because I don't want to be turned against anyone.
the fallacy of presentism, which is where we look back
I don't
at
want to be
history
controlled, an
with
agent of
our
being
present
controlled.
eyes
I don't want to give up my agency to other groups.
and our present ideals and judge it, which is not accurate. It's actually a logical fallacy to do that. So when Craig says things like, oh, women couldn't have, their own bank accounts or their own credit cards, do you guys think there could be a practical reason for this, or was it just men are mean and they don't want women to have
Now,
money?
this is a big point to talk about and to think about. Because this is so misconstrued. Because why did they do it?
In fact, there was a practical reason.
Mm-hmm.
And when he talks about laws being unequal during this time, he's right, because men were held to the standard of maintaining their families and
They were held to a higher standard.
supporting them. These laws were called breadwinner laws, which were...
You could get in trouble for running away from your family. From being a deadbeat dad, you could get in trouble. You could be breaking the law. That was how it used to be. Because the woman, they're saying, you have to... The same reason we have alimony. Because they're saying, hey, that ain't right. What are you doing? You got to take care of your wife and take care of your family, take care of your kids. Legally, you have to. That at the time.
Men could go to jail if they deserted their families or didn't support them. And
Which made sense. Which makes sense.
only men could be held liable for debt. So
That's why men were held liable for debt for the same reason. Because they're saying that if the wife was running out the money, right? It's not her fault. It's the husband.
it worked was maybe you couldn't have a credit card in your own name as a woman because you usually weren't employed. You had someone taking care of you and paying your bills.
But
so you could
it's
get
just like having a Costco card, bro.
it on your husband's account at the department store
And
or
you
the
go
grocery
shop.
store and spend his money. You could run up the debt,
Yep, you could spend his money.
but they couldn't hold you legally liable for it.
Yeah, it was better. It was better for women there. Don't they see that? That was better. That's better. If you're a woman in any kind of relationship, you know that's better than the current standard. That's better. That's a better standard. And I mean, in other cultures, they do it too. They have women in charge. I mean, they have women like in charge of the books, but even though they're not the one bringing home the money, right? They're in charge of the books, though, even though they're not in charge of the money. Even though they're not bringing home the money. That system works fine.
But he had to pay the bill.
Uh-huh.
Sounds like a pretty good deal. I'd take that. So
A great deal for women.
And the same thing with
That's only if you don't pay child support, so the state gets their cut. Yeah, only if the state can get some money from the situation. Yep.
women losing their jobs. This was a common thing. These were
Now this thing I didn't know about.
marriage
What-
bar laws. So if you were a teacher, it most often applied to teachers. They would have in your contract that once you got married, your
That seems messed
job
up.
would be terminated. But once again, there was a good reason for this. They said, well, you're married, so your husband can support you. You're taken care of.
Uh-huh. So they're saying that when you get married, you don't need a job anymore. But there is a woman out there, right,
We
that
want
needs
these
a
teaching
job.
jobs held open for young women who are not married yet, for widows.
There's a young woman that's trying to like learn something or whatever, and she doesn't have a husband yet, and she doesn't want to be a burden on her family, so she wants to work. So you let her be a teacher, right? That's the idea. That makes sense.
For older women who've never married, we'd like them to have the teaching
Right,
job.
sure.
So again, it's
Older women without any, like, they're not going to start a family now, but they need something to do and feel purpose and help people, so you let them be a teacher. Sure.
it's framing to make it sound like
But do you understand that what the job teacher is from that perspective compared to now? There, the teachers were it's like a ad hoc family structure or something, right? It's like almost like a grandmother or something like that who would come in and teach if you didn't have this kind of if the mother couldn't do it. It was more like that is what teaching was than the default way to educate people.
women were victims of something.
But the default way was the mother doing it, because that makes more sense. The mother teaching their children is the most obvious way for people to learn that I've ever seen. The mother understands her children more. A mother can listen to her children in ways that no teacher would ever be able to. And yet, what is even the argument against that? That women are stupid? Like, that's the communist argument, that women are stupid, right? My argument is women are smart. My argument is women are smart enough, mothers are smart enough to raise their own children and to educate their own children. Their argument is no, women are dumb. And then they go on to do this other fucking thing like he's doing, where it's like, oh, women are so amazing. No, you think they're dumb. Be honest. You think they're stupid. You think they're dumb. Otherwise, you would let them educate their kids. The only reason, the only argument against letting them educate their kids is you think they are stupid. I can't see another one. It always boils down to that when I get in arguments with these people about it. There's no other argument that you can make besides, I think women are too stupid to educate their own children. That's why I want teachers to do it. That's what it boils down to every time. If I'm wrong, what other argument is there? The only other one is to say, well, they can't afford it. Bullshit. That's just bullshit. That's just a made-up lie. They can figure out a way to do it. Lots of families do. And even if the woman has to work because they need her to, you can still like move things around so she can still educate her kids the most. But that's the only two arguments they even make. And also the solution to the second argument isn't public school. The solution is fixing it so people don't have to both work, obviously. Right? Which is getting rid of the federal government, which was also rolled out at the same time as the public school system. So why is that a thing? So the only real argument is you think mothers are stupid. The income thing isn't a real argument. It's just laziness. It's just like, well, I don't want to think about the problem. I'm just going to say it as an excuse to believe what I already believe. Okay, well, what if we actually think about the problem you're bringing up, the money thing? Oh, well, then the answer is actually to fix that. Oh, not public school? Oh, well, then why are you using it as an excuse for that? Well, because my ideas are poorly thought out, and I've never really thought about things. Okay. So your real argument is what? I don't believe in mothers, especially poor mothers. I think they are too stupid to educate their kids. Okay, well, I think you should be out of the room then. Because I think that's deranged. I think that kind of level of derangement should not be informing what mothers can do. I don't think you should be telling mothers what they can do. I don't see any reason to trust you, who's not a mother, who never could be a mother. Most of these people, right? Never would be. Could be, I mean would be. And telling those mothers that they can't raise their own kids. On what authority do you say that? Do you say they're too stupid? Under what authority do you say those mothers are too stupid to raise their own children, who they know better than you ever will? Well, I just have a feeling. I was told it in school. Okay. Now it's only we don't pay child support, right? That's why it pisses me off, for real, right? Yeah, that's the argument they're making. What if they don't want to educate their kids? Exactly, you're making the case, right? You're saying they're too stupid and lazy to educate their own kids. One, why is it any of your business, right? Like, who are you to say anything about that? Which is why, I don't get where you get the authority to talk about other people being lazy to raise their kids. Like, who the fuck are you to say that? Why do you get to say that? Why, under what way are their kids any under your authority? They're not. You're putting them under your authority to say they're lazy. Why do you have a right to say that? What justification do you have to say those mothers are lazy? How do you say that? Where do you get the authority to say that? Where do you get the right to say that about other people? I don't get it.
When really,
this is what I'm saying. The only argument against mothers is they're too dumb or lazy or they're evil. It's some just dismissal of single mothers, of poor people, as being lazy, right? Like, how is that cool? How is it cool to dismiss poor people as being lazy? Like, that's what you're doing with that question. Oh, they're lazy. They're poor, so they're lazy. Okay. Well, what if their laziness is actually caused by the low expectations, the bigotry of low expectations that people have towards them, and don't actually hold them accountable for the things that they should be doing, like raising their children? Seems pretty simple to me. Seems pretty simple to me. Miss Knows. Now school is an ad hoc family structure, but by force. Yeah, true. School is meant to replace the family structure, to steal the little girls from their family and make them think that school is better than their family. That's why they teach them core math. Oh, you go home. What, Mom? What's 2 plus 2? What's 2 times 2? Wait, what? Mom, why don't you understand this basic core math? It's called core. Mom, are you dumb? That's why they teach core math. It's not, that's the reason. So they go, oh, my teacher must be smart and my mom must be dumb. That's why they do it. It's not my job to educate their kids, sure. No, not even your job. Why is it your right to say anything about them being lazy? That's what I'm saying. Like, if like this would be like, maybe this is an Andrew Wilson kind of topic or something, but under what, like a God? Do you believe in a God? Why do you believe what is good? And why do you believe you have a right to enforce it? What is your stand? What grounds do you stand on? If you say, like, if you do want to go Christianity or something and make that case, there is, but what belief structure do you have that can make that case? Can make the case that it's bad, that they're lazy, and that we have a right to do something about it? What makes that case? What authority do you have to make that case? It's our responsibility to educate our own kids. There'll be lazy people who don't want to educate their kids. That's all I'm saying, really. Let me think about it. Let me see if I'm misunderstanding you. But why? But that's not my question, though, right? My question is, why does it become your concern about their kids? Because you're saying it's not your concern, but then you're saying then you're concerned about it. There's a logical contradiction there, bro. You're saying you're not concerned, but that's the point you're making. I mean, the thing you bring up is about them because you are concerned. But you're saying I'm not concerned, but then why did you say it? Yeah, I agree, it's not my concern. Okay. Okay. Well, then why did you say it, though? Honestly, good. Not everyone needs to be educated. Some people yearn for the minds. Well, on that topic, I don't agree with the definition of educated. I think what a lot of people are talking about is schooled. A lot of people are talking about schooled, and when they say educated, they don't really care about knowledge of the topic or testing knowledge of the topic or asserting or learning. Reading a book don't help you swing a pickaxe. No, but I agree that maybe some people don't even, like, it doesn't even matter for them. And if you teach a kid to read, okay, and they can read anything they want, then there's nothing else holding them back at that point. I think that's all you got to do, and then you let them do what they want to do. That's what I think. You teach them how to read. You give them the ability. You have books available to them. You read to them the things you like to read. And you let them figure out whatever else they want to do on their own, I think, personally. I think that's all education needs to do, is teach them how to read. And, you know, basic arithmetic, whatever, sure, because it can be hard to understand. But they'll probably learn that on their own anyway. Especially a pickaxe education too. Yeah, I don't disagree. I don't disagree. But most people, when they say education, they mean schooled. They mean levels of schooling. Because they'll say somebody like me is uneducated, right? Despite the fact that I can technically translate Japanese to English, you know, I'm uneducated to them. Even though I know all kinds of topics, right? I know all kinds of things about all kinds of topics. But to them, I'm what? I'm uneducated because I didn't go to enough school.
It was the patriarchy taking care of them, and things were logically done this way for the good of everyone.
Okay.
Switch it into about 90-second responses. Go ahead, Craig.
So your claim that women didn't want the vote, the numbers disagree with you. In the United States,
he just says that
2 million plus women were members of the National American Women's Suffrage by 1917. On the other side, the anti-suffrage women's group had around 350,000 members at the same time. And even historians say that number is probably inflated. That's like 5 to 1. 1913, Washington, D.C. suffrage parade had 8,000 women. You don't just get...
Yeah, but hold on. People not part of the anti-suffrage movement doesn't mean that they weren't for suffrage, right? He's claiming that the women not being part of an actual political movement implied that what their stance was. But you can't really say that. We don't know what the other group of women... In fact, it's implied they weren't for suffrage. I mean, they weren't for it if they weren't part of the group, right? But he's ignoring that.
Marches in the streets without there being actual people there. In the United Kingdom...
Right, like that's the different... You always, when you look at these guys' numbers, you always find something they're purposely ignoring. And to me, that seems to be it. He's acting like the anti-suffrage movement, because the women weren't in that movement, specifically signed up for the movement, they weren't against it. But I think that's a stretch, right?
The National
I
Union
don't know
of
about
Women's
that.
Suffrage Societies had over 50,000 women members by 1914. The WSPU, the suffragettes, had thousands more. Many were jailed, beaten, and force-fed.
Yeah, but still, there's an open question here.
The 1907 Mud March had over 3,000 women publicly marching in the rain. Like, that was massive for the time.
So by putting them in the minds they'll become educated through necessity, then why worry about parents and how they educate, because they're going to learn one way or the other? Well, because it's not really about the parents, right? It's really about replacing the top-down. It's really about controlling them because you don't trust the kids to learn on their own, and you don't trust the family to teach them on their own. Because remember, I used to bring this up on Twitch. Well, what kind of complaints would I get? What if their dad makes them racist? Right? That's it. The questions they asked me, the way they would fight back against the concept of getting rid of public school or homeschool, shows what they're worried about. They are worried about control. And remember that other guy from the Twitch the other day, whatever his freaking name was, we pulled up his chat. He literally said, what do you intend to control people with then, if you're against public school? How do you intend to control people? That's really what they are after, is control. It's the only thing that actually, is left when you boil their arguments down. Control.
Meanwhile, the largest anti-suffrage...
They'll be weird. Yeah, right, yeah. Yeah, that points it out too, yeah. They just want to control them.
Women's group peaked.
They don't trust, in my opinion, okay, this is inference. This is not necessarily, you might not believe this, but this is what I believe. The reason they're like that is because they don't trust themselves. I think that communists, somewhere along the way, lie to themselves, and they break who they are. They break their own identity, their own sense of self. And so now they think everybody else is just like them and going to lie to them just as easily. And so that's the battle they're playing, is to lie to the other person first and fool them on what their world is, because they know that they're not going to be honest. It's because that they are willing to lie. They assume other people are willing to lie. They don't even know that there's people out there that wouldn't lie. Like, you could kill them and they wouldn't lie, right? There's people out there that believe in saying the truth so hard, and a lot of them are Christians, that they would rather be killed than condemn their soul. And there's people like me that don't even believe in that part, but still think the most fair way to be to people is to tell them the truth. Because if I'm lying to them and they make a decision based on my lie, isn't that my fault they made the wrong decision? I manipulated them. I should tell them the truth. If they get themselves hurt based on information I gave them, and I knew it wasn't true, I'm responsible. I always try to tell the truth for that reason. Maybe they don't trust themselves, so they project on others. You said as I was typing. You're exactly correct. Yeah, you're exactly correct. I think so. Is there a line, what people do with their own children becomes our concern? Well, I think even asking that question is kind of weird. Sorry, I don't mean to be like this, but because you're saying you're already conceptualizing something that I think is a delusion. You're in your mind, like from where I'm standing and where you're standing, you have in your head a delusion, and I see the delusion, and I don't really want to engage in the delusion. It's the concept of a society, of a societal good. You're already reasoning from like this kind of like, I don't know how to put it, but like you're already like saying that there is this greater good, that it's a society that is implied to exist, right, by that question. So by even engaging the question to really answer it as is, I have to go further out. I have to go further out, I think. Let me try to answer it. Thinking. See, like this, doesn't it line up with this? Doesn't it line up with this kind of thing, concept, which I'm fundamentally against in the first place? I think the concept of even thinking that way is limiting your own agency, and it's basically deconstruction tools you are given to make it so you take away your own agency and the agency of others. That's why I think people think that way. The illusion of saving the world. Because like, so how do I answer the question? what you're thinking of shouldn't even be in your mind. Well, it should be about, that's just noise, bro. That's just noise. What should be directly connected to you is the people around you, physically, right, or remote, or even non-physically, digitally, whatever. And then those questions should be asked within the context of reality. You're asking the question outside of reality in a framing, because you're not asking like, okay, what about my neighbor, blah 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 blah. You're outside. You've removed yourself from the reality of the world, and you've turned it into an abstraction, and then you're reasoning through the abstraction. You're always going to lose details that way. You're always going to lose substance that way. It's not real. That's how you do sophistry, is what I'm saying. Wait, what if it's my neighbor? Well, what's your real question? This is what I'm saying. Rethink it through physical. Rethink it through reality, and there's already a bunch of checks in place when you actually try to do that, because it's much harder. You can do a thought experiment if you want, but then pitch it to me as a thought experiment that makes sense, that doesn't require a presupposition that doesn't make sense to me, right? Because I don't think the the good of society is necessarily something that is anything that you would have to think about at all most of the time. And nor do I think that you would arrive at it through thinking it out that way. I would think if there's some kids that aren't being educated, why can't you go, like, why? I don't. Why are they not being educated? Why is that not solvable? Let me think. Okay, so if you're saying other people's kids, when do they become your problem? Is there a point where they become your problem? Theoretically, in a way, yeah, I guess, but in a way that requires the context of how that happened. Did their parents die? Are they abusing their children? Like, what are we talking about? It just seems to be talking about mist and other mist and made believe mist. I suppose if my neighbor's children educated my concern, I could educate them myself. That's what I'm putting forth is, won't the answer for that question come to the context of the actualization of the thing? Like, if that concern happens, won't the answers be evident because of the way it happened? That's what I'm putting forth. Yeah, I think you get me though. Hopefully you're close with your neighbor. Maybe you know the other family member. Right. Shouldn't the answer to that problem be visible through the problem if it's actually happening? I would think it would be every case I can think of. I'm sure that you can say that aren't there some people that might slip through the cracks, right? Maybe that's the question that you really want to think about. Like, I'm trying to answer. I want to give you an answer that you're happy with. I still think that the problem is with that kind of mindset is that assumes still a delusion to me. Thinking that the system has a layer, right, and there's cracks you can fall into. I think that's delusion. I don't think that exists. I think what does exist is more like a net of people like around, right, and they help each other, and that net can try and catch people that aren't in the net, right? But that's not slipping through the cracks. And then, of course, the answer is the net, is increasing the net. And the net is individuals. And that is the power of individuals and the willpower and knowledge and insight of individuals. So it seems like the answer is always going to be, yes, that may arise, but the best solve is usually going to be not the state, but the net that's nearby, the family, the local neighborhood, the church, maybe, whatever, you know what I'm saying? It's going to be that net has the best opportunity to fix it. The state should not get involved, because And they don't, because like we're saying here, see how when we think about it this way, we lose all these details. When the state thinks up a solution, they don't have the detail. And so they just rub them off, and it basically that's how stuff actually slips through the cracks. Is what they're actually describing is the system is like a machine and it crunches things up, right? And some people will get crunched, like will get shot off and out the side of the machine or whatever else. And that's what falling through the cracks is. It requires the system, the state system, being there to shoot people out of the cracks. So if we minimize that in the first place, then the net will hopefully, I mean, not hopefully, it should, right? Well, all you can do is your own region. So you strengthen, the best thing you could do, and we can all do, is strengthen our own net, right? Strengthen our own region of our net, the ability of our net, our node in the net. And if everybody does that, then that's maximum good, even consensually, right? I think so. If a neighbor was a dick, they might take issue with me educating their children and tell me it isn't my concern. Well, yeah, but here's the thing. Still, nonetheless, there would be a whole context of what you're talking about there. And there's no reason you couldn't just give them books. Like, if you found that they push back too much, so you just give them books. And then maybe the books maybe the father finds the books, whatever. But we're assuming thing after thing after thing. We don't know, right? I feel like the context of the situation would give you possible options. And still the best strength you would have would be you, like the family, right? The kid's family, contacting maybe an aunt or like a grandparent or something that really cares would be the thing to do then. If they're pushing you out like that, you'll be contact your grandmother or something, or his grandfather. But still missed. Yeah, exactly. That's what, yeah, exactly. Nice.
Around 20,000 and then collapsed and merged with some men's organizations. So the reality is that women did want...
abuse is watching Cyberdoll. That's a good way to put it. Oh, what did Dinga say? Go back. What question should be rephrased? If that question should be rephrased, is there a line where what people do with their own children becomes their family's concern? That's why we need tribes. They say it takes a village to raise a child. I agree with that. Sure, you can govern around like the tribe level and the family level and those kind of things. Sure, because those are things you actually can affect.
The vote in enormous numbers in organized structures over decades in every country where suffrage was won. Your claims require pretending that the marches didn't happen, the arrests didn't happen, the hunger strikes didn't happen, the petitions didn't happen, the letters weren't written, the organizations weren't real,
She's making
the documents in the archives aren't there. That's just kind of erasing history, nothing else. The idea that women never wanted the vote collapses the moment you open an actual history book. In the US, over 2 million women...
How do you learn history? Oh, I opened a history book.
So again, we're relying on framing here. So you might notice he said, oh, by 1917, there was more membership in some of the pro-suffrage organizations than the antis. Yeah, because and this was not the case for decades running up to this. It was flip-flopped. And what happened is Cornelius Vanderbilt, Alva Vanderbilt, Belmont, and some other rich benefactors paid to plump these numbers
Isn't that wild how people are so like pro giant corpo and like tycoon? Like people love the tycoons. They love the public school system. They love the Fed. Who came up with these ideas? The tycoons, bro. Rockefellers, J.P. Morgan. These people, these groups that if you talk to a modern communist or modern person now, they'd be like, oh, of course I don't like the billionaires. Well, then why are you worshiping everything they gave you? The public school system is a product of that. Feminism is a product of that. Why are you worshiping the results of their fruits? If you don't think the billionaires are right, if you think that all this stuff is great, public school, the Federal Reserve, right, all this shit, you're fine with it, then just let them rule then. Why even fight against it? You already agree with it. You already like them ruling you.
They paid money and funded...
If education were necessary for development, we would not see literacy rates decrease with the progression through grade levels. Agree. Yeah, that wouldn't happen. I totally agree with you. The more kids become educated, the less they can read. That doesn't make sense, right? Agree 100%. And nobody even brings that question up. The country shouldn't even have... If education like is increasing like in availability, which it has been, right? Then why is the country's literacy level going downwards? Doesn't make sense.
this whole thing and created giant propaganda campaigns. They created newspapers, pamphlets, and kind of pushed everything.
Why are we
that way.
less
So no,
literate,
it wasn't
but with
that
more school?
women all got
We
together.
have more schooling than we've ever had, but we are less literate than we've ever been. How does that make sense if school does what they say it does?
And did this. It was a handful of people who pushed the propaganda, much like we see now when there's marches and people
Look at marches now. Look at the propaganda around now.
bussed
Good
in
point.
by NGOs and being paid by George
Totally
Soros
legit.
to show up and protest. This is true with almost
Totally
every
legit.
social revolution, by the way. It's almost never grassroots. If you go back and look, there's usually CIA or intelligence
there's
asset involvement, very rich billionaires who are funding these things, and they'll just monopolize the propaganda and push it.
See, that's what the communists of today really don't realize. They're basically worshiping the tycoons of the 19th century, right? That's who their masters are. They don't even know that. They don't even know that. They don't even know they're worshiping the tycoons of the 19th century. They don't even know that.
And push
Isn't that
push it
crazy?
for decades.
Like their history is basically just entirely made up, and they don't even know it.
Until they get
And it's like they should know that, because ask them, where did the public school system come from? They go, I don't know, I never learned about that. Okay, and where did the Federal Reserve come from? And why do the dates line up? Why is it so close to the adoption of the public school system mandatory across the country? I don't know. Why don't you know that? This is basic history of our country. Why don't you know those things?
seemingly enough people.
And supposedly you're educated, more educated than me. Why don't you know those things than I do? Weird.
Board. So again, this is just
Weird.
A logical fallacy to say this was a groundswell of graph.
We live in the shadows of titans. We all do. Very true. Very true. All live with that abundance of tools and materials too, more than ever. Yeah. We definitely live in the shadows of titans. Sure. We're on the shoulders. I think we're still on the shoulders. We're still mostly kind of building up, but yeah, kind of on the floor now.
Rachel, quick question. You cite women's anti-suffrage groups, but if women never wanted the vote, why did they need an anti-suffrage movement?
What? If women don't want abortion, why is there a pro-life movement? I mean, wait, backwards. If women want abortion, why is there a pro-life movement? That's it. Yeah, right? If women, I don't know, whatever. The point is, it doesn't mean, that existing doesn't mean saying anything for all women.
Because they were opposed to suffrage for multiple reasons. They thought it was going to corrupt
Wait,
the
hold
family.
on, I'm confused. What did he ask?
Why did they need an anti-suffrage groups? But if women never wanted the vote,
If women never wanted to vote,
why did they need an anti-suffrage movement?
why did they need an anti-suffrage movement? Maybe I just didn't understand this. Okay. I don't understand what he's asking. If women didn't want to vote, why is there an anti-suffrage movement that's saying they don't want to vote? Huh?
Because they were opposed to suffrage for multiple reasons. They thought it was going to corrupt the family,
But you did.
man and woman against each other.
But you did.
They didn't want to have to be involved in the draft. They didn't want to have
Of course not.
to do jury duty.
Of course.
They said, we
Jury
can't
duty sucks.
secure the government. This is what I said in my opening. We can't protect the borders. We can't go off and fight wars. We can't protect...
He doesn't even have the manners to take his hat off indoors. That's true. That's true. That's true. Of course he doesn't have manners, though.
persons and property.
He's been rude to her a bunch of times in ways that, like, if he wasn't a male feminist, a regular guy wouldn't be rude to her the way he is.
They said this is the point of government. If the
There's no way Andrew doesn't have, like, a bone to pick with him a little bit based on just how he behaves towards her in this, I feel like. If the guy was behaving like this towards your wife, you'd have a bone to pick. I'd have a bone to pick.
point of government is to protect persons and property,
Right.
and we're not capable of doing that. Why would
I
you
would.
task us with such a thing? So maybe you can answer that.
Well, the follow-up question is,
And nowhere near respectful enough to a lady, you ask me.
why were the anti-suffrage groups always of lower numbers and
They weren't.
decline?
That's not true. In the United States,
They weren't always, only later on, like the number he specifically cites.
they had much higher membership numbers up until
Before.
about 2 to 3 years before they passed the 19th.
Data really doesn't show that. The historical records entirely
Okay, name the other ones then. You only named that record from 1917. Name the older ones.
disagree with that statement.
So
It's
name
not
it.
true. I have multiple citations in my book and in articles that I've written.
So you cite, if she's full of shit, say it. What's the other numbers that she's missing? You had the one set of numbers from a specific year. Now cite the other numbers if you have them. Go ahead.
Your book is one.
He won't he? He won't. He won't name any more numbers. Now he's just going to dismiss her citations.
I've read it.
Look at her, look at him like, you little weasel. And he looks away. He's too cowardly to even look her in the eyes while she's saying things that aren't true. The little fucking weasel.
Several times.
Am I wrong? Look away. Why are you looking away from her? She's looking you right in the eyes like, hey, what are you about to say, huh? What are you about to say? What are you about to say? Looking you right in the eyes. And you're looking where? Now, if she was looking away, that'd be different. She's looking you right in the eyes. Look her back. That's the right way. Yeah, she's mad at you. But that, if you're telling the truth, you're backing down. You're looking away like a liar, like a weasel.
Times, and the first red flag for me was that it's a 170-something page book.
Now he kind of looks over, but not really. He's still not looking over. Look. He's moving his head like he's looking at her. But he still doesn't even look her in the eyes.
With only 30 citations.
For a moment, he's looking her in the eyes. Right now he is. How long until he looks away?
No credible.
Gone already.
Academic source.
All right, let's see what he's saying.
I've read it several times, and the first red flag for me was that
red flag, of course.
It's a 170-something page book with
170-something page book.
Only 30 citations.
So what? Why does it need more citations than that?
No credible academic source would have less than 30 citations in a paragraph.
It's not an academic source. It's a book for regular people. It doesn't have to meet the academic standard. And in fact, the academic standard resulted in what? The replication crisis. So how can you go on and say that so lightly as if we don't know the replication crisis? What the academic standards do is cite things way more. Yeah, but they're also wrong. So what case are you making? The things that don't reproduce are 300 times more likely to be cited. So why does that mean anything good?
Paragraph. So, and
what?
Academic source would have less than 30 citations in a paragraph.
30 citations in a paragraph? That's insane.
So, and
yeah, she makes a good face there because that's insane. What is he talking about? 30 citations for every paragraph in a book? You think that's what an academic source would be?
Your citations, when you actually dig into them, every single one of the citations that you used in your book were diametrically opposed to the points that you were making.
See, now he doesn't even have to prove this, right? He doesn't even have to prove this. He can just say this. And we can't do anything about it because we have to look at the book. I want to read some of her book. Because I don't believe his view of how he's describing it. I want to read some of her book.
You are extremely good at cherry picking data, almost like a flat earther.
Well, yes, of course, you're going to feel that way because you disagree with the data, right? So you're going to feel like everything she provides you is cherry picked because you already have a view and that view doesn't have her data in it. So, of course, you're going to think everything's cherry picked by default. And it's really gross that you're now just trying to throw her under the bus and say she's the same as a flat earther because you're just trying to dismiss. That proves you're just trying to dismiss her credibility and you have no real argument. Show it. Tell us what ones are wrong. Explain it. Have an example. Tell us what citations she used wrong. Why? Tell us now. You can't just say that. You're going to say you're a flat earther because I don't like your citations. Tell me why. Tell the audience why.
It's actually not true either. Again,
he's looking like somebody's aunt, right? Worried about her nephew. Look at this. Somebody's aunt. Worried about her nephew right now, doing a play or something. What is this? What is this behavior here? What is these mannerisms? What are these? What is this?
It's almost like a flat earther.
A butler? What is this? Look at, what is this mannerism?
That's actually not true either. Again, we're relying on framing. So if you go read my book and you look at the source material.
See, if he's right, he should have an example ready to go, right? Because he'd be like, okay, you said this. Oh, I'm disappeared. You could very easily go, you said this right here, right? And that disagrees with your source because of this. And then bam, mic drop. You owned her. Why not do that? If you're telling the truth, I'm back. If you're telling the truth, right? Why can't he do that?
I take the writings of feminists
Should that be very
themselves,
easy
like I
to
just
do?
did with Susan B. Anthony.
Yeah, see, she brings up, I get it now. She brings up communist sources, which are communist talk in their confusing ass way, and he takes them at their word, and she points out the lie and the contradiction in what they're saying. And he believes the actual lie. That's why he says they say the opposite. Got
I
it.
quote the very women who were at the front lines of this, the ones who were usually bought and paid for and propped up to be the face of this movement, by the way. And they tell
Now,
you
doesn't that blow your mind, really, when you really realize how much of this shit was totally fake? And then they act like, the communists act like it wasn't fake back then. Like, it wouldn't be fake in the 1900s, but it's fake now. The same rich people they say are in control, but they wouldn't be in control then somehow. Well, okay.
themselves.
Yeah,
Susan
no, it
B.
was all
Anthony
real.
said,
Okay.
women don't want this. They have it too good. They have everything they want. They can go to college. So he said a lot of stuff in his opening that was also incorrect. Women were never legally barred from education.
Look at him scared on that.
We had women's universities already.
What's he going to say about that? How's he going to lie about that?
In the 1800, in 1870, we had many of these institutions. It's true that there were a
He
few
nods his head. What is he going to say about that?
Ivy League schools that didn't let women in, but so what? This is
Yeah,
not
so
some
what?
systemic oppression,
You are
right?
I do agree with those points that.
Yeah, and they
a
were
lot
allowed
of
to
this stuff about
work, and they were
feminism
allowed
is-
to have property, and just because, here's the thing.
Yeah, I do agree. Everything I said earlier was bullshit, and I don't really stand by anything I say because I'm a weasel.
Every time we look at women having any limit put on them, we pretend as though that was not true for men as well, and it was. So he said women didn't have the vote. That's true. Did you know that men only got the right to vote about 10 years before women did? All men
Little not talked about detail there.
and couldn't always
True.
vote. And people just assume this because it's
Is it even good if we all vote?
always framed and
See, this is
presented
why Andrew Wilson's right. His wife is on top of these topics, even more than he is. She does know what she's talking
this
about.
way, as though all men had all the rights and no women had any
He knows
rights.
all the detail. A lot of the details we've learned over the years, like since we started streaming and we had to learn. She knows a lot of this stuff
rights, and
already.
it's simply just historically inaccurate. Women had
It's easier to
all
be a weasel, but not long term. It's not. It's only short term. You have to have your time focus right in front of you for it to be better to be a weasel. If you put it out like the lifetime, it's not easier to be.
kinds of rights. Men took very good
But most people don't see that.
care of them, and this is
We
one
don't
of the
look that far
reasons
out.
they did cite.
It's the grasshopper and the ant. You don't want to be the grasshopper all the time. There's times to be the grasshopper and like have fun with your friends. But there's times to be the ant too, right? When the season's coming.
Wanting to be anti-suffragists because they said, look, we have protection and provision right now that we're going to lose if you try to make us equal with men. We don't want to go out and work 40-hour weeks and raise kids
Who
and
would
be in
want that?
government and politics and have to vote in opposition to our own husbands.
Isn't it better if the government provides minimal things, so then it's minimal size, and then voting is minimal? All these effects on our lives are minimal because our lives are actually more important than politics, right? Like, why do we even care what happens to America more than we care about our family? We shouldn't. The only reason you should care about America is in what it can do for you, right? Now, don't ask what you can do for America. Ask what America can do for you.
Husbands. We don't like this idea. We think it's going to break up
That's the whole point. Why should politics matter?
families, and that's what we
Calm down, Nazi.
care about.
Well, I disagree that it breaks up families.
I agree with her, though. What we actually care about is families, and yet we're supposed to care about politics more, about the social status of things. That's stupid.
I've got
Who
actually
cares
quite a lot
about
of data on the.
Again, all you got to do now to own her is point out how her book had bad sources and how they didn't really say the thing. It could be very easy for you to win right now if you were telling the truth, you little weasel. Don't look away, too. I like how, here was something else I like about Rachel Wilson. How imposing she is in the debate. She knows more than he does. And she's not afraid to stand on the ground and be like, and try to push it. Like, what the fuck are you talking about, you little weasel? I think that's very humorous. She's way more in the power position than he is, right? In the debate. He's like looking away from her all the time. She looks at him. She's like, hey, what's up? He barely can look her in the face. she's dominating the stage. Am I wrong? Like she's, if you're looking which two of these people, look at their stances. Look at their stances. She's standing firmly, straight up, right? He is leaning backwards. He is moving backwards. He is like some kind of like frail skeleton, like with his hands, like he's some kind of skeleton man, some kind of grasshopper. It's he's not looking at her. He's cowed. It's ridiculous.
When you were talking about child
Pathetic.
neglect and things like that, and yes, it's the rise of feminine is also the rise of that.
But see, that's the way they have to be, because they have to like they have to concede all this stuff and then try to make their whatever point. So they can't take a power position.
But it's also the rise of Pokemon. There's been a rise of child neglect.
I just noticed his dumb hat has the same logo as his dumb shirt. Yeah, you just noticed that. Cancel if I could. Well, I don't really believe in canceling. What do you do? What do you do with communists? We on a helicopter, maybe? No, you don't do that. Oh, you gotta forgive them. You have to forgive communists. But if we had a helicopter, did he say Pokemon? I don't know. Did he?
When you were talking about child neglect and things like that, and yes, it's the rise of feminine is also the rise of that, but it's also the rise of Pokemon. There's been a rise of child neglect. You're doing it, and there's also the rise of that, but it's also the rise of Pokemon. There's been a
He did say the rise of Pokemon.
Rise of child neglect. You're doing.
Oh, he's trying to say that just because they correlate doesn't mean that they're causation. That's what the case he's making. He's saying this also Pokemon's growth also correlates. So you're saying it's caused by that? No, because that's not really. How would that even cause it? She's saying that there's an obvious causative link. And he's saying, well, correlation doesn't mean causation. But she's like, well, look, this is actually causative, though. This is actually an excuse and a reason that would explain the behavior. It would explain it. But Pokemon doesn't explain it. It's just a random correlation.
A correlation, not causation thing there.
See? I knew exactly what he was trying. But her case isn't that. She's making it with multiple different data points. And in fact, it's so many data points, it's crazy about the situation for kids in households, right? There's a million different studies on that. That's one of the most well-proven things there is. And that used to be my point on Twitch. Like when I was like, I had to get in political stuff. My point was always, do you care about the kids? If you care about the kids, then it comes down to that the two parents that are married are the best circumstances they can have. And so that's what we should aim for. If you're for the good of society, that would be the only logical place to aim for that makes any sense. Right? Because is the good of society? It's the raising of children in a good way, right? Like in the most opportunity that they can have, not being taken advantage of by predators, all those things. Should that not be our aim? Should that not be our goal? It seems obvious to me that should be our goal. If you care about the good of society, how do you not aim for the best raising of children possible? Any other goal, like thriving of individuals, is lower to me than the conditions of children. Because, I mean, doesn't it have to be? Aren't children more important than adults? I think so, right? Aren't they? Because they haven't had as much opportunity to make their own choices yet. It's not their circumstances are not their fault yet. But adults, it is your fault. It is. I believe children are our future. I think so too. I really do. I know it's a line of song, but I really believe that. Yeah, of course.
And I'd love to actually go through the data with you at another point. I really want to talk to you about your book.
No, you should. What you should do, bro, is do the citation thing.
Because I did enjoy it a lot, honestly.
Oh, now he wants to talk about her book. Look at her face. She's like, you fucking liar. No, you don't.
But you just can't erase the fact that millions of women fought and marched and protested. Saying that women didn't want the vote is ignoring the fact that women were marching in the street saying we want the vote.
Some women, a minority.
Some women wanted it.
Minority of women. So what?
Wasn't a minority.
It was a minority.
There was also a lot of women.
Look at him look away every time. It was the minority.
That wouldn't voice it. That
They
want-
propped up the numbers, specifically on purpose. Billionaires propped up the numbers around 1917 on purpose. He ignores that detail. She tells him, he ignores it. And he, okay, we'll quote older numbers then. Oh, you don't have those? How convenient. How convenient. You only have that. No, you only have the numbers when they prop them up. Oh, interesting. And you don't cite anything else? You say her sources are bad. You found it interesting. And then it's not an academic book, which that makes it a joke. Okay, blah, blah, blah. So show us.
That because they were in the position of, well, my man maybe doesn't want me to vote, so I'm going to say that.
Just like the loud minority in the streets now, right? It's the same.
That's not what Susan B. Anthony said. She said that if women, by the way,
yeah, one person commenting on the state more generally doesn't mean it's one person's opinion like he's trying to present it. Again, that's why you never trust these people, because every single thing they say is a little bit dishonest, is a little bit framing, and that's why I don't trust them. That's why they give me the creeps. That's why I feel like they're a weasel when I talk to them. These people, it's because they do shit like that, right? Like he just did. That's one person. You know, that's not the point she's making. She's making a point on somebody that was a big leader in the movement, Susan B. Anthony, and her impression of the time. That's a eyewitness report that has some value. And to act like it doesn't is just dishonest. It's clear you're being dishonest. To just say, oh, it's just one person. It's clear you're being dishonest to do that.
this is the other.
You're trying to trivialize it. You're trying to false equivalence it into something else. That's all you guys do.
Great criticism everybody has of me is that I'm a feminist because I wrote a book, or I'm a feminist because I'm here speaking to you. Again,
Bullshit.
1902, Susan B. Anthony said women are allowed to speak in public. Women can write books. If we go back to the late 1700s, there were feminists writing polemics, touring, being single.
Creep me out. Yeah, it gives you the creeps. Like, because they always do that. Like, they always speak to you like in this weird way, and they're always trying to make these technicalities that it's all sophistry, man. They're trained in sophistry. They're trained in sophistry, not thinking. That's what sucks, and that's what's sad too. Because they can't even think. Like, you know, when you're talking to them, you're trying to get them to understand something. You're like screaming. You're like, you guys see me do it. Try to get someone to understand something. You're like, come on, man, just see what I'm saying. But they're not even able to perceive the things you're saying as they are. They're instead like walled off inside their mind, and they're looking at everything you're saying like this. They're like, where's that's it. I can say that's technically wrong. Got him. And then they do it, right? And then you're like, why are you, what is that? Huh? It has nothing to do with what you're saying. It's just like, aha, I caught you on a technicality. And they don't really either when they express their technicality. It's like, you're not listening to the bigger picture, so you don't get what I'm saying. So, okay. Right? And then they brag, they act like, then they grab on that technicality. They try to make you seem dumb because you did it. And they just go after things like that. They don't engage in the thing. And it's sad because they're not understanding, because they're spending all their mental resources trying to deconstruct everything you're saying. That's why. That's what happens. That's why they're the way they are. They're built to deconstruct. Everything they see, they're trying to deconstruct it. They're just spending all their resources doing that. They don't know how to build. And like I said earlier, is it more impressive to take a wheel off a bike or to figure out how a wheel works and then build a bike? Like from nothing. Which would be more impressive? They think taking a wheel off the bike, destroying it, is as impressive as coming up with the concept of a wheel and then building it. And they think they're the thinkers. That's what blows your mind. That's what really gets you like, what the fuck? They don't even build things. They don't even build things with their mind. They don't even use their mind to build things. And yet, they think they're smart because they deconstruct who they think are smart. That's all, and that's what they're programmed to do. That's what they're designed to do. All they can do.
Single moms, right? Mary Wollstonecraft was a single mother who was paid to tour Europe and talk
Isn't
about
it a bummer,
feminism.
kinda,
She
that
was
they're
paid
like
to
that?
write. She made a living for herself.
It makes me sad sometimes because it's like there's really no hope for a lot of them. But on the other hand, I've definitely reached people, right? I've definitely talked to some of you guys that are more a little more programmed than I was. But I was programmed too. I'm not trying to say I'm better than anyone. I was programmed too.
Off of writing about feminism.
Like earlier brought up that like nobody, a lot of people don't even know about the Federal Reserve before the internet, that it exists or
The
what it
late
is.
1700s. So this idea that women couldn't do these things, it's
And I didn't
a
know.
logical
I didn't know what the
contradiction
Federal
because they
Reserve was.
had to do those things to even get feminism going.
Okay, nice.
What is that about?
Sorry, I was getting a bit of feedback.
But if you hold your mic up closer, you won't have to.
Weird weasel needs weasel food. Can I get some kind of fly?
Yeah, so
Get some kind of fly. I'm feeling a little dry here. Can I get some water to pour on me?
not
fly.
all women were voicing their opinions. The advent of feminism, a lot of women just weren't speaking up because they were very used to
Yeah, but then how do you say what their opinion is?
really not speaking up.
Because you so easily steal their agency, you think you can speak for them. Don't.
I'm going to agree with you that, yeah, women could teach and stuff before, but it was
But what? But it wasn't good enough?
frowned upon in society in a lot of times.
You'd have to prove that. You'd have to prove that, bro. Now, you see how they keep walking it back? They're like, they weren't allowed to do it in my opening. Now, yeah, you were allowed to do it, but it was frowned upon. Okay, well, be honest at the start.
I'm not going to go listen to a woman talk.
Why not make that case then? And no, what happened was she already explained it, right? You can already picture what the situation was. The situation was when there were times where there was like some older woman in your community, right? You would have her tutor or you would have her teach because she doesn't really have anything else to do. She didn't have a family or she lost her family or whatever it is, right? So you give her a job teaching and she has purpose from that. That's something that's why you do that kind of thing. Or a young woman trying to get some resources to pursue some other thing, or she wants to move or something, whatever, right? So you let her work. So you give her a teaching job. It's like that's not looked down upon. That's just like it's not as common because you didn't need it as much, right? A lot of women would be in families and stuff, and they didn't necessarily need that. Their family would agree to just take care of them longer, so they wouldn't need a job. Right? Like you just take care of the girl longer because she hasn't figured it out yet. So it just wasn't as commonly needed.
A woman talk. Whereas now, Rachel, you can stand on stage with an entire room of people that absolutely love listening to you. You are influencing these people.
She already made the case that already was the case. Come on. To attribute that to feminism is just a lie. We don't listen to women because of feminism. And how can we say that's true? Because I'm listening to Rachel and I hate feminism. I'm against feminism and the principles it stands for. So then why do I like listening to her and not you, you little freaky toad?
The way that feminism has attributed
I'm calling someone a freaky toad.
You the right to do.
That's not true. I just got done debunking that idea.
Let me finish my point.
You did. You already covered this.
Not just what
my mom went to a school that all the teachers were nuns. Sure, religious church handling school actually makes sense to me too. I obviously like a kind of like the actual mother of the children educating the kid the most. But it kind of also makes sense to go to something too, like a church, or if you had like a community center or some kind of neighborhood tutoring thing for other skills like. So, like, I always thought, like, it would make sense, like, the dads to come in and teach whatever skill they have, or the other mothers that do, because, like, specialized skills. And there'll still be value for that, even in this AI world. I mean, that makes sense. All that stuff makes sense to me. The church doing it. But still, I would favor that the mother teaches the most, because I think they're the most suited to do it, by far. And I don't just mean mothers. Well, although mothers in general are, I mean mothers of their own kids, because they know how to read their kids in ways that no one else understands. And to think that wouldn't make you a better teacher of those kids, I don't even understand the reasoning behind it. How could you substitute somebody else and get as good an education than their mother? How? And this is somebody that I do have the experience of my mother keeping me out kindergarten and in second grade. So I do have a biased account there. But I also, both times I went back, was asked to skip. And so clearly my mother did a better job than the school did. My mom, it's like a Catholic school. Sure. I don't think it was a Catholic school. I think it was a public French school with a bunch of nun teachers. Well, from what I understand, Canada is weird about that. Like they can have like an on campus like church thing. That in America we don't do that. In Canada I think they can do that, and they do that. Like they can have a, whatever the term is, like a group of nuns that the building is like attached to the school. I've heard that they do stuff like that. It makes sense. We ban that kind of thing.
The data shows it's what the people's attitudes were. The men were the ones that were deciding what was happening. The men were saying to the women, "Oh, maybe you shouldn't have the vote." And the
men are still the ones deciding what's happening. I wouldn't
Convent.
be able to do this right now without men. This microphone I'm holding was invented by a man. A man plugged this in. James is running this whole
and the
debate.
woman can do that,
This
right?
electricity, this technology, this building that we're sitting in is built by men and it's maintained by
So
men.
the
And women
She has a point.
cannot do that.
The advancement of hold on. Who wrote the software that sent men to the moon?
Were they not doing shuttles before the software by hand?
Oh, women of color?
No.
They got it right. Color? They got it right the first time, by the way, by hand.
True.
Who cares about the color? I'm just in. The woman wrote the software for men to go to the moon, and they chose a woman.
He thinks that's a point, right? He thinks that's a big point there. In America, only Satan worship is allowed in public schools. Who trunks all my food? Who does everything? Right, exactly. Like who's, like he's not even thinking about the question she's asking. He's thinking about the technicality. How can I on a technicality be correct? But she's saying, how does the infrastructure run without men? That's the question she's trying to ask. He doesn't get it, right? He's choosing not to get it. He's like, oh, well, who made the NASA software to land the shuttle? Okay, great. That's real. That's okay. Yeah, okay. Well, okay. All right. Who is her point? Her question is, how does the infrastructure of our society as a whole run? Men. Obviously, everyone knows that. But he's looking for the technicality of the thing she said to try and point out she's technically wrong in one little detail, which means nothing.
That because she was the best one to do it at the time. In fact, before we had computers like we call
these all
computers,
gender arbitrary
computers
things.
were.
What does that mean? I'd say no. It's sex-based because how can a gender? If you switch genders, that doesn't mean you're gonna be able to pick up a giant engine or something, or pick up a giant the actual physical strain of these jobs, of a lot of these jobs, is the reason why. It's not just like a stereotype. How the guys on the trash trucks, the guys in the sewers, the guys going up the poles to do electric work, it's not gender based. That's sex based, right? That's sex based. It's because they have the upper body strength. They have more upper body strength. They have different physical makeups that enable them to do it easier. And women can barely do these jobs at all.
Usually women that would...
You can probably find like a woman that could do it, but in general they couldn't do it.
Doing lots of math, really.
Even
really
if they became a man, even if they took all the testosterone in the world, it might give them a little more muscle, but it's not having them climb up poles, man. It's not having them carry the giant pipes, carrying steel beams. There's some crazy shit men do at the upper levels of these jobs, and you need a lot of them. You need a lot of dudes doing that, right? Oil rigs, all that kind of stuff. You need what would be like almost impossible numbers for a woman, for a female, to do them. Like upper body strength, it's almost not impossible. But they can do it, but men can do it. There's a fair amount of men that can do it. So, makes sense for men to do it. And also men, whatever other reason, inclination, whatever about sex versus gender. I don't come on the gender stuff. Sex, whatever reason, we have the inclinations to want to do it more too, right? Like men want to climb up a pole more than women do. Men want to go down into the sewer and deal with that more than, like, they're willing to. They don't want to. I'm not saying they want to smell poo gas, but what I mean is, like, you ask a woman and a man the same amount. Well, women obviously clean bathrooms, so it's not like it's the poo element. It's the trudging around in it. It is what probably, sewer work is trudging through it, whereas sewer work is maybe their arm, right? The maid work is like maybe their arm. Like, they can deal with it. It's a lot less. A lot less. Workplace deaths are disproportionately men. Let's get these numbers up, ladies. More women, linemen, fishermen, and women. Can you imagine? So what if you think it's gender-based, why? That's what the question I would have for you is why? Why would it be gender-based? Why is it not sex-based? It definitely seems sex-based to me. Imagine, right, a sewer system worker. Fuck them. We're management. Ripley holds a class 2 rating. Right, but a woman doing it, that's what we're saying. If a woman doing it doesn't mean that it could be done, you could just turn it over to women, though, right? It just means there are some women, just like there's some men that are like feminine in some way that's good or whatever too. It takes some kind of dad that takes over for his wife or whatever thing and takes care of his kids and covers both roles and yada yada. That'd be a good thing too. But it doesn't mean they can just do it like en masse. Like,
that was what a computer was.
So do you think those women can build and maintain the infrastructure that allows us to have technology?
Absolutely they can. There's no reason why women
Oh.
could not use the tools that a man uses.
That's really weird because
that's definitely not true. Women cannot use all the tools men use. No, definitely not. Definitely not. They'd have to rebuild them. If he was being honest, he'd have to understand they have to rebuild them. You could try and rebuild them. You try and make them for women, right? But like a jackhammer,
because I've noticed
you have to remake how that thing works. There'd have to be like a stand. There'd be like a heavy stand on the other end or something. Like, you'd have to redesign the whole thing for women to use it.
this bizarre thing that feminism magically came about after the technological and industrial revolutions. Isn't
It'd
it
break most. It would like it. That
weird that
I don't
we
know.
had thousands of years of history that women never
Who was Ripley from Alien? No. Right. Instead of fighting the trash men, become the trash woman. Is it tough physical labor while being covered in poop? Yeah, it's both together. You said invent the internet, not use the internet.
ever dominated.
Yeah, would we have ever had the internet without men, without males? Every time I say men, I mean males. I don't believe in the gender thing. So if I'm speaking unclear, I don't mean to. I mean male. I mean male. I don't like you guys keep putting them in the jobs where I don't like you keep putting me in jobs where I would get gross. Well, yes, exactly. Exactly, Riot. Exactly. Even though you like eating out of the trash more than the rest of us, you still do not want to do gross jobs. So.
Feminism never came about. It's almost like we needed the Industrial Revolution and the technological revolution to produce technology that gave us this illusion that women are equal with men and that they can do everything a man can do. Over 90% of infrastructure jobs are still held by men.
We just comment on technology being an equalizer in some ways. Sure, it can, in some ways, Nintendo, but it's not really an equalizer, right? It's what do you call it? Yeah, I guess. We can go with equalizer. It tries to, like a gun. 2, right? A gun 2 is an equalizer, but the thing is, the point she's trying to make though, is that without the men there in the first place, it would have never been equalized. We would never be equal trying to reach an equalizer unless the men were trying to reach the equalization, right? That's the point she's making. If men didn't try to enable the equalization, then we wouldn't be here in the first place. People act like it's like the women fighting for it, but it's both. At the very least, they should be giving credit to everyone. More than say, oh, women fought for it. If anything, if you do view feminism as a good thing, then you still have to give credit to everyone, because the only people that enabled it were the men. That's the point she's making.
And it's not because women
I
haven't
feel like
been
everyone has
pushed
to eat out of the trash.
to do it. It's not because they can't.
I've grabbed something out of the trash before, like you were talking about, right? I've done that. I'm not gonna sit like I'm high and mighty. I've done that, not as much as you just talked about doing it, but I've done that before.
They just want to do it, and the evil misogynists are keeping
That's
them
why
out.
I'm just kidding.
Number
around,
one, they
'cause
can't.
I'm not
Physically,
standing
they
about
cannot
it.
run oil rigs. They cannot.
Yeah,
pour
true. How do they do all that? All this stuff on boats?
concrete all day. They cannot.
Bro, all this stuff on boats. You know how many people would die? Like when there's a storm and they're pushing that giant freaking thing for the you know what I'm talking about? All those giant things they have to do on a boat when there's a storm or something. How many people would die if it was all women? It would be more, right? More people would die.
They cannot. Physically, they can't do those things for more. If
The
they
largest
can do them
building
at all.
group where I live in Fife is run by women, and the majority of their
The building is run by women. They're Amazons. Actually, where I live, Amazons live, and they run the whole building, and they eat men. When men go in there, they eat them alive, actually.
employees are women, and one of the
Wait,
most
what is
successful-
it? Say the
I live
first
in a
part.
place called Fife in Scotland.
Fife.
Okay.
And the largest building group is a lot of their employees are women, and their CEO is a woman.
He's trying
Okay,
to
who's
say that
putting
the
up the
largest building group where he lives, hold on, is all women. I don't know about that. With how dishonest he's been, I don't know about that. How am I supposed to trust this? How am I supposed to trust what he's saying after this dishonesty earlier? And what the heck is he even talking about? Fife. First time something Fife building. The Fife building. Okay, here we go. The Fife building. Fife building is located at 10 West Adams Street at the corner of Adams State Woodward Avenue in the downtown Detroit, Michigan. It faces on a Central United Methodist Church. The high-rise building was constructed between 1916 and 1919. There's no way it was made by women in 1916. It is one of Detroit's oldest. It was designed by Smith. Oh yeah, Miss Smith. Hitchman and Grills in the Gothic Revival architecture style. Stands at 14 floors and has 65 residential units. The building is named after Richard H. Fife, a Detroit merchant who made his fortune in the shoe trade. For many years, it had a Fife shoe store at the retail street level, an office in the upper stores. At the time of its opening, the shoe store is the largest in the country. The building is now mainly used as a residential building, but has some retail and a bar at street level. The building was demolished in the mid-1990s. What? It's got to be a different building then. To make way for Commercial Park. Okay, so it's not that one? Is he from Canada? How do I even find this thing? What is he talking about? Oh, Fife designs 3D printable objects. How popular can they be if I can't even find them? Fife FRP, Critica Infrastructure, maybe Fife FRP Advanced Composites for Structural Strengthening. What? Over the time, I don't know, bro. I don't know what he's talking about. I can't find it.
Steel
If you
beams.
can find it, let me
Who's
know.
laying the concrete?
The women.
Maybe a different Fife. Fife was the town, I think.
They're doing the
No, he said a group. He said a building group. Here, hold on.
employees are women. And
Do
this
them at
building
all.
group where I live in Fife.
Building group. Fife building group. Let me try again. Fife building group. Fife Group Company. Fife Group LLC. Maybe. I'm typing it with a Y. Maybe it's with an I. Fife Building Inc. Contractors. Maybe Fife Building Company. Oh, this must be it. Fight. What's his fight? Is he saying fight? We believe we are made to build. We builders, community people. Okay. If they're all ladies, shouldn't the diversity and inclusion? Maybe this is the one. The Fight Building Company is committed to our customers. The building company contains a professional, transparent communication. Said by Jeff Wilhax. I don't know, bro. I think he's just making things up. I don't see anything. Fight. Is it Fight? Fife? I can't even find the thing.
Fife is
Fife. He's saying with an F. He's saying Fife. I can't find anything called Fife Building Group.
run by women, and the majority of their employees are women. And
if it's such a big place, how come I've never heard of it, Craig? I googled it. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Wait, what is it? Say the
I live
first
in a
part.
place called Fife in
Oh, I live in Fife? Maybe you're right.
Scotland.
Okay.
Oh, Fife in Scotland. Okay. Try this again. Fife, Scotland Building Group. Fifebuilders.co.uk. Could this be them? The Fife Building Company. Fife Builders. House building. At John O'Donnell Builders in Fife, we have vast experience in new built John O'Donnell Builders in Fife. What is he talking about, bro? Okay, some guy named John O'Donnell runs that one. So that doesn't seem. The Fife Building Company has one officer, an Alistair Graham Craig. Graham Craig Alistair. Company's dissolved. He was the director. The Fife Building Company, LT Limited, Citadel Developments. It says it was closed. It says it was closed. The company's dissolved. It was in the United Kingdom. Is that in Scotland? Country resident Scotland. 14 Elm Grove, Dunfermline, United Kingdom. It says it's closed. Dissolved on January 2020. Private limited company. I can't find what he's talking about. There's no way it's a dissolved company. What the fuck is wrong with this guy? What is he talking about? It's so prolific, you can't even find it on the internet.
And the largest building group is, a lot of their employees are women, and
The largest building group there, which is called what?
their CEO is a woman. Sorry.
Who, what? Who are they?
Okay, who's putting up the steel beams? Who's laying the concrete?
The women that are doing the work.
You can't even name the company, you jackass. That's not the name of the company. You haven't given me the name of the company.
Using the tools.
Oh, they
There's
are?
there's no reason that
How the fuck am I going to believe you? You can't even name the place.
women can't put some concrete into a thing, put it on to melt, and then.
Oh
pour it
yeah,
out.
it's so easy. You
Tools
liar.
allow you to do things.
See, this is what I mean, man. Why, if he's right, then why is he always the people that are right in this way always so dishonest about how they talk? Huh?
I was in the military, and I trained with lots of women that would go on the marches alongside.
I was in the military. We went on marches. Interesting. 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 I went in the military. We went on marches. Okay. So that's the example you're giving me. Did you do anything else?
Beside me, and just be just as.
If they're just as good soldiers, why did you say marches? Or is that all you did when you were in the military? I'm confused. Is he saying, does this imply that's all he did was march? Because that's what I'm feeling like.
To have endurance.
That's weird because why don't we have any female Green Berets or Navy SEAls? After decades of them desperately trying to produce one and they've still never been able to do it. Why do you think that is?
Because men are stronger. And the standards to get in are based on you doing this, and men are not. I'm never going to deny the fact you are 100% right. Men are bigger and stronger.
Yes.
But we live in a world where now, maybe before, obviously to get things started, maybe we needed bigger men to make the machines in the first place. But now we live in a world where the machines already exist to make other machines.
So you agree
that can
with
make
me?
tools.
He agrees
Hold
with
on
me.
one second.
He just concedes.
It sounds like he didn't do anything but march, right? Because if he fought in the war, when you said they fought, they were just as good colleagues, they were just as good soldiers as anybody. Like when you said something like that instead of marching.
He did that. It was men who created technological advancements that even made it
Rachel,
possible
and
to
that's-
imagine that women could be
Rachel,
on par
that is the
with
point.
men.
That is
Thank
the
you.
beginning. That is where it started. But we live in a world now where it doesn't need to be just the men. A woman can do the job just as well
I'm
as a
going
man.
to work on some Goblin Gang today. That's my plan for the rest of the day when we stop in a little bit. I'm going to get back to work on Goblin Gang. I feel like I can get the game playable for you guys in a couple weeks. Now I know maybe nobody wants to play it, but I think it's gonna be cool. Goblin Gang, you're gonna play a gang of goblins. We'll do it on stream too, and it's playable, of course.
The tools are available.
So it's just tools.
I'm gonna be first woman Navy SEAL. Well, you better be the first woman to play Goblin Gang. I'll tell you that much.
Well, the tools exist now.
Uh-huh.
And
So
women can also make tools.
have you ever seen the viral videos of men running oil rigs and going down into sewers?
Yeah, you know kind of what she's talking about, right? Those like whatever they have like dark techno or something. What do you call it?
And dealing with that sort of thing.
Are you saying there's 0 women that work on oil rigs?
Hold on. Can I find one of those? You guys know what those are like. Man work. I'm just going to do that short. I feel like there's got to be. It's got to go to one of those. No. You guys know the ones, though. Maybe they don't have them on YouTube. Pro men working shorts. Dickie shorts. I see. Okay, I don't know how I'd find one of these. Oil rigs. Oh, here we go.
These guys are called roughnecks, and they're working a very. These guys are called roughnecks, and they're working a very intense job on a
this kind of one, but not quite. They're kind of like this, right? But they do music, but like this kind of
and
scene.
sometimes you might even have to work 12 hours on a hot day.
But like this, but they have like music going. That's what she's talking about. Like, imagine a woman doing this. Are you crazy? How? You'd have to redesign the whole thing for her to be able to do that.
Would you ever work a job like this?
Either of any of those
These guys
jobs.
are called roughnecks, and they're working a very intense.
Like comparing the scale of like what do they call? What's the like grip strength of these men versus women? Come on, man. Are we just making stuff up?
Job on a drilling rig. Working.
Excuse me, sir.
I thought maybe I'd get
These
one.
guys
for
are called
$5.
roughnecks.
But anyways, it's this kind of video, right? So you've seen those.
There are almost 0 women in the
Almost
hard
0,
labor.
or are there 0?
It doesn't matter if there's an
Of
outlier.
course
I do not know what you're describing. You never seen those videos I'm talking about there? They're like that, but then they have like dark techno or something music. And they're like, look at what men can do. You know? Imagine women doing this.
It's because if you're saying that women can't do this job, that would mean
they say we're useless. Oh yeah. You know, it has like it'll have like a comparison. Like it'll be like, man, it'll show like women being like, men are dumb. Men, we don't even need men. And then it shows them doing all the hard work, and then you know, that kind of thing.
that there has to be
Craig,
no women
you're
doing this
literally
job. If there is women doing this job, then that means women are capable of doing this job.
He's literally doing the meme where you
She's
say
right. He is
most
doing
women
that.
are shorter than men, and some woman goes, "But I'm 5'7" though, and I know a man that's 5'4." It's
literally not what I'm saying.
That's exactly what you're saying.
Your claim was that women can't work on oil rigs.
It's literally not what she's saying, because she didn't literally say that, because she's using a metaphor.
That was the word you said. I'm not misquoting.
But she is what you're saying, just not literally.
You said women.
Women.
Right,
as
okay.
a
Rachel,
group
I'm sure you
why
said
are there
cannot
women that work
do
on
what
oil
men
rigs?
can.
Why
There
is there?
aren't. There aren't women that do the actual hard labor.
Are you claiming there is
guys
0? Right, Rachel.
pulling the
hold on.
300, 400?
Yeah, the thing we were just looking at. So that's what she's talking about, right? There's no women doing that. There is no women doing this. I'm sorry. There's none.
And they're working a very intense job on a drilling rig. Working on
Come
rigs
on.
like this take a ton of strength and is extremely exhausting.
There's none.
And sometimes you might even have to.
There's 0 doing this specifically. There might be women on the job site somewhere, right, doing some kind of job. There's none doing this. There's 0 doing this.
Work 12 hours on a hot day.
Right? There's 0 men. There's 0 women doing this. I don't know how you could ever debate that. But just the how? Are you crazy? What are you talking about? Women could do that? No, come on.
100-pound things. Have you ever seen
Rachel,
a woman lift?
Also, you'd be a dickhead to let a woman try. I think, because like she'd end up like losing her arm or something, right? Like you'd be the negligent one letting a woman try to do that. You'd be the one that's a dick if you're letting her even try to do that. What are you doing?
Hold on.
400-pound diesel
The thing will
engine.
whack her head
and
off.
drop it
Rachel,
into a truck?
are you claiming there is no women in the world that do that job?
I'm claiming that women as a group cannot
No,
maintain...
Rachel, come on, stop avoiding
It's
the
a different
question.
claim.
No, you're trying to get a weird technicality and say, oh, one woman could do it somewhere in the world. So that means it's doable. It's not, though.
Don't straw man my
Is
claim.
there any women in the world that do
I'll
the
grant
job?
it. It doesn't matter.
I'm checking the building groups in 5 Scotland. I found one that he might be referring to, and he's still dead wrong. I figured. What did you find out? Is it mostly women?
Because what I'm saying
See,
is...
she won't admit it. She won't admit.
It sounded like baloney. The fact they didn't back it up with anything, and she goes, so women build it, and he goes just like, yeah, I guess. Like he's just like has no idea.
That women are able to do.
Imagine watching some lady get ripped apart in the chains because she had to do something you told her not to do, right? And I would be negligent to let her try to do that.
The job
I
she's saying
granted
women are
that
incapable
maybe
of doing.
some women are. It has
Well, there
no
we go.
bearing. Because here's the question, Craig. Here's the question. Can women as a whole keep the infrastructure that maintains this modern world going without men?
Yeah.
No, they can't.
Why not?
Well, you love science, right?
Yes.
So scientifically, let's think about this. If tomorrow all
Supposedly loves science. Supposedly.
women disappeared from planet Earth and only men were left, how do you think people would do? Do you think that they could keep electricity going? They
Good
could
question.
keep food supply lines
Honestly,
up?
most men are pretty stupid, and
How is this not just misogynistic?
we'd be dead in a few weeks about the women.
And again, remember this part? Look at him, look to the crowd. Let's get the smoke out of here. Watch this part again, watching his eyes as he looks to the crowd for people backing him up for
Food
consensus.
supply lines
Honestly,
up.
most men are pretty stupid, and
Look at him, look at the crowd, watch.
we'd be dead in a few weeks about the women.
He's doing it, look. You see it? See where the white of his eyes are?
Wow.
You see that? Before he even looks over.
Come on, every
okay.
husband here knows for a fact that their wife has kept them alive, and you can't argue with me.
See, like the thing, and he tries to play that kind of like emotional, like that's not even an argument. That's just saying like, and also it's none of your fucking business. Like he's basically inserting himself in other people's relationships and being like, your wife, you know you need your wife. Well, none of your fucking business. Like, why are you even inserting yourself into that? You're trying to play some weird emotional thing where you're like, you can't go against your wife right now, right? You have to go, like you're trying to use the people's own affection to their own significant other as a cudgel to be right. That's gross, bro. That's really gross. There are times where you make that kind of thing, like, I'm right, guys, like, but you're using it to try to enforce your view. You're using it as an emotional plea to almost divide. Like, this is an example of why politics divide relationships. He's showing an example of how, because men and women are both political, you can use that, you can appeal to both of them like this and use them against each other. That's what he's showing. Because he's saying, like, what are you going to say? Your wife doesn't keep you alive? That's none of your damn business. And two, the point isn't well made. It's not well made. Yes, men are like a mess. Yes, men are like out of sorts compared to women sometimes in a way. They kind of need women to like take care of them. Yeah. But to say that they couldn't take care of themselves if push comes to shove is just being a dickhead. You're just lying. Then would it be ideal? No. Right? Obviously, it's more ideal when the two go together. Obviously, that's more ideal. But if you're saying it's gone, that option's gone, and you got to figure out a way to survive for the whatever, like, few kids or whatever remain or whatever, whatever thing, then men couldn't do it? Why? Why couldn't they? What are you talking about? You're dishonest. Honest. Guess what, dummy? Neither of us could exist without the other. This guy is just a cuck. Yeah, you either say both would die, right? But we know what he's going to say, right? You could say both wouldn't make it. They'd both die. That's probably true. Eventually, they would probably both kind of give up. They're probably like people would just go into the ocean or something. They would just give up. Because like if all of one sex died, what's the point, right? A lot of people just give up. They would just mass go into go into the ocean, something like this. Why,
I didn't know I was debating like the final boss of Simps today, but
he is sitcom dad maxing, exactly. So men are stupid and women are not, so he would just wear his gimp suit in public.
here we are.
Exactly.
So
I'm not going to deny that
she's saying it. King of the gimps. Simps.
I adore women. I see the value. I see the value and the power that women can have, but I in no way think women.
She doesn't even look him in the eye. He doesn't even look her in the eyes when he's saying these things. Do you see that?
And I see the value.
I can tell.
I see the value.
He's looking away the whole time.
And the power that women can.
Why even face her if you're going to look away from her eyes? Why even face her? It looks like you're looking at her boobs or something at this point. Look. Am I wrong? Where are the eyeline now? Huh? Not her eyes. Not her eyes, bro. Not her eyes. Eyes up here, bro. Eyes up here, creep. I wanted to go off into the ocean after a breakup. You're probably right. I'm just saying. If like everyone's significant other and like even your mother's and like every woman on earth is gone, a lot of people are just like, fuck it, this ain't worth it. And that'd be understandable, honestly. And I would be the other way too. It would be the other way too. Obviously there'd be no point anymore. Which shows you what the real point of life is the family.
But I in no way think women are above men.
So
and that's one thing I just want to...
Let's ask the second part of the question.
1 sec.
Which is why they built this whole system to take people away from their families. Otherwise, if the family wasn't the real thing, the real purpose, the real point of life, why would they have made this whole system to take little girls away from their families? Why would they have even done it?
One sec. Sure. That's what I want to make clear. I am never going to claim that we should bow down to women and, you know, women should be in charge. I just think that women should be afforded, if they want to do these things, the opportunity and the ability.
They already had it. That's the point.
And the rights to do it.
Well, they've had that for 100 years,
exactly.
and they don't want to do it. Guess what?
Exactly.
The women here don't want.
They're being forced to do it.
Want to do sewage treatment work.
Maybe these women
don't,
but there's some that do.
They don't want to pour concrete.
No, they don't. Shut up.
They don't want to do
women want to do sewage work. Shut up. You full of shit. You never met one that wants to work in a sewer.
It's where you're climbing, you know.
There's no one. Find one. They don't exist.
Rachel, then why is there...
We should build our city for the one weirdo woman, even if she existed, right? Even if she existed. The one weirdo woman, we should build society around her. The sewer woman. Why? I don't want to build society around a sewer woman. I'm sorry, bro, but sewer woman society does not sound like a society I want to live in. I'd rather women don't want to be in the sewer. I'd rather those are nicer women than this sewer woman, this freak sewer woman. I don't want anything to do with sewer woman. I don't want to have anything to do with sewer woman.
People that do that are women.
There aren't.
None at all.
It's a tiny...
Once again, she's claiming that
it doesn't matter.
There's 0.000% or something. It's so stupid to even try to make the case that he's doing.
It doesn't.
It just doesn't get the point of what she's saying.
This is not art.
It doesn't.
Without men, the society would crumble. If you don't appreciate that, how do you expect it to not crumble? That's the question. That's the idea. That's the concept.
Pointing to an outlier does not mean that women as a group...
Look at them. They always do this, too. They start laughing like you're stupid because they can't like even understand what you're saying, so they have to do this.
...could maintain modern...
You can see it in his face, too, the uncomfort. He's acting like he's laughing and having a good time. But here's the thing. You wouldn't be uncomfortable like that if that was true. Look at his face, man. That's not the face of someone having a good time, relaxed, chilling. You can't even have the fake face. It's obvious. It's on your face. You're uncomfortable. It makes you uncomfortable. You're not comfortable. That's a nervous laugh.
Technical infrastructure.
Rachel, you're looking down on her because you are too cowardly, too weak to accept what she's saying and try and actually think about it. You're just like, oh, you poor little baby. You're some super smart thing and she's dumb. That's what you think she's stupid, man.
Believe that a guy who believes in science is...
You think she's stupid. That's what that face means. That's what that look means. You think she's stupid. The whole time, it's just you think she's stupid. And why? Because she's a woman, bro. That's why you think she's stupid.
Sitting here trying to get you all to believe,
Rachel,
that if...
We know who the real bigots are, bro. We do.
Ben disappeared from the planet tomorrow.
Laughing at her.
Which is...
Treat her with some respect, man.
Part 2 of my question. Let me get it out. Part 2 of the question. All men disappear from planet...
He's trying to prove that he's like a guy with that, right? He's like, ha ha ha, I'm a guy. I'm saying that's what she said. Ha ha ha. You fucking gross weasel. We see right through you, chameleon man. Chameleon man, we see right through you. All of us do. Every man out there sees right through you. You're not even a man to them. You're plastic. They see right through you. You're a mirror. Well, not mirror, sorry. You're a window. Just right to the background, debate con.
Earth tomorrow, and it's only when...
He's so amused with himself. Not once have I ever met a woman carpenter or a plumber. I think one female electrician, but she was a bull, you know what? Electrician, I'm sure there's a couple here and there. But that's a good example. Electrician's a good example because there's nothing actually stopping them from doing the job for the most part. It's just a risk, right? The only reason they don't learn... The only reason they don't learn that one is because they'd get electrocuted and die. That's why, right? It's only risk. The only reason you don't get it's only risk is the only difference. There's no, required, like, it's not like the work is that much harder. There are some hard things you have to do that are like more physical demanding as an electrician, but mostly it's just the risk. It's just the work itself that they don't want to do.
Women, how long do you think?
I feel like women could weld. Yeah, I think women could weld. But the thing about that is they can only weld for so long, probably. Like a guy could weld all day, and a woman could weld for a couple hours, probably.
People survive? How
That's
long do the
probably how
lights
it
stay on?
works
How
out.
long do we have clean drinking water?
Like if they needed to, right? Women could do it. Like in some kind of circumstance where they have to do it because there's nobody else that can do it.
How long do we have indoor plumbing? How long before buildings start collapsing, before elevators?
Welding's like knitting but with metal, so maybe. I'll call welders in the family. Sometimes I watch welding videos and I think I could learn to do this. I think you could weld. I'm just saying I don't think like women welders would go as long a day as male welders. I don't think so.
Elevators
I
don't
think you
work
could learn the skill, though,
men
sure.
are the ones that
I don't
build
see
and
why not.
maintain these structures.
Agree.
Women, as a group, cannot and don't want to, but they cannot do it. It's not possible.
But their dad taught them welding. LOL. Sure, that's true for female mechanics too, right? Probably most electrician, all those. That's probably mostly from their dad. That's actually a good point, Gio.
Women
and
to
if
do.
the world we live in now, with the tools that exist in the world,
A lot,
we live
like
in
a
now,
lot.
hold on, let
That
me
would be the way they would learn.
finish, Rachel, please.
Because like their dad's probably like, yeah, of course you could learn, and just they want to learn because their dad's doing it, and they learn. That makes sense.
Tools already exist, and your question is if they
A lot of them probably don't get careers in that job though. Like a lot of them have. There's probably lots of women that have some kind of secondary skill set like that, but they don't really use it because it doesn't really. It's not really something they want to do. Yeah, it all comes from dad. That's where all my gun stuff and dirt bikes, all that. Yeah, that makes total sense. Makes total sense. There's probably more women that know how to do it than do the job. That's something to think about, right? There's probably a bunch of daughters of this and that are like, hey, yeah, I don't want to do it though. My dad loved it, and like they could fix like if something went wrong in their house or whatever thing, but they don't want to do it.
disappeared now, and right
Yeah,
now
no, they
the
don't want
tools
to.
exist. So if all the men disappeared right now, the women would pick up the tools the men were using and keep things going.
No, they'd have to make new tools.
That is
Their mom, my cousin was a tomboy, so 3 of them were tomboyish, sure.
hilarious. I love that. So you think, and by the way, I am a firearms instructor. I've trained women.
See, there we go. That's something on the
firearms
stomach,
for
kind of.
years. And
Pew pew.
Yeah.
Why do you say pew pew? That's what a gun sounds like to you? That's because he only did marching in the military, right?
More than half of my female students do not have the hand strength to properly load a magazine.
That makes sense. That makes sense. She has a good point here. There's a lot of guns that women can't really use. Same with, just general rifles and things would be more difficult for women. There's a lot of guns that would be harder for women to use. Yes, of course. That are harder for women. Of course, there are.
And operate a semi-automatic pistol. I
Mhm.
have to give them a revolver, something that's smaller, something their hand strength can handle. Usually,
Right, there's a reason they have those smaller guns. Because otherwise their fucking hand would just fly out like they would never be able to reliably deal with someone with the gun that requires way more of her body strength.
takes me a good
That's
several.
a body design.
When I was learning to drive, my dad made me drive without using the brakes. He told me this truck takes turns at 100 miles an hour, and I said, "Okie dokie." That's funny.
Gun.
Huh?
It should be easy to load a gun. You shouldn't take that for.
Why is he making that face? What does he mean it should be? See, this is how the commies always speak. They always think, and this is what we actually talked about earlier. They have like this mindset of this artificial, like perfect world, and that's what they're always comparing to. He says you shouldn't be that difficult to load because he means like, well, they should manufacture ones that can work with anyone, right? That's what he's saying. He's thinking in this utopian like comparison. That he's like that shouldn't exist. Reality shouldn't exist that way. It should be fair for all people.
Of course.
Oh, it's spring-loaded. Maybe you're not familiar. You were in the
He said he was in the military, and he doesn't seem like he knows that women really can't use some guns, really can't load the it's tough to put the bullet in the thing. Like, what are you talking about?
military. So these
I use an
spring-loaded
SA-80 and
magazines,
with the
yeah.
To push it all the way down to get every bullet in there, it is hard. That is difficult. There are women that don't have that grip strength. Of course there are.
They take a little bit of hand strength.
One pullback and anyone could do that.
The
no
average
problem.
male has like double the hand strength that a woman has.
And the guns exist that are easy to load.
Sure, and look, there's a reason why I tell women to train with them, because
What about the good marchers of his in the military?
they're the only thing that comes close to kind of equalizing force. It's really the only thing we've got.
Hold on.
But it's not enough.
Let me ask you a question.
To maintain, we're talking about maintaining the modern world, and if
Women should use, if they want to use something heavier, they should use a revolver, right? That's a good suggestion. Like she said, revolver makes a lot of sense. She could still carry something of higher caliber, right? Without the actual strength to load the magazine. Revolver is the choice. I think so. And she's smart.
I'd love for you to tell me how tomorrow, just because the tools exist, women are going to start building steel buildings.
Revolvers are cool.
They're going to start laying concrete. They're going
You should get women like doing revolver tricks. That'd be cool.
to start
That should
doing
become a hobby
infrastructure
of women.
jobs where you have to be able
Learning
to lift hundreds
revolvers
of
really
pounds.
well and doing revolver tricks like old cowboy girls. That'd be funny.
Why would they not? Do you not know that exoskeletons are a thing? Right, you're
are a thing, as if everyone can just have an exoskeleton, as if we could just manufacture those for every stupid job and they'll always work. Come on.
You are posing it. You are
ridiculous. He's being ridiculous.
Posing it in a very specific way. If they disappeared now, we live in a world now.
Yeah, she's asking a thought experiment. Yeah.
Where
to trying to get you think something Socratically, yes.
Women can use tools to make them a lot stronger than they ever were.
Yeah, but she's asking you. She's using the Socratic method. She's trying to get you to think in a way that you're not thinking. Obviously.
Yes, I need you to. If you're going to say something to a friend, I need you to whisper it as quietly as possible, because I can hear from both sides. Some folks.
He has
that
a
are
cane
talking to a
now. Yeah, I
friend,
don't know what's up with that. That's weird.
and I can hear it as if it's at a normal volume. I need you to whisper it, or ideally, don't do it at all, just so we can hear the speakers. Go ahead.
Sorry, what was I saying?
You were telling me how the strong, independent women are going to start laying concrete and doing roofing tomorrow because tools.
Well, do you agree that the tools exist that allow people to do these jobs?
The tools exist that allow men to do those jobs.
Why
Why
could women not use those tools?
You don't put a
True.
jackhammer in Rachel's hand and she can suddenly operate it. I weigh
So, is there
140
any women
pounds?
that can use jackhammers?
There might be some woman somewhere. Do you think that there are
I
enough?
know
They would have to redesign jackhammers for women to regularly use them. They would have to redesign them. And could a design even be made that could do it? I guess, but it wouldn't be the design there now.
And specifically,
right? It would need off weights or whatever. Weight set off. What's the term? It needs like weights that calibrate that counter it. It would not be. Women wouldn't be able to hold it still.
Jackhammers.
So if only
Counterweights.
Here's a good
Counterweights.
analogy to try to help you understand this. I don't know what's not.
I don't even know the design.
Let's
but
imagine
you'd
that we're
have to
trying to
redesign it.
maintain populations, and only
My mom uses a 380, and my dad can use a 45, and I'm more of a 9mm. So, sure.
only 1% of women can give birth. Do you think we're going to maintain the population?
I've always had a soft spot for 9mm because of all those Chinese movies I like. They're always using tons of 9mm pistols in those, right? Berettas and stuff like that.
Do you think we need far more than 1% of women to be able to do that in order to maintain it on a systemic level? It's the same thing with infrastructure. Just because you have one or two butch-ass chicks who can maybe do some of these things for a limited amount of time,
Right.
you would never keep thousands of
Yeah, how would you run society? Like, he's laughing like she's stupid, but how would you run society like that?
cities running. You would never keep.
Her point is the infrastructure of our society is run by men, and people don't respect it, and people don't talk about it, and people act like it's not true. And there's no respect given for it, which there should be. Of course there should be. If men are doing more dangerous jobs and men are doing harder jobs and risk their lives more, shouldn't there be some built-in respect for that, just like we have for like soldiers or whatever else? Of course there should, right? Like, is that they're risking their lives for the betterment of other people's lives? The people that do dangerous jobs. Yes, they're doing it for money too, but they know what they're doing. Like, It's like how we have respect for soldiers. Why wouldn't, or firemen or whatever else? Like, why would not also any of those other hard jobs that that shorten the people's lives or risk their lives, or why not? Why don't we respect that? It's a good. I mean, like, we should.
Nuclear power plants and oil rigs and sewage treatment plants going if only women had to run them. You need men for modern civilization. So again, this is all an illusion. The illusion women have that they're equal with men is built on the premise that this stuff just appeared here. These lights just
Now this is a hard truth, kind of, or something, right? It's like a thing most people don't want to face, like what she's saying. The men and women are not physically equal. Are they equal, like under God or whatever else? Well, she believes yes, and so do every Christian does, right? And then you have the founding fathers saying, like, but there's a hard truth that is that we're not equal physically, and they just don't want to accept that. Like people like the male feminist guy, Greg, he doesn't want to accept that. He doesn't want to face it. He doesn't want to deal with it. He doesn't want it to be a thing, but it is a thing. It is a thing, and in fact, it's better to talk about it, because then we come up with things like protecting women because they need to be protected, because they aren't able to physically defend themselves as well as men. So that we should protect them as a society. We should, just like for children, we should think about that. We should think about what's the minimize risks to women. Of course we should, because it's not equal. Because it's not. We're actually being unfair to women by not respecting that and acting like, oh yeah, we're all the same, we're all whatever. Well, then you're risking their lives, man. Just for like the ego, and just for like the you don't want to be the one to tell them. Okay, but it's their lives, man. I don't know.
Here, this microphone I have the tool. The tool is here. We see this in certain places where we go to give tribal people modern tools.
True.
We give them water. We give them wells.
They can't
and then
keep
when
them.
The people who give it to them leave.
So like Team Water, the Mr. Beast thing. That's what I've always been wondering. How does he actually expect to do that and have them still there in a decade and not just run by some warlord or something, if it's even there? They can keep. He can act like it's going to be so simple, but it's not going to be.
If they cannot maintain it, they don't have the IQ or they don't have the prerequisite skills to maintain what.
Yeah, because there's a related. Well, if you want to help those people, it's not to give them done technology. It's to help them build the society that will lead them to the necessity of that technology, right? It's to help them actually build a society that actually would want that technology, and so they would look for it and they would try to copy it, like Japan did. Right? Like Japan was way behind too. And then what did they do? They said, hey, can I see that gun? Bro, let me look at that. Let me look at that for a second. Okay, let's see. Hey, they're speaking Japanese, right? But they like this. Hey, dude, check out this gun they got. We could make one of those. Let's just get let's find somebody that's really good. See, they in their gun, look at it's really smooth there. It's drilled really smooth. We can't really do that. But maybe if we ask somebody that can do it, we can learn how. And so let's hire a guy. Yeah, we'll get him on a boat or something, and we'll hire him to teach us how to drill like that. And we'll figure it out, and then we can make these. Bro, we can have these guns. Yeah, that's all we gotta do. Okay, yeah, I'll go make the arrangements right now. Portugal, got it. Right, and then they do it. But Japan didn't have that technology. There was tons of technology they didn't have, but they were able to from their own society be like, okay, we want that. I want to copy that. I want to copy that. We didn't just give them things. Japan hired Portuguese dudes. Yeah, exactly, right? You make it sound like conspiracy, though. Well, it was in a way. The reason I make it sound like that is because that exact clan, Japanese clan, didn't want everybody to have them. It was a conspiracy. I'm saying they wanted them, and then of course other people copied it, and it didn't really stay. But those clans didn't want to share that, I'm sure. It doesn't seem like they probably did. They didn't want all of Japan to have them. But, whatever. It happened that way.
You've given them, it would be the same thing. And it's, even if you have tools.
But my point is Japan, right? That shows that if the culture is such that technology is just a matter of like they just didn't come up with the idea yet, then you just let them copy it, and they will, right? You just give them the prerequisites. You help their society stabilize to the prerequisite way, and then they'll do it. And then we don't even have to interfere with that. We didn't even have to interfere there. You sell them a couple, right? Whatever. You sell them some. But you don't have to give them the technology already done. You don't have like you can sell them a couple, but you don't have to just keep giving it to them like humanitarian. That doesn't work. Like an apple orchard in South Africa that were taken or redistributed, and they used all the trees for firewood without any knowledge of maintaining an orchard. Right, exactly. It makes total sense. You have to want to adopt new things. Yeah, you have to wait until they want to adopt the thing. You have to just let them do it. You have to trust other countries. Like if you see the problem is like, there are ways we can help places in Africa and stuff, but it's not the way most people think, right? And it's mostly leaving them alone. It'd be mostly not. It'd be mostly letting them do whatever, honestly. Like, there probably would be bloodshed and stuff. We'd have to be way more hands-off than we are.
They still require strength. Like I said, diesel engines, you know.
We should just let, I don't know, I'm starting to talk South Africa politics. It was better a certain way.
There's jobs that require multiple big, strong dudes with big, huge tools to build giant skyscrapers.
Yeah, sure. What about that?
To, you know, put sewer pipes into the ground.
Who, like, they have a point that women could theoretically do it, but who does it? Who's actually done it for the benefit of society now? Men mostly, right? 99%.
These big infrastructure jobs, women,
99%.
it's just a fact of physics.
Yep.
And you're supposed to be a science and evidence guy.
Yeah, that's why it's so weird. That's why I don't trust these fuckers, right? They've actually made me against evolution now. These fucking weasels have made it so now I don't even believe in evolution. Now, you could say I had my questions already, but now that the people that are proponents of it are these weasels, and they always don't even know what gender is, I can't trust anything they have to say. I'm sorry. I don't trust evolution now. I'm sorry. I don't think so. I think I'm being conned again. Don't think so. I don't know what is true, but I don't think evolution is.
Yeah, but
I don't
Rachel,
get
you're just
this.
saying that women can't do that.
They can't.
But there is
As a
women.
group,
There is women that do that. But there's
what
also,
would it matter if
there's
there's
He's
also
fooled me. I mean, these weasels really have pushed me over there. I basically don't believe in anything they believe in. Now, you could say, is that being small-minded or something? I don't think so, because I have thought about these things, and I just don't think they're making a very good case for them.
You think
Rachel, can I
Sally
just
is
let you talk for
going to
ages?
just maintain?
And in the fact that they're trying to make the case, but they don't have a good case, makes me think the reason they believe in it has to be another purpose. Do you see? Do you follow why I think this way? If they're making a case and it's not very good, just like everything, then why are they making the case? If all their other points are made because they all their other points line up with like the communists, the feminists, the Luciferians, the Soroses, the bankers, if all their other ideas line up with them, the JP Morgans, the Rockefellers, then why would I assume that their other ideas, which I don't find that they're making a very good case for, are legit and not more propaganda or tools of those same forces when everything else they believe follows those forces? Like, so many people like pro school or pro whatever, and it's like, how do you even have that view set from a non-corrupted or pro, or even the gender stuff? How do you have that mindset? How can you be pro this gender concept thing and not, like, where can it come from a good place? I can understand you find out about it, right? And you're like, okay, and then that can come from a good place. I understand that. But what I'm saying is, if you trace the origin back, if you really get into the thing, how can you say it doesn't seem to come from a good place? And all these ideas, I can't find I can't find reason to back them up. I can't find ration to back them up. And I'm looking. I'm not trying to disagree with things. In fact, I don't want to disagree with things that the regular people think, because it just makes me an outsider. I don't want to do that. But I can't find these things to be true, and I think it's more important to be honest than it is to be liked. Does Carl believe in the firmament, considering you had to travel through it?
Maintain the world
What's
on
that?
her own? Sally and Karen, the two that can theoretically do this?
Let's switch it over to Craig.
Thank you. So there's weak men as well as weak women.
Uh-huh.
But there is more than enough women in the world that are capable of holding a jackhammer and moving trucks and loading things.
And weak men, or
using
what? What are you
tools
saying?
and conveyor belts and everything. There is more than enough women in the world.
No, there's not. You liar. There's not more than enough women to run everything.
That are smart enough and capable enough to
smart enough? What does that even have to do with anything?
use the tools that already exist.
He's acting like tools are a matter of intelligence. That's not true. There's a component of intelligence, like we were talking about. That's only one component. That's not ability to use. That's ability to understand how to use.
To keep it going. You are just saying,
She's talking about something else.
To ever do this. You've got no data to back up that women can't do this.
Because you don't need data to do that. This is how their other weasel move they always do. You haven't looked into, got a bunch of data on this clearly obvious thing made logically from your other points. Okay. Yeah, but it's pretty well reasoned. What do you got to say about the actual reasoning and what she's actually saying? Oh, not enough data. Okay. We need data on everything.
The fact that women do these jobs.
There is data too, by the way, that you can look at.
Even if it is an outlier.
It's 0.000 something percent. Look at the actual numbers of these things. It's in those videos. Hold on, I gotta find one of those videos. Those pro men working oil rig video. It's gotta exist, bro. You guys have seen the one. In those, they mention the numbers sometimes. I've only seen those. They'll be like 100% men. Women work at 0.0 something percent.
Yeah.
I don't know. I can't seem to find this freaking thing. Oil rig. Women say men suck. Something like this.
This is why.
This guy works.
Newbie Refnex. Yeah, can't find it. The dome. What dome?
Ryan or folks,
like the biodome
and keep the talking
in
audience down.
The biodome movie. Biodome.
The fact that women do these jobs that you are saying women can't do just disproves you. Yes, there's less.
No, it's not that simple. What she's saying, it doesn't disprove her, you weird. Look at his face right now. Ah, look at that. Look at that. That's what I'm trying to show you. That.
Of them, maybe a lot of them don't want to do it, but some do. And that's what feminism is. Feminism is saying that you have to do this.
His ears aren't even connected to his head. He's one of those. Hold on. Are Rachel Wilson's earlobes? I think hers are under her hair, so I can't really tell. But his earlobes aren't connected to his head. He's one of those.
I'm saying that if you want to and you're able to,
he's one of those.
Go on then.
Craig, the best argument you're making
his earlobes aren't even connected
today is that I, as a woman, am better at understanding logic and physics than you, a scientist.
Yes, true. This is the highest feminist point he's making is that Rachel Wilson owns him. Yes.
Man, like that's your best argument, and the one that makes me feel like
she's destroying the crap out of him.
Maybe you got me is the fact that I'm here with my blonde hair, looking like a bimbo, and understanding these very simple concepts better than a.
You look fantastic. By the way, you look fantastic. But what is he? Was she gonna? Are you gonna try to date her take her from her husband?
Man who, debates.
A man she clearly respects versus
scientifically for a living.
Neither are mine.
You're actually sitting here trying.
The firmament is what holds the water back above us, separating the earthly plane and the heavenly plane above. Holds the water back. What?
To argue against physics and biology. You think men and women are equal and can do the same things? You think they have the same levels of strength, they have the same capacity? Or is it that, just one sec, because even if a couple women are stronger than men, and a couple men are weaker than women. On average, that does not negate the whole.
And it also doesn't negate the whole that it's still 99% was made by men, which is the point she's making. And this is like a technicality, even if he was right.
Which is that, on average, almost all men are stronger than almost.
And it's almost all men doing the work. So
all women. Just
that should be
you can
something
point to
people
an
consider.
outlier doesn't prove your case. And as a guy who debates flat earthers, you should know this. And
Yeah,
I know
true.
that you know it. So I don't even think you're being serious.
Your claim that there aren't enough women to do these jobs
Is what? Not true?
There's no data to back that.
You don't need data. Imagine, like, you don't need data. It's clear that there's not enough, man. How would you even imagine data where that makes sense? What are you talking about? You're imagining like millions upon millions of strong women that don't exist, and obviously don't exist. What are you talking about? There's no data that backs you up.
So maybe right now, not a lot
There
of women...
is data to back it up.
Yeah, there is data to back her up. There's no data to back him up. You can look at all kinds of data. You can look at like actual like surveys of like women's weight and muscle mass and all this kind of stuff. There's tons of stuff you can look at, tons of data you could extrapolate to say that's impossible. You're talking shit.
Maybe right now, not a lot of
Yeah,
women
what is he
do
talking
those jobs,
about?
but if those jobs...
You're saying we need the specific data of them doing the jobs. No, we don't. There's plenty of other data you can look at to figure out that you're talking shit.
were needed because
Look at how much muscle mass women actually have, and how much they would need, and how many we would need to run the society, and do the numbers on that. You could do that simulation. You could figure that out. At least, obviously, we're not saying simulations are always accurate, but completely accurate. But they're more accurate than just saying bullshit.
as there is no men left, women would do it, and they would.
Apparently, they aren't just earlobes.
use the
They're
tools
just
and they would go,
earlobes.
right, so I'm
Oh, your earlobes aren't connected?
wrong. Maybe I should go and do that because that would
Uh-oh,
be good for society
Gio.
right now because we need to keep the oil.
Yeah, I don't know that theory. Dingus has a theory about it, though.
Okay, here's a question. Let's say we do that. Let's
I don't
say
know what
all
the
the women
theory
take
means.
over all the infrastructure jobs.
A riot has a theory? One of
It's kinda
these
like
guys have a
evolution,
theory
I guess,
about it.
where it just you have enough time. If you have enough time, just excessive amounts of time, and somehow women are going to become men. It just changes into something else because time. Maybe it's like that.
Now he gets, you know where she gets this whole argument thing from, right? Oh yeah, it's Riot who does, yeah. Sorry, Riot. You know where she gets this whole spiel here? She gets it from Jim Bob. That's
And I guess where it just you have enough time. If you have enough.
I recognize it. She watches Jim Bob. I've seen her in the chat before. He does make this point a lot, and it is a weird point. Like they do never have an answer for it. They do just say it's time. But she definitely gets that from Jim Bob. This whole little thing.
Excessive
gonna
amounts of
smoke.
time, and somehow women are going to become men. It just changes into something else because time. Maybe it's like that. But let's say this happens.
He doesn't get it. She's making a reference. She's making a reference that she knows her audience is going to get, right? Like I just got it. But he doesn't get it at all. He doesn't even understand that argument.
Let's say that women
He's playing so dumb. Even if he's heard Jim Bob make it, he wouldn't recognize it because he never understands what people are saying.
become strong enough to maintain the infrastructure that allows them to.
Yeah, how's it
get
gonna happen?
Strong enough
Time.
to maintain the infrastructure.
He is saying time, yeah.
What happens to the
Because
birth rate?
he's saying the problem is there's not enough. You're saying they just disappeared tomorrow. That's not what happened.
If there's only women.
If women are maintaining the infrastructure, we just say, look, men, you've done enough.
Yeah, what
Just
happens to the
sit
birth
down
rate
and
then?
rest, kick up your feet. We've got this. We're gonna take it from
But
here.
that's not
we
what
do the,
feminism is.
We do the Rosie the Riveter. We're like, we've got this. We're gonna take care of the infrastructure. We've got this. Don't worry about it. Just sit back. You can take care of the kids. So we already see now that birth rates are falling below replacement levels.
Yeah, what'll happen then?
And the number one correlate worldwide, regardless of economics, regardless of race, country, anything, is women's access to higher education and their participation in the world.
And now he paints that as a good thing. Higher education as a good thing. But what if it's not education? What if it's just called education? What if it's actually programming? And what you're actually doing is subjecting more women to programming. Well, just what if? Just what if? Just maybe what if? What if you're actually sacrificing your women to the state for your own ego, you freak? What if that? Huh? What if that's the truth of reality? How do you feel then? Oh, well, you don't want to face that, do you? You don't even think about that possibility. But maybe you should.
In other words, when you tell women, go work all day long. They don't want to have a bunch of kids. So if the women are maintaining the infrastructure,
these guys, these male feminists, and this is the reason why they are evil. Like, and they're so like it acts out in the things how they dismiss women, like Rachel in practice, right? Why is it like that? Why do they actually dislike women? Just because of their views, they think just because they're wrong, that makes them dislike women? No. The answer is right here, though.
Work all day long, and regardless of race, country, anything, is women's access to higher education.
They are on their own ego, think their education is real, right? And they think that they want to back it up so much that they're willing to sacrifice women, the very like life essence of our kind, right? Like, they want to sacrifice women, the ones we're supposed to protect, for their own fucking ego about their education, man. That's why people like this do it, because they sell out women for their education, for their own belief in their own education and their own superiority. They pick their superiority, they pick their ego over the women of our kind. They're kin killers. They're baby eaters. That's why they're evil. They pick something else over women and children. They pick themselves over women and children. They pick themselves over women and children, and their own view of themselves even.
And their participation in the workforce.
Isn't that gross when you realize it? These male feminists pick themselves over women. That's what they're doing. Same reason like men are like fine with casual sex, like, oh yeah, it's fine for women, even though we know it's not. We know it's messed up. We know it hurts them more. We know it has more toll on them. We know it does. But we say, oh no, so we can get laid, right? That's the fucking lie of the modern world. And this isn't just commies that think this. This is the lie of the modern world. Is that men are just, and they go along with it, right? So many men go along with it. They're like, yeah, no, casual sex, fine, it's fine, just so they can get laid. They know it's not the same to women. They know it's bigger to women. They know sex is more important to women. It's like a relationship thing. It's like it's a bond act. It's an act of bonding. They know that to women, that it's gonna be way bigger emotionally than it is to them. But they want easy sex, so they say, no, yeah, casual sex is real, bro. Instead of, because they are being too short-sighted, they want to like settle down or be honest with themselves what they want. So they're willing to hurt women and have casual sex with them, just for their own ego, to sacrifice women for their own ego. They prey. These are the type of men that prey on vulnerable women, right? Am I wrong? This like, we've let the society be taken over by the weird creeps that prey on women. That's fucked up, isn't it? We've let the weird creeps that want to prey on women run everything.
When you tell women, go work all day.
Weird creeps like this guy that want to prey on women, we've let them have the power. We've let them in control. Why'd we do that?
Long, they don't want to have a bunch of kids. So if the women are maintaining,
why do we even put up with this? With guys like this guy?
The infrastructure, who births?
Why don't people just beat him up? No, don't do that. 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 But if we lived in a just society, if we lived in a just society, would creeps not like him not get chased away with rocks? Like, get out of here, you freak! Leave our women alone. They're like hen. What are the things? The hen bird things that sneak in. That's what they are. That's what male feminists are. They're the hen cocks. Is that what it's called? Hen cocks. They're the bird that hunts that sneaks in, right, and then
the babies,
kills them.
Who's going to raise them and breastfeed them and get pregnant and do all the labor and delivery?
So
that's what these are.
There is a fall in birth rates, pretty much around the world at the moment. But the interesting thing is that the fall in birth rates also applies to countries that are extremely men, or countries that have nothing to do with feminism. A lot of
because I never get that. I seriously don't. I don't get why men are so cool with women. The lie about casual sex, where they act like it's the same for men and women. It's not. Why aren't they honest about that? That always bothered me. That bothered me since I was a kid, and I noticed that. Like, I noticed, like, you look at your parents, you look at what's happening to other people, and if you look, you notice women take it way more serious, and it breaks them too. It causes real mental damage to women to be treated like that, to be treated like they're like not even. It's like not even treating them like a person. When men lie to them and be like, oh yeah, casual sex is normal, it's all normal. It's treating them like they're not even a person because they're just trying to get laid.
Countries, the birth rates are also falling. So to claim that the fact that birth rates are falling is due to feminism ignores the fact that birth rate is also falling in countries where feminism is non-existent.
Well, I have a study here in my phone I can pull up.
I have several as well.
I have a bunch. They did a huge study.
I've got more than you.
Well, yeah, you were interrupting her when she was talking about showing you a study, and you needed to stand up and make a point of it. Isn't that so pathetic? Come on, man. Why is this guy so pathetic like that?
They had a huge study in...
Now, she's laughing not with him, right? But at him. She's laughing at him.
China.
He thinks she's laughing with him. She's laughing at him. Because she's thinking like, this fucking loser. He needs to have the last point every freaking time. Jesus Christ.
China's this big emerging global superpower, and they did a big study.
He did so, yeah, because he thinks it's like funny that like he's like this.
And they found there that the #1 correlate to lower birth rates is women's access to education and work. This makes total sense. There were things that contributed.
Yeah, so what if education isn't what we say it is? How about that?
To falling birth rates.
Just think about
that
option.
Like the birth control pill and other, contraceptive methods, and then widespread acceptance and legalization of abortion. But that doesn't even account for the further drop we've seen in the decades since that.
Sure.
And what it is NGOs going in around the world to places like Africa, to places like Asia, and pushing women's
fucking
liberation.
Dork. Yeah. Well, you can always feel that way because they just live in a bubble of their own conceitedness. Like he's always going to think he's right. He's always going to think she's stupid. And there's no way we can really you can get through that. That's the thing. That's the double-edged sword of the Gnostic mind, right? And believing they're saving the world and believing in the world because they can always escape because that they understand the world better. And so it's like escaping the truth, but like it's like the same instinct to like go towards what's true. But because they don't believe in what's true, it's like escaping to a spaceship. Right? It's like, haha, I know what's best for the world. So no matter what I do, no matter how actually evil it is, I am still right because I understand the world and what needs to be done to save it. Only I do. That's the Gnostic trap. It's that arrogance right there. Is the whole Gnostic trap. That's how they get them.
Pushing women to school. So this is another thing that we've done. We've subsidized women's education, and we've
if I'm wrong, how come every time we review one of these wackos, they always think like the other person's dumb or crazy, just like the people in our chat do. They all behave the same way. Why do they all behave the same way? If it's not programming, if it's not safety protocols, why do they all behave exactly the same way? Why is there never anyone that has these viewpoints that's like actually not behaving this way, like their opponents are stupid, they don't know what they're talking about, they're just a woman. Why do they all behave this way? They're crazy, they're stupid. Why do they all act like this guy does? That's what I don't get. Unless we're right, these people are sophists, which is what it seems like to me.
Around the world and told them, you can't have a good life without college.
lies.
Children are a ball and chain. They're going to hold you back. They're going to
friggin'
be
dirty
bad for you
quangos.
and
What are
make you
quangos?
vulnerable to abuse.
Like a fruit.
So you need a college education. You have to go to work instead. And when we do that, what we see is women don't have babies. Why? It's super intuitive.
Doesn't it make it? Yeah, it's dumb. To me, I've been thinking more and more. Doesn't it make more sense if we try to push, just like if women, the model becomes like, work when you're, not work. Start a family when when you can, when it comes out, and don't work. And then later on, if you feel like you'd like to work, like, you don't get enough out of whatever, your kids are gone or whatever else, then work. Why not do it that way? Why, nobody's saying don't work, women. We're saying, why not do it in reverse where it actually makes sense? To the physical constraints of your life, because so many women I know that get 30 or something, and then they have the biological clock thing, and they get depressed, and it really tears women apart that are in their 30s, and for later age women that don't have kids. It's cruel almost that it's like that, and we don't have to have it like that. We can have it so they don't have to go through that by moving it forward. And then, it just seems so obvious to me. that it makes more sense for women to have children young, and then work later, than work first and then decide if you want kids. Because it seems like by that time you're already in a weird spot with life, and you had trouble getting the husband you wanted because you were working all the time and you weren't able to spend that much time together as you should have been able to. Or you thought, you believe the feminist lie that you'll be happy without getting married or whatever thing, and so you ruined that opportunity with a good guy, which I've seen so many women that haven't to. Where they had the opportunity to stay in a relationship and have a marriage, have a family, but they were just like, nah, I want to go out and find my real me and blah blah blah. And then they go back to the guy later, and he's like, no, you know, you have kids now or whatever. Like, what the fuck are you doing? Get out of here. And so I know so many women that did that pattern, and their lives now are not as happy as they would like. I'll tell you that much. So I wish we'd stop ruining women's lives for our own ego. I wish we'd just be honest with them, personally, right?
If you're spending,
I'm going to do my best to be honest to people. That's all I know. But it's gross that what we've done. We've ruined. I don't want to say ruined people's lives, because don't think of it that way. It's not ruined. But we've nonetheless caused a lot of hardship and anguish and pain, because we lied to women.
spending your fertile years going to college and building a career, you're not going to have kids. If you do have kids, you're
Cause
gonna
lots
wait
of hardship
until you're in your 30s or later. So the average age a woman has her first child now in this country is close to 30. It used to be 20. And we're seeing maternal mortality rates go up in the modern world for the first
Exactly,
time
we're causing more hardship by this model.
discovered germ theory and antibiotics
Of everyone.
because women are waiting until
Women,
they're in
men,
their late 30s or 40s to have
children,
babies at which
everyone. We're causing more harm to the world. Supposedly, these fuckers, these people that always believe in this stuff, on the guy on the right side, they're supposed to care about harm reduction and minimal harm, but they're actually creating more harm in the world. They just don't. They say, "Oh, there's no study for that," even though it's obvious you're creating it this way. You're creating more harm. You're creating less happy relationships. You're creating more fucked up lives of children. You're creating all this extra harm and pain, man. Obviously.
point it becomes more dangerous, the risk to the mother and to the child and birth.
Nothing but increase in
Effects
pain
all
and
go up.
problems and
So
hardship.
this is ass backwards, stupid
Exactly.
stuff to do if you
It
want to
is.
maintain a civilization. You don't tell women
These
to
are
spend their
retards.
fertile years pursuing higher education.
Yeah,
which,
it's
by the way, I
retarded.
think like 80% of the field of psychology degrees are held by women.
Uh-huh.
So all they do is the same stuff they've always done. If you look at the jobs in 1920 that women held and the jobs that women hold now, the top 20 jobs are almost exactly the same.
Uh-huh.
We do early childhood care, we do nursing, we're retail workers, we're secretaries, and then there's like psychology and interior design and a lot of other fluffy stuff. And the only thing that changed was we swapped
Secretaries make sense, right? Because they can help. They can do a lot of office work, but ideally, they also keep note of things like guys forget, right? Because they have different priorities, and so they're perfect with secretaries.
farm labor for
Because then they're
HR.
basically, if you're a really good secretary, it's basically like the guy's weaknesses are all gone, pretty much, right? Like the secretary covers for everything he would be bad about.
our work. So I don't know about you, but I think that we would rather have mothers producing babies so that human beings can continue to exist rather than just more HR ladies and psychologists.
True.
Women can do both. Women can have babies and have jobs. My wife
But they're not doing it, man. That's what we're saying.
has worked most of her.
And then why you're looking down instead of at her face, you fucking weasel. What really gives away the weaselness of this guy is watching their faces, right? He never looks her in the eyes, almost ever. He rarely does. Looks down in this weird, awkward way all the time. You're talking to her. Look her in the fucking face.
Her life. We had babies when
She looks you in the face. Why are you not looking her in the face? Rude.
2 and 27.
I can understand being like nervous about it, whatever, but that's a skill. If you're being a public speaker, you better work on that. That's a skill, yeah, that we all have to kind of like learn, like because you get scared or whatever. Antisocial people have it really rough, but you got to learn to do it, and you got to get over it.
And
He looks at her for a second. Look, he's
stop
already
work,
gone.
back to work, stuff.
Already
There
gone.
was no
Already
problem.
looking off.
I do agree with you that there's a
Looks up at her for a fraction of a second. Now women have to be empowered by going around a few times on the before that. Yeah, I know, which seems to only cause problems itself. Like I was saying, and here's the thing: it's not just women in the problem there. A lot of the men are the problem there because they just want to get laid, and so they're willing to lie to them. And we used to look down on those people, those hencocks. We used to chase them away, right? You chase them away from your daughter. The community as a whole would chase them away. That used to be how we were. Those men were obviously gross, and we would chase them away. Now, somehow we can't tell those men are gross now, and they're male feminists, and they totally care about women, and they call regular dudes incels, fucking freaks. Why do you call a man incel? Oh, because you're a henhock. That's why. Because you're a fucking henhock. No regular guy calls men incels. Only henhocks do that.
rate of births. Now, here's the
Women do it. Of course, women call men incels. Women love to be like, oh, you virgin, oh, you whatever. We're not, that's a whole different topic. But a man doing it, a man calling people incels is a henhock. He's a predator. Watch out for that guy.
I am currently scripting a video which
no normal person calls men incels. Only henhocks.
Basically debunking the claim that more babies equals better, because evolution would necessarily disagree with that claim.
What the fuck does that have to do? Huh? Look at her smiling because she knows, like, again, that a lot of people, that evolution is probably baloney. And she's like, of course he has to go to evolution. He can't go to anything real. Like, of course he has to go to fucking evolution to try to prove his claims. Of course, because real data doesn't back him up. She knows all that, and that's in that smile right there. Of course, evolution. Of course he goes to his nonsensical nonsense world. He has to use some other fake science to back it up.
You'll be very, very. Oh, actually, I would love the Crucible Crew's opinion on the video that I'm making about that. So yeah,
I'd love to see that too. They'll take your willy inside themselves and call you a virgin. Yeah, no, I know. Women are like that. Women are, but those are mostly evil women.
But
they were talking about there.
The
but women can be very evil. Men can be evil too, but the man evil is like this. It's like this guy. It's like the henhocks. Those are the evil men that we're supposed to chase out of society and not allow around normal people.
There's less birth doesn't necessarily mean that is bad for society. That depends on the societal pressures.
It doesn't matter if it's good or bad for society. That's just a made-up goalpost. Because if it's good or bad, it doesn't. It's not. The question isn't for society. Although his types would think it's universally. Right? The question isn't, is it good or bad for society? It's, is it good or bad universally? That's a harder question to ask. But that's saying, like, obviously for religious people, it's as if it's good or bad universally, not for society. And religiously, more life is good, period. Right? Because even the bad things in life are part of God's plan, yada, yada. The more potential for good, and by my view, where I view that humanity is the only thing that respects the concept of good. And I respect the concept of good. If I want more people to respect the concept of good, more aptitude for good, then the answer is obviously more babies. The only people that can reason it being not good are the evil Malthusians that hate human life and want to see it destroyed because they hate themselves. You know, like, why would you ever make an argument that less life is good? What? Socially good. Well, you have to make up this definition of socially good. And then why would you ever aim for the socially good? Why is that something we should even aim for, as opposed to universal good or individual good? There's two options you can convince me to look at. Universal good, like, is this good or evil, period? Or individual good, is this good for people individually? Or even families, right? Like extension into families, or even tribes, or yada yada. What I'm saying is, in a physical, real way, society as this construct, it's always an illusion. It's always an attempt to control. It doesn't mean anything. There's no way to model things that way. We don't know that our goals, there's tons of data that's not on this, because he's talking about, doesn't have data on this. There's no data on if we aim for social goods that will arrive at social good. We can't even prove that. You know what I'm saying? Like these people make the case that we should aim for a social good, and they artificially construct this thing they say is social good. Well, when as a society have we really aimed at that? And how can you show me that that actually works and we actually arrive at a better place that way? In practice, it looks worse to do it. It's either universal good, like God, or something like this, God and evil. Sorry, not good and evil, God and Satan, or individually good, and then like family good, and then tribally good, things that we can actually point to, community good. Social good is just a made-up thing. So how do we know that aiming for this made-up thing, that we're even aiming for something real that leads to anything good? We don't. So you shouldn't be making the case for social good. You should make the case either universally good, like a religious case, or individually good. That's the only thing I'm going to take. Socially good is only people trying to control you and make shit up. Maybe I'm wrong. Prove me wrong. Show me a social good that we should aim for that isn't a universal good or an individual good. Just show me any. Make that case for me at all. That there's a such thing as a social good, the good of society for society, that's different again from a universal good, like it's evil, it's good and evil, or individually good, like we can point to it being good for us individually or our family or our friends. I don't believe those things exist. I think they just make those up, the social goods, because they can't point to a universal good or an individual good. If they could, they wouldn't be saying this. They would, you know, am I wrong?
Doesn't necessarily mean that that is bad for society. That depends on the societal pressures.
See, like the whole reason he's making all this nonsense point is because he doesn't have an actual argument. It's sophistry. This is sophistry. I'm just realizing this today. I'm glad we watched this. When they say social pressures and social good and yada yada, that's always sophistry, isn't it? And none of it's real. None of it is real. Why? Because you'd have a stronger argument, either making it on the universal good argument, right? You have a much stronger argument there, or the individual good argument, because those are stronger arguments. You can make those. But social good, you only talk about good for society when you're lying and you're trying to take control of society. Because why wouldn't you just make, if it's actually good, you should be able to make a universal good argument or an individual good argument. This social argument, good argument, only exists to lie.
But linking women...
Am I wrong? I don't think so.
It's to there now being less... It's not as clear cut as that. There's many other things that have influenced women to, you know, have babies later.
I just realized that just there saying that. I didn't know that as a thing.
Not necessarily down to feminism, just wanting to have a life beforehand. And the men are
a life before. See the way he talks, man. These people always talk like this. Why is everything you say just framing and emotional pleading? If you're honest, you don't need to do that. You can say things honestly, the way they are truly, and people will still have emotional connection to them without special framing.
Decision as well. A lot of the men don't want to have babies that young as well.
Who cares? They better. Oh no, dad doesn't want to take care of his kid. Well, let's just let that happen.
Still,
what are you talking about?
I was looking at, still men are the ones that decide that, okay, we're going to start a family. And that decision coming from men is happening later on, not just the women wanting babies later on.
Right. So you said that more babies doesn't necessarily equal better. Sure, I'll grant you that. But what do you think is going to happen to places like South Korea, which are at a 0.7 birth rate? The average South Korean woman isn't even replacing herself, let alone being at 2.1 to 2.2, where you need just to hold the population stable. And I don't know if you've looked into what happens when you have population collapse, but it's very catastrophic. We're looking at a future where we're not going to have enough young people to take care of older aging populations or to maintain the infrastructure we have now. Supply line,
like the men that we're talking about, there's going to be a lot less of them in a couple of decades. So it is going to be rougher to maintain the infrastructure. Yes, something to think about.
lines and supply chains are already suffering.
I think it's good that cities are going to collapse into the communist utopia because they're doomed anyways, infrastructure-wise.
Already struggling to produce things the way we used to because
enough
of
people
global
for it.
population decline. Now, right now, there's something called population momentum. So people will go, well, there's billions of people on the planet. I don't think this is a problem. And it's like, yeah, right now, because, you know,
We're not really looking at how many people are having kids.
cycle, so it takes time to catch up. And what's going to happen, and people
Just like
Elon Musk
inflation.
have been talking about this now for a couple of years.
Yeah.
What's going to happen is you're going to hit this point where it just kind of drops off. And places like Japan and Canada
Sure.
are already
Dropping
encouraging
off,
older
yeah.
people to euthanize themselves because they don't have the infrastructure to take care of these aging populations. We need to be stable at least. So you
I'm
can't,
going to agree with you 100% that the places like South Korea and
But not us. We're different.
even Japan and areas of China, the majority of the population are old people that need looking after, but there isn't enough younger people to do the looking after, which then leads problems to there's not enough people to do infrastructure yet. But that isn't just a women's rights thing. There is many other things, especially in South
What are you
Korea.
talking about women's rights now?
A lot of that came from changes in the government and things like that, which was nothing to do with.
She didn't say women's rights. She said access to higher education, focus on jobs. It's not rights.
Women's rights. The government was saying, well,
You gotta reframe it to rights. You can't just speak what she said. Why?
to start having babies at this time, and then especially in China with the
At least
child
repeat what she
policy, that was
said.
nothing
Use her
to do
words
with
at the
women's
very
rights. That was
least. Show
China
some
thinking,
respect.
oh shit, we've got too many people start having babies, and now they've not got enough people to do anything
right.
else.
Well, in my book, I explain how feminism comes from Malthusianism. So
Yes. See, she does know. She does know, man. She does know. Yeah. Who thought she'd mention Malthusian? Yeah, they're Malthusian. Tell them.
comes from this idea that we're too overpopulated, that smaller populations would be better. Who likes this? It's not a conspiracy theory. They tell you in their own writings. The elite billionaires, the same people that we were talking about.
The people that he worships, the billionaire class. Yes. These commies fucking love the billionaires. They go along with everything the billionaires love.
About, you know, technocracy yesterday.
Uh-huh.
Those same people who want like a
Same
technocratic
people.
future or a transhumanist future do want less people because they want a very small population that they can easily control, engineer, and
Yep.
manipulate. Those people are the ones that funded and pushed feminism and funded and pushed, literally created the birth control pill, and the same people who pushed to make abortion not only legal for the first time in the
You gonna point out the other things too?
USSR under Lenin, but made it free and paid for by state hospitals up to birth with no reason given. And what happened in Russia is within less than 20 years of that policy, they had one live birth for every 3 abortions, and Stalin had to outlaw it again to prevent catastrophic population collapse. So this feminism is a death cult. It tells women that babies are bad, that
Why does feminism push abortion so much? And we talked about it. Abortion is just child sacrifice, it seems like it, doesn't it? If feminism isn't a death cult, why do they push abortion with it? Abortion, now I'm not saying abortion should be illegal, but they push it like a good thing. Like, come on, they do. They do. Everyone knows they do. I don't know how you convince yourself they don't. If you can convince me, I'd be, you can try, but I can't believe that anymore.
being a mother is bad. You're not cool like the boss girls. You need to get out there and be something. You need to do something with your life. Don't just be a baby factory. I've been told this my whole life. That being a mom is like...
We've all experienced that. We've not her, us being told it, but we've seen people told it. Ryan said about her school was like that. And I saw stuff like that in my school where people would shame you for like wanting to have a family as a little girl. Yeah, of course they would. It was not encouraged. No, even though a lot of girls would still do it. Like, it's still obviously... they'd still want a family, obviously. They would still kind of go against it a little bit. But then there was all the other shaming where it's like, I mean, all the other propaganda where it's like, oh, but you know what? Your husband's going to cheat on you. Even if you get married, you manage to find a good one, he's going to cheat on you. And you guys are going to get divorced and your kids are going to be unhappy. Well, yeah, because the people are told that. Let them just be themselves and figure it out and not worry about their significant other lying to them because 50, you say like 70% of people lie or something. Like they personally get it in your head that you're going to be lied to, you're going to be abused, you're going to be cheated on from both perspectives, for both the little boys and the little girls. And that happens in school, man. It's school that made me think that. I know, I've traced it back, right? Like I remember that it was school that made me think that you got to worry about like your partner cheating on you and lying to you and yada yada. School convinced me of that. Why? Why did they even mention those kind of topics to me as a kid? Like, why the fuck did I think that as a kid? Why the fuck would I worry about that as a child? That's not something I should have had in my head at all. And I know it's from school. It's not from, it's in some movies, right? Some movies were in movies and TV shows and stuff, but it was mainly school because they would mention the actual numbers. They would mention like, saying like 50% of couples something, or they would talk about how often people lie. They would say all this stuff that it's like, why tell kids this at all? Why should kids have any conception about divorce rates or like why would kids know that? Why should kids need to know about divorce rates? I don't know. You would say,
gross thing that you do if you're not.
Isn't that weird that you learn about divorce rates and how untrustworthy people are from school? What?
Good enough to hack it in the business world, or you're not smart enough to go to college. I chose not.
If anybody tell me that as my parents can talk to me about that stuff.
College and have kids, and even the.
If I was back when I was a kid, now, like people who knows what they're telling kids now.
Normal.
It is weird,
like, conservative women around me thought.
And I know I can remember, like I traced it back. It was actually for sure school. It was also kids talking about it at school too, but that's part of it too. It was also like kids would talk about it a lot too, and kids would be really dumb about things. But it was mostly the school that got into
this huge mistake, and I was never going to recover. It's just crazy. So it's the propaganda and it's the mindset
it's propaganda
that is creating this impetus in women that their natural inclination to have a family, their natural inclination to be mothers during their fertile years is wrong, and that they need to act like.
Isn't that fucked up? They're literally telling women the way they feel naturally is wrong. And then they tell them, oh, all your feelings are valid on the other side of their mouth. Like, you're giving them the recipe to screw these 4 girls over. Right? Of course you are. You're like, oh yeah, obey every random emotional instinct. Obey. Listen, women, obey every random feeling you have because that makes sense. And just follow all of those. Yes, follow all of those. Yeah, and ignore the ones that tell you where you want to be loved and have a family and have kids and depend on another person. You don't want to depend on somebody else. That's some kind of, you don't understand, little girl. That is some kind of dependency. That is mental illness. You don't want to depend on another person. No. That's dependency. That it's more important that you fear dependency than you try to have a healthy relationship. Yeah, that's more important, yes.
Men and be like men and compete with men. And
obey every random feeling. Live your truth. Exactly.
It's bad for women, and I think all the statistics I went over.
Instead of like, oh, try to understand each other, try to communicate, try to understand that how you feel is not always how you feel in the moment is not actually how you feel. And you notice that from when you get mad. Like a simple test of this is to let yourself get mad and do some crazy thing, because you'll regret it later because you didn't really feel that way. You were upset. And everyone knows this. Everyone knows that, like, it's figured out that they get upset and they do things they didn't mean to do. And they regret it. And we wouldn't even have the feeling of regret if that wasn't true. So we know your feelings aren't true all the time. Sometimes you're wrong. Sometimes you're reacting to something wrong. So you should try to take a step back. That's what we should tell them, right? Take a step back and try and see more, understand where everybody else is coming from. Understand, because women have the tool set to understand a lot emotionally. We should tell them to not put themselves first. Like we've trained them in opposite, right, of what their strengths are. We made them like over focus on what other people think of them instead of like analyzing situation stuff, which they're good at. instead of like trying to understand other people more, which is what they are good at. And we've taught them to focus on themselves more, and we made them backwards people.
In my opening,
From how their nature is, like how female nature is, we made them backwards. We programmed them to be backwards.
Shows this. Can you show me any metrics by which you think feminism has delivered on its promise to protect women and make life better for them?
Mm-hmm. Name one.
I've actually got a bunch of studies on here.
Name one way we're protecting women more than before.
There's so much on here. So I wasn't expecting that very specific question.
Also, I don't get how this guy hasn't seen it in his own life. Like, I've seen it with girlfriends. I've seen it with friends' girlfriends, with friends' wives, with like friends themselves, yada yada. Cousins. How do you not see this problem and what it does to women? Like, I wonder if these guys really empathize with women, because you see the pain, bro. Like that, like a woman, like you see a girl, right, sleep with a guy, and then she gets dumped. You see the difference in pain. I'm not saying men don't get their heart broken because their girlfriend or whatever broke up with them. No, but I'm saying like they had sex one time, right? Like casual. The girl thought it was real, thought it was a relationship, has sex with the guy, and then that heartbreak that you see. I don't know how you can look at that and be like, oh, that's nothing. The men are the same way on that all the time. No. There are, I mean, obviously, like a long-term relationship ending, it will wreck a guy too. I'm not saying they're sociopaths. What I'm saying is, like, you just meet a random girl at a party or something. She falls in love, right? And they have sex. The guy doesn't really care. He was basically lying to her to have sex. And look at the heartbreak on that young girl. Like, how do people see things like that happen, and not go, oh man, we shouldn't do that. We should not do that. As a society, we should not do that.
Right. Rather than
we should not allow it to happen. Even we should not allow it to happen.
Looking through my data to find that specific note, can we kind of look at the larger issues? I would gladly get that.
We should protect women from that.
Andrew, some data from the last one, to be fair. Right.
That should be something we do.
Well, I mean, we just went over the fact that, they pushed no-fault divorce. The feminist movement, it was the National Association of Women Lawyers who pushed no-fault divorce and got it shoved through because they told women this was going to protect them from abusive relationships. But when we look at now, the data says that actually, no, the safest place by a factor of 8 to 12 times for a woman is married to her husband.
And why doesn't that make sense to people? Obviously, that would be the case.
Not cohabitating with her boyfriend, not being a single lady and flying around.
It's even safer than the cohabitation. Way safer. And it's safer for the kids, too, if there's kids.
Having champagne brunch.
It's safer for her, and it's safer for the kids with their husband. Of course it is. You can say, okay, what about people without husbands? Right. But then so is there no man that person can find to love? Why not? I don't know. Eventually, hopefully, they find a husband. Don't you wish that on everyone? They find a partner?
To Dubai, those situations make you more vulnerable to abuse than marrying a guy. So that didn't work out.
Okay. So I'm just trying to get over the death cult claim, that one. A cult isolates you, restricts your freedoms.
What else a cult does is tells you they know right. And anybody that disagrees, you should cut off. What do feminists do?
Stops you learning.
This is all stuff feminism does, yes, correct.
Controls your choices. Punishes dissent.
Yep.
Demands obedience.
Have you ever met feminists?
Reduces your autonomy. Treats people like property.
Yep.
That kind of sounds like your worldview, not feminism. Feminism is kind of doing.
We know what it is, bro.
The opposite. It's
always weird how they dishonestly reframe things. Like, your definition is just wrong. I don't understand it. The real definition is this. It's like, okay, yeah, but you're showing that you don't understand her definition. You don't understand what she's talking about, and you're trying to come off as the authority, but the authority would understand what she means because she is pointing to real things. To just play dumb makes you just seem dishonest, bro. And so does that weird little weasel look you're doing under your glasses instead of just looking anywhere. Where are you looking? Where are you looking, little weasel? What are you doing, you little weasel? If you're looking at your phone, why are you looking over there? You're giving her a side eye. Like, what are you doing? Keep your eye to yourself, you freak. You look at her in her face, right? Or look up at her or something. Don't like hide that you're looking at her.
Giving you rights.
And he looks away. He looks. Oh, he looks away when she looks over. Whoa! Check this out. Watch this. Watch this. Watch this. Watch his eyes. Watch her eyes.
Not feminism. Feminism is kind of doing the opposite. It's
Glances. She notices the glance and looks back.
giving you.
He looks away. Wow. Wow. That's what happened there, right? She like felt the look. Like she could see it in the periphery of her vision. And so she notices that, and so she looks.
View, not
That's
feminism.
wild to catch, kind of.
Feminism is kind of doing the opposite. It's
Yep, she sees it as she's blinking. She notices, right? As she's blinking, even she notices.
Feminism is kind of doing the opposite. It's giving you
She definitely saw it. That's why she looks over.
rights, giving you freedom, giving you choices, giving you education.
And then she realizes he's not looking anymore, so she's like, okay,
letting you
whatever.
vote, letting you leave abusive men if you want to, letting you work, letting you have your own property, letting you exist as an actual fucking human being.
Now, am I not right that this whole time she definitely has more presence than he does? Significantly so.
Being.
So, did we not already establish the fact
Even
that
even just look the way even just the way she talks into her microphone. She has it up. She's holding most of the mic up, so she's not even like she has no issue putting it by her mouth on her own, and she has full control of the mic. The lower you go, the more control you have over the weight of the thing, right? He has it. He has his hand in the middle, kind of, but it's not up to his mouth. Like if you're gonna hold it that low, you'd hold it up to your mouth, right? That'd be the point of why you're doing that. You wouldn't hold it that low and have your hand that low. That's weird. I mean, that high on it.
were allowed all
She
of
is mogging him. She's hella mogging him.
that before they got the vote? Before
He
feminism
can't even look at her, man. That really bugs me when he does this. It makes it really creeps me out.
became the dominant.
You're talking to a person, look at him in the eyes more than this. Like, I get, you could say like she's too intense or she's too power playing, and you shouldn't have to look her in the eyes this much. And maybe you're an introvert. You got chat saying maybe he's an introvert. You don't understand. Looking at her eyes drains the battery. You can't make the social responsibility. You can't make the social baggage of us having to look people in the eyes. That'll drain our battery out of our eyeballs. You don't understand the social battery. You don't understand. We're introverts, okay?
thing. Elizabeth Cady Stanton and Susan B.
It totally does. I don't know. I think the opposite is true. I think if you look someone in the eyes in a conversation, it makes the conversation invigorating. And if you don't, then it doesn't. I think it makes it invigorating to look in the other person's eyes. I think it helps you feel human, feel connected, feel alive. I think do it more if you don't.
Anthony, the two major figures in women's suffrage.
Eye
both
contact
say
is a powerful thing, definitely.
women could own property, women could be educated.
But he's so afraid to even do it. You notice?
Women have had higher literacy
I'm now going to pay way more attention to that than anything else because it's very interesting to me.
rates in this country for a long time than men.
Uh-huh.
And again, this is a framing problem. So we're acting as though men
I agree with her. Every time he says something, it's to frame it a specific way more than it is to actually make a point in any way. He's just trying to frame everything.
always had all rights. They did not.
Mm-hmm.
Most men never got past 5th grade education.
Yeah.
Until recently because they were meant to be cannon fodder in
Should they even? Who cares about 5th grade education?
wars, or they were sent to the mines, or they worked on the farms where they have far higher instances of death on the job than women have ever had. Still the case.
Don't look
to
at
this
me.
day.
Agree.
You're far more likely
Yeah,
to
why are they not looking at each
die
other
on
in
the
the eyes?
job than a woman if you're a man.
Now, she tries to, and he seems like he's trying to now, but she's making the case to the audience, so she's looking at the people she's talking to. She's not talking to him right now because she's making the case that he's reframing things. So she's talking to the audience.
Only men can be drafted, right? So it's still men. Like, isn't this oppressive to men?
She's trying to make the case that he's missing on purpose.
Men, Why shouldn't we
So she knows he's not going to accept it, so she has to make it to the audience.
liberate men from having to do all these things? Shouldn't we get in there, ladies? You get in there and you fight the wars, and you run the farm equipment, and you run all the dangerous, dirty, hard jobs. You do all that and let the men stay home.
I like how she keeps bringing this up. Like any woman would ever want to do this stuff.
Learn piano and read books and play with toddlers.
I think that is part of it, that she makes him nervous. But it's not. It'd be any attractive woman, right? It'd be any attractive woman that's kind of like that's confident in herself would give him a little bit of step back. Yeah, he doesn't really know how to engage with her. I agree. That's an element of that for sure. Which is ironic because he said incels earlier, right? But there's definitely an element of that. There's definitely an element of she's woman, I'm man. She's pretty. I don't know, kind of insecure, kind of. Yeah, there's definitely an element of that. Yeah.
All day. Why don't we do that? How is it only that?
But see, that's the thing too. That's a power that women have always had. And another one of the reasons why he's actually wrong about how women were before. Women have always had power like that, like in a room, and speaking in a room. There's throughout history, there's been orator women. Like, what are you talking about? There have been women that are leaders too. Now, of course, it's less. But there's been tons of orator women, tons of women that talk, and that are listened to. Like, there's a lot of power to that, and it has nothing to do with politics. There's nothing to do with voting. My fiance cries nightly that I refuse to budge on letting her do heavy construction. I understand where he's coming from.
Women are oppressed.
But we don't have to force an entire. The point is choice, Rachel. If a woman,
there was choice before feminism. We've established
right.
Exactly, there was choice.
Yes, with a lot of the things about feminism that people say are wrong. And you're right that education rates, even for men back in the time, were lower. It's like when people that aren't orthodox misuse the Bible, like, oh, this is what we should read it, when it was literally just the top level of Christianity that was supposed to read the Bible, and that for teaching purposes, right?
She's not. Now what he's trying right now is to get her to kind of like agree to something. He's saying something he knows she agrees with, kind of. Right? He's saying like Orthodox. He's trying to make a case about the Orthodox thing because she's Orthodox. And that's part of what they believe, right? Is that they're supposed to, it's actually supposed to be the church passing it down. But then he's saying it like in this weird way too, where he's being like kind of demeaning. And so she doesn't want to agree. But that's what he's trying to do. He's trying to get her to agree to a thing. He knows she kind of, well, he kind of knows it. He doesn't totally know it. He kind of knows she believes in, and he's trying to get her to assent a little bit, to give him a little ground, just to get I'm not gonna say weasel, to sneak in something else after.
But now we live in a world where it's very different. Nowadays, everyone has the ability to every bit of human information at their fingertips. Women can be just as smart as men now, and now we live in.
Then why don't women do all the gross jobs? Is what she's already saying. Then, if it is equal now, why don't they do those things?
World that is different from before. So now, why don't we just give women the choice to do what they want whenever they want?
Craig's been trying to figure out a worldview beyond debating flat Earth people, and I don't think it's been going so smoothly. I agree. I don't think he knows what he's doing against somebody like Rachel Wilson. I don't think he knows what he's doing.
Back to your point of well, they had their choice back then. Yeah, but a lot of men would say, no, you're not allowed to do that. And what feminism has done is it's softened a lot of men and realized that, well...
My other issue with him is pretending like he doesn't even know feminism has any connection to communism, to Gnosticism. The things she says in her book, he acts like she's crazy for bringing them up. But there actually is connection there. There actually is heritage there. They're not taught heritage, like the same type of thinkers, the same line of thinkers. And he just acts like he doesn't know it. He doesn't know that a lot of feminist thinkers are Marxists. Like, what? We're just ignoring that? We're just ignoring that? Just because you don't want to accept that there's any connection between feminism and anything else? Feminism is just, as you're putting it forth, it's a special framing where it's just women being equal, quote unquote, which when clearly you can actually read, it's not as simple as that. I don't trust that, man. I don't trust people like that. I don't trust, he knows what she's talking about, and he chooses to act like she's crazy. He knows what she's talking about, though. She's not full of shit. She's right. It is connected to those ideas.
Which isn't good in every single way, I will agree.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not for wokeness, just understand that.
I'm not from wokeness. See, that's the thing, too. A lot of the communists don't understand most people, what they really mean by woke is, again, communist. It's a specific brand, a specific trend of it. And most of the time, those people do not understand what you're talking about. They play dumb, just like this. That's why they would think you are woke or whatever. But I don't even use woke because it just confuses the topic. You just mean communist.
Very much triggers the fuck out of me.
Uh-huh.
The fact that women now, if they want, they can go and do these big hard jobs because the tools already exist, and men aren't.
They can't operate the tools as they are. They need to be redesigned, like a jackhammer. She brought up a jackhammer before. What's up, Arcade Pilot? Yeah, I've been going wild today, I suppose. Third wave feminism set women back 40 years. You think so? Hello, what's up, Zoop?
I'm gonna go, no, you shouldn't do that. Stay at home. That is what has changed, rather than just the lead.
Well, I think it goes back further than that. I think as Rachel put forth, I think it goes back to the 1900s, man. We're still going. Are you happy about that? You sad about that? Well, I didn't do a stream. I didn't hear. Normally, guys, I stream overnight. The difference today is I'm just doing the stream during the day, right? It's the same kind of stream we normally do. I just normally am ending in the morning. Today we were just streaming all day. I'm ready for my afternoon saddle intro. How about you? Long ass streams, but I appreciate you guys coming by for them, and I hope you guys enjoy it.
Eagle right to do the thing. Does my point come across there?
Yeah, it does. But again, it's.
Oh, but yeah. What Mirai's talking about. Mirai, I think goes back like where St. Rachel's making the case, and I agree with her. It goes back to like at least the 1900s. It goes back to the Federal Reserve. It goes back to the rollout of public school. All these things are connected. Feminism, the Federal Reserve, and what was the third? What's the third one? Public school, mandatory school. All these are devised by the same people. All these are like, you can tie them back. I know people act like it's conspiracy, but like Rockefellers, right? J.P. Morgan. It's all the same groups of people that came up with these ideas and rolled them out in the same time period. Why is that? And everyone acts like, I don't know. These couldn't be connected. You gotta read about the Federal Reserve, man. If you don't know what I'm talking about right now, you gotta read The Creature from Jekyll Island, because you gotta know about the Federal Reserve. Banks are able to just make up money, bro. And if you don't see how these ideas are connected, well, I can explain it to you and talk about it. But it seems like to me that the plan was very clearly, you set up a system where the big guy can't fail, the Federal Reserve, right? All debt can be offloaded downstream onto individuals, right? And then that allows them to avoid most risk in all their financial activities. And then it also makes it so the bigger guys are bigger assets because they're a loan that's on the books, right? So lending someone $1 billion is way nicer for a bank than a bunch of $1,000 that add up to $1 billion. And so the idea was to get everybody on the system and then purposely make people into people that are consumers in this system, right? That's public school education. And so they don't know about how the system actually works, right? That's the public school education. And then you need a reason to push all people into education, because it was something like 4% that were not stay at home, mothers weren't staying at home and taking care of their kids. It was like 4% back in the 1900s. It wasn't until public school rolls out that it's most kids are indoctrinated into the state program. And it's not recent. It's not like it just happened in the 50s or whatever. It's from the start of it's from the 1900s. It's the original rollout of this was all done together. And most people don't even know the history of this. Which is why when I'm saying Rachel Wilson has a point, she knows what she's talking about in this. Craig has no fucking idea on any of this. He doesn't know any of this. He doesn't know what the Federal Reserve even is, I don't think. Because she mentioned it earlier, he didn't even click. That was the thing. Why are these same people? Why was it the Rockefellers pushing education along with the Federal Reserve, along with feminism? Why were they all pushed the same way? And why was the goal? Why was it not obviously the destruction of the family and replacing the family with the state? And made so the state is everyone's mommy, and no one has a real family anymore. That's clear. If judge them by them for their fruits. Judge them by their fruits. I'm just about to go to the dentist. Oh, be safe. Over the waiting room at the dentist is playing Cyberdoll.
It's based on a huge lie, which is that
Really well on Rogan. Well, that makes sense. That makes sense. I've only watched her a couple of times.
Women could do these things.
I saw Andrew Wilson say that she was the more dangerous Wilson, and I think so. I think so. Watching this has won me over on that.
Without men. So you're basically like, well, but men are allowing all this. And it's like, yeah, men are the ones, like, it's all an illusion. This is what's so insulting to women. Governments around the world.
I think we are lying to women, definitely. And we should stop.
Up, certain, like, pushing women into STEM, subsidizing their education, putting out all this propaganda, telling them that they're not strong and independent, that they're going to be a loser if they choose.
They do tell them. I had tons of girlfriends that were like worried about codependency because they were like too like isn't that weird? Like it makes some women like they're like I'm too into this relationship. I like it too much. I think maybe I'm codependent. You're like, what are you talking about?
Just be homemakers or be wives or submit to their husband, like that. This is bad. Right? This is what's actually oppressive to women because it's all built on
cyber dentist.
This idea, oh well, now you have a choice. No, first of all, you had the choices before. You could speak publicly as a woman. This idea that you couldn't in the West, maybe under Sharia law, but that's an Islam problem. It's not a patriarchy problem. It's not a male problem. It's not men oppressing women specifically. We could do these things. We were allowed to do all kinds of things. There was nobody not allowing it. They didn't just
it's just a mythical story they tell us that it was this other way. And he can't even confront most of the stuff she brought up. He brought up one. Here's another reason I don't trust him. He brought up one stat, right? A very specific stat, and then she said, okay, it wasn't like that before. It was this other way. And he couldn't cite any stats besides that one. And then he brings up her book, and he says, your citations don't actually map the thing you're trying to prove. And it's like, okay, well then give us an example of that. Give us one example of that. Because then you can drop the mic on it. You can be like, look, her citations don't make sense. But he didn't bring any up. He didn't get her book out. He didn't quote her book. Don't say her book is wrong and the citations are bad if you're not willing to show us, the audience, what's wrong with them, man. Because how am I supposed to trust you on that now? I was open to being proven, but he didn't say a single source from the book that's wrong.
Legislate that women are second-class citizens. This is all garbage rhetoric, and it's all lies. And the biggest lie is that we don't need men to hold this illusion up for us and build a world that maintains this illusion and grant us these rights and, of course, secure any notion of rights using their force, granting their force. I don't like being lied to. I don't like being patronized in this way and told that I'm equal with my husband. I can do everything that he can do. I should be more like him. That if I decide to, do
instead of like doesn't it go against the idea that like women have their own like type of strength, or what word you want to use, like not strength, but like I mean strength works if you mean it more colloquially. Like they're their own things that should be focused on that aren't the same as men, that are more valuable to them. And like doesn't it put kind of shame on that and like belittle it and not let them focus on that instead? Like being a good mother or something, right? Like there's all kinds of stuff.
What's more biologically
we don't hold it like respectable when it should be. It is
natural to me, and what's more ontologically suitable for me is that's bad. And there's a big thing we're missing here, which is that most women don't want to do this crap.
That's true
None
too.
Of the women
That's
here,
true too.
As little girls, we're like, you know what? I really want to work in the.
They basically have to be lied to and told they don't want to do what they want to do.
Management.
There are tomboys, of course, right? But tomboys always like the cool things. The like, and it's usually like their dad or their older brother or somebody in their life that they think is cool. does something cool, and so they're into it, right? They're like, that's cool, I like that, because they can see the coolness of it. Because just because they're girls doesn't mean they can't see it. They can see it, and so they like it. But it's not like it's usually it's the cool things. It's it's the cool dude things. It's not the not cool ones. It's not like sewer. It's not like they're like, oh yeah, I'd love to clean up the sewer like my dad does. They don't want to really do that, you know. It's like, oh, he works on a car. That's kind of cool, or anything like that. They're like, yeah, that's cool, because there is coolness to it that they can see. But it's tomboys aren't really into the dirty jobs or anything.
Industry.
Some people say tomboys get dirtier, like roll around in mud kind of stuff. But even that's fun. We're not talking about like actually doing crappy jobs.
I want to get on a garbage truck and pick up trash all day. I want to get in the sewers and clear out rats and clogs.
Do men really want to do that either?
What's that?
Do men really want to do that?
No, but this is the thing. Men do because why? Duty. Because society says, look, you got to do this. If there's a war, sorry, buddy, you got to go die. You got to go do these difficult things. And a lot of feminists will argue that this is actually oppressive to men. I kind of agree with them. So it's like this idea that women were oppressed. No, we weren't oppressed. Men and women are just different. And men have had limitations throughout history on what they what was socially acceptable for them, and so have women, and there's actually nothing wrong with that. It's good.
It's just how society was. It's just like what we needed to do to get here, right?
And it's healthy, and we actually need it because to the
in fact, like a lot of those jobs are good, right? A lot of parts of that was good.
the extent that we don't do that, we see society falling apart. Again, we just went over all of these stats, and Craig says that he doesn't think feminism is causal to these things. So maybe
he doesn't think feminism is causal to the fact that there's so many less families where it's a man and woman married raising a kid, which is the safest place for a kid. I don't know how you could really make that case though, that feminism has nothing to do with that. It's directly has to do with how dating is, because women believe in all this weird they're taught to basically hate men, a lot of them.
he can address the amount of broken homes.
And that's sad, man, because we're yin and yang, man. Everybody should be able to see that.
The amount of fatherless homes, the amount of out-of-wedlock births, the massive increase in welfare spending. Again, we're like, if you look at them on a graph, the number of out-of-wedlock births and welfare spending, they go up like this in tandem to astronomical levels. So all you've done is replace fathers and husbands with daddy government.
Which was the plan, bro.
So maybe you can tell me how this wasn't feminism's fault and how this is actually better for anyone, but especially women and kids. The people it promised to protect are now the most vulnerable to, bad actors, to the men who will abuse. It didn't protect us. It actually made us more vulnerable.
Yep.
So just, I don't want to straw.
See, that's the thing I don't like about it. That's why I'm like, bro, we got to be honest about everything.
And you are kind of claiming that the rise of feminism has also led to the rise of like domestic abuse and child neglect.
Yeah, it has. Yeah. Yes. Correct. It definitely has, yeah.
Is that correct?
It promised to decrease those things, and a consequence of it was that it increased by removing the people who had the most interest in protecting their own wife and kids.
So I think you're confusing reporting with occurrence.
Nope.
Is where, so before feminism, child abuse wasn't recorded or reported as.
Also, you notice this tone of voice, this weird performative like attitude he takes on here? I don't like that either. I don't like when people do that. You're performing, man. You're faking a thing. You're faking an emotion. That's not normal.
Much. Domestic violence wasn't really.
Something ain't right there. That ain't how humans act. I know. I study a lot.
Police didn't intervene. It was like, that's a spousal problem. Schools didn't report it. Doctors didn't report it. Family matters. It's a private thing. That's like, you keep that in your family. Beating your wife and kids was.
And again, he acts like he's informing her when she knows more about the topic than he does.
Kind of normalized,
He knows about it. She knows about it more from every direction, from being a woman, being a mother, right? Going through society and having it tell her like, hey, you don't want to be a mother. She's seen all that. He didn't pay attention to that, I guess. I mean, every direction you look at it, she has more experience, and yet he's talking down to her.
To the moon, like
he's explaining something she's too dumb because she's a woman to understand.
Whereas now that's not a thing because
yeah, that's the argument. Yeah,
feminism has
nobody knew. There was no understanding of it before then.
Pushed forward the things like reporting domestic abuse, not standing for domestic abuse. I am never going to say that everything about feminism is good, especially the extremists. Right? I don't like extremists of anything. Extremists.
Why are there extremists? Like, there really probably shouldn't be extremists. There's lots of things there aren't really extremists for, really. Like, let me say peanut butter and jelly sandwiches or something. Peanut butter and honey sandwiches. I like those. I can't eat peanut butter, though. I did used to like them as a kid. So let's say, are there extremists of those that go out and blow up jam buildings? No. There's no theology around peanut butter sandwiches and honey that would lead to that. But there is, there is a line of thought through feminism that leads to the extremism directly.
Pokemon players, extremist DC comic.
Oh, Pokemon player. Yeah, DC. See, he's saying the same thing. He's saying things that those aren't things. There's no such thing as extremist Pokemon players. What are you talking about? There's people that buy stupid cards. What are you talking about? What is that? You think they stink? They're a real risk to you because they have been a bad BO? What are you talking about?
Collectors, extremist feminists.
You hate. I just noticed he said he hates comics nerds. I'm not happy about that. You think you're so much better than comic nerds, jerk off? Oh, I hate people that like comic books a lot. Fuck you, first off. What's wrong with comic books? Number two, hey, you look like a nerd that would like comic books, so I don't know where you're talking about them from.
They're all bad. But
they're not all bad. Comic books are great.
The normal, just everyday feminist just wants to be able to do what they want to do.
What the hell is a normal everyday feminist?
Stigma and rules around it.
What is that?
Too bad. There's always going to be stigma.
Yeah,
There's
too bad.
There's
Agreed.
Be rules.
Owned. Dunk
Sorry
on them.
if you don't like them, but you're never free of that. That's another just lie.
Yeah, it's utopian thinking.
Another illusion. But there's a reason why in my opening I used the NIS studies, because we have 45 years of
I like that he brought up the World Bank as one of his sources. I like that a lot.
data. Now I'll grant that's not.
One of his sources is the World Bank.
But feminism still
Interesting.
wasn't super dominant, and the culture hadn't completely shifted 45 years ago. You still had more stay-at-home moms, more traditional wives. If you watch
Right, it was a slow process. It took a while. It took a lot of programming to
sitcoms
work.
and shows from the 70s and 80s.
Yeah.
You kind of see that this is.
That's why people look back on the 50s, 70s, 80s, yada yada, and they're like, "Well, it started then because it wasn't as bad then." But it's like the effects cascaded. It was cascading effects.
Things are just starting to emerge.
Yeah.
And what you're saying is correct, we should have seen, because we had reporting.
It was also iterative too. They got more extreme and more iterative through the generations.
Plenty of reporting, because the NIS, and this is the reason I use it.
It starts at public
They don't just
school.
go off of like women who call the police if they're abused. They go by every authority that has to report suspected or confirmed abuse, either one. So places like emergency rooms, battered women's shelters, school counselors, all the reporting people. So regardless of whether the woman or the child reports it, they're counting this as abuse. So
you're saying I'm trying to use the best stats available, and these stats come from a multitude of sources.
Should still, even regardless of maybe there's more reporting or whatever now, we shouldn't see the rates of domestic violence go
up over the year to year, because as from what, the 1950s, whenever we started having really complete recordings, why does it just keep going up? Good question.
Shouldn't see that women in relationships together have the highest rates of domestic violence.
Yeah, why are women the ones doing it the most?
Men are the threat. That doesn't make sense, and it's contradictory to what your claims are.
Women how come women are the biggest offenders? And why is it when it's for men, it's mostly men not around their child? It's a man in another home that does it. Why is it very rarely a man in his own family that causes it? Why is that a thing? Like it doesn't even matter the trend for child abuse back in the day. What we're saying is right now, and any other point where we did record it, the men that were with their family, that married a wife, took care of their kids, that group is way lower offender than men that are stepdads or women, period. Why is that true? If men are holding women in their homes unfairly, as they tried to claim back in the day, that men were forcing women to be in their homes, but they would never hurt their woman ever. Like if she wanted to leave, they wouldn't even hurt her, which is what the data seems to show, right? Like how could they be trapped if they wouldn't even hurt their wife? And even push comes to shove. The people that are more likely to hurt their wife are people that are marrying their second wife, right? Or they're living with their girlfriend. The guy that married his wife is the love of his life. That guy ain't hurting, is never hurting her most of the time. She's more likely to hurt him. What the fuck?
Give you a pithy response, Craig. Then we do have to go into the Q&A.
It doesn't matter when they started recording that.
Excluding women.
Doesn't matter when they started recording that, bro. You don't have a point there.
The patriarchy has arrived.
Doesn't matter when they started.
I don't
recording.
think any questions are going to be for you. They're all going to have a go at me, right? Have you got your tomatoes ready?
They're just going to ask me how I became so awesome, and I'll say it's because
I mean, you are pretty damn awesome. I'll give you that.
Oh my god! Don't give in to that.
Thank you.
He has no spine.
Like, so I'll just give kind of a final thought.
What a weasel.
The whole, when you were saying about women in STEM is pushed and it's bad, and I see that as completely false because, especially in STEM and in science, there's been a bias for a long time.
Shut up. I know an astrophysicist. And he says, like, Americans even going into STEM is low, much less women. It's mostly Chinese view. So what are you even talking about? Whatever he's about to say is going to be nonsense. If you look into it, it's mostly not even Americans. So much less is it women, okay? It's mostly people from China. It's mostly people from other countries. It's not even Americans. They're not even Americans going into STEM, really, by large numbers. No.
In the way the science is done and the results because only men were doing it. Since women have been introduced to
Oh my god, that's communism, bro. You're saying that there's new forms of knowledge and women were able to show it and only men couldn't ever see it. Oh my god.
What more? The results in scientific studies, the way the science is done, the trials that are conducted, a lot of the biases that men put into the science has been removed, which has led to an increase in technological advancement and a benefit for society overall. I 100% agree with you that
what fucking
women are not
baloney
maybe
is
suited for
what
every
fucking
single
baloney
job in the
is
world, but at the same time, men aren't suited
women
for
were
every
more
single job
prevalent in the
world.
computer field.
Women have their specific uses in certain circumstances,
I
but
don't know
if
what
they're
that means. How long was that? 2 days?
able to, they should be able to do what they want without having to beg a man for permission.
What was that?
I just think that women are capable, more capable than men have given them credit for.
And I should be skinny with no effort and be able to eat whatever I want and never
I
get
wish that was
wrinkles
the
as I
case.
get old and fly on unicorns because that sounds like
From
fun.
the start,
we could sit
really?
here all day and talk about,
Yeah,
like,
but how long was
everyone
it
should
to
be
you?
able to do whatever they
You
want.
say
but
from the start, but
that's
how
not
long was
even
it to you?
dealing
Like,
in
what era are
reality.
you talking
And here's
about?
the
I
problem
didn't know
that
what you guys
have
are
with
talking
your,
about.
it's good
The
that we
era
take
is not
bias out of
defined to
science.
me what you're saying.
It's actually not.
I can't picture it at all. When you say computer, what are you talking about? Are you talking about tubes? Are you talking about what years are you talking? Do you know how hazy that is what I'm saying? Like, how am I supposed to even think about this?
True, we actually added more and
What are
different
you talking
bias.
about?
It's
What
called
era are you talking
standpoint
about? Give me
theory,
years,
and it was
please.
introduced through women's studies
Give me
programs
the
in the early
year
70s.
range. What that means.
And it was pushed into a lot of the STEM fields, and a lot of people don't know this, but the Challenger explosion,
The
you guys remember
friggin'
that?
adding machine. Sure, they said that. Somebody said that earlier. The first computers were rooms of women. World War II. Is that really computing though? Yeah, like, is that really the same thing? I don't know if that's really the same thing.
I think it was 1985.
Are you sure it's the same thing? It
That
doesn't
was
sound the same.
actually a failure
Yes,
of
it is computing. Yeah, on a technicality. It's not. Well, most people, when you say computing, would think of like somebody working on, like, doing something with a computer now, right? Like programming, or maybe even like, I don't know, like maybe even assembly programming. They wouldn't think that. They wouldn't think calculating.
female feminist standpoint theory being pushed into the science.
That's definitely not
where
the colloquial,
the lead
most
engineers for the
common
Challenger team said
thought of the thing. That's just different usage.
the conditions for this are really bad.
For an
We
adding
should not
machine is a
want-
computer. Right, I understand the technicality. But do you get what I'm saying? It's kind of just being technical, like a technical Sally. Like it doesn't really mean anything.
It's going to crash.
I
The
don't know.
temperatures are all wrong. It's not going to work out.
What are you
can
talking
go on
about? That's
YouTube and see
weird.
the lead engineer crying
Maybe
in
I'm
a video
crazy.
talking about this. And they
Those
said,
aren't the same thing. That yes, they technically call it the same thing now, but those aren't even the same thing. And this is what always gets me weirded out is when people always get weird like this. They start using weird technicalities, and I'm just supposed to accept it, like I'm the weird one, right? Okay. Yeah, no, that's computing, bro. That's what people think of as computing, right? Okay, adding machines.
no, because
Whatever.
that would, it would violate a lot of the like equality stuff that we have in the program.
yeah.
We have to give people a chance.
Do they calculate numbers as computing? The average person, no. In the current world, no. No, I don't think so. Computer science, for example, there were women there, not whores, but they did exist. Well, I'm not fighting that they existed.
to do this
I'm
launch.
finding
because
that
everybody worked hard and
operating
maintained
adding
all-
machines, it would be considered computing by most people now.
Blah blah.
You
Standpoint theory
seriously
has
think
actually
most people would think
ruined
that?
science.
That
It
come
hasn't-
on.
It's just
It'd be
introducing a
ridiculous.
different bias.
So just
Give
one
your
quick
response
thing.
because it was new info, but then we gotta go to the question and answer.
Ridiculous.
I agree that forcing the we have to have more women because of equality. That's
Sandwich is bun is a taco. Okay, whatever. I concede. It's a taco. Whatever. Who cares?
a bad thing. Like
Doesn't mean
from
anything.
men that could do it better than certain women is a stupid
There's a
thing to
taco.
do.
Okay.
Forcing
Sure,
women
whatever.
into a role because we need to meet our equality guidelines is one of the dumbest things I've ever heard. So I 100% agree with you there. Can I say based as well? Yeah. Based.
Look at
Excellent
ENIAC
open
Team
discussion,
2. I don't know what
Yeah,
that
I'm
is.
gonna. My bodyguard here is gonna leave. I'm gonna get a 5'2" woman. She can.
You
do
think
just
when
as
you
good a
say
job. She's got
computing,
tools.
most people in the room are going to think
I guess I
of
was wrong when talking
adding
about flat earthers because
calculators.
Giants are real.
We're gonna jump into
In the current world, you really think that?
Q&A. Here we go.
If you really think that,
It
I
seems that
can't
feminism
prove
leads to
anything
many
here.
bad
Just
outcomes,
concede
which
it.
I would label feminism as extremist. I would like to borrow a few points talked about during this convention. Feminism leads to low birth rates that cannot sustain
technically
population,
computing.
destruction of the
Correct.
nuclear family,
Great.
Islam,
Be,
cousin
no,
humping,
it's the point
lower
of
IQ.
it. It's not computing as most people would consider it. So it's like the opposite of making a point. You're making like a negative point because most people are going to disagree with you on what computing is, and then when you say it's mostly women, they're going to disregard those women. You're making them have less standard because you might, I don't know. Why not say I don't know. Most people are going to think you're being like dishonest almost, trying to make that technicality work. And then it's like, well, that doesn't add value to those women or make them seem cooler. I don't know. Computer completed the university was the first programmable electronic general purpose digital computer. Yeah, I know. I'm not do you not understand why we're disagreeing? I have already said it. This is what always bugs me about when people are like this. You can't understand what I'm saying. I'm saying the colloquial usage, not the technical definition. I've spelled it out like 3 or 4 times now, is not the same. A technical definition of a computer and the colloquial usage are not the same. And you're just like playing dumb. Like you don't understand that.
IQ and the overall extinction of the human species. Why are you
Oh, it's a
arguing
computer.
for
Yeah,
these
no, I understand.
anti-human
It's technically
extremist
a
ideas?
computer. You're not understanding what I'm saying.
I reject the assumption that women's rights is the reason for falling
You say you didn't know
birth
what
rates,
the
and I pointed
ENIAC
out
was.
that
Oh, yeah, I guess I did ask for that. But you keep calling it a computer. You keep calling it a computer. You keep calling it a fucking computer. It's a calculator.
in many countries around the world which outright reject any kind of women's rights, birth rates are also falling. So to say women's rights equals birth rates falling equals Islam is ignoring the fact that it's happening in those countries as well.
Right, ready for you.
I don't understand what you mean by computer.
sorry.
It's a calculator.
Okay.
Calculators are
first of all,
computers.
computer-
Most people do not consider them computers. Exactly. How are you not getting it? Just say that, Gio.
Thank you for being here. You too, Craig.
Most people do not consider calculators computers. Most people do not. You know
I'm a teacher
that.
and debate coach, so I know what it
This
takes
is
to
why it feels
get up here.
dishonest, Dan.
So
There's
my
no way
question
you
is-
don't know most people don't consider calculators computers. There's no way you don't understand what the fuck I'm saying. Like every term has a regular usage, a common vernacular usage, And I don't know why people go dumb on this. And then you also might have a technical definition that is different than the common vernacular usage and the common usage, the most common understanding of the definition. These are not the same for computer. You guys know this, but you're playing dumb, and I have to explain it for some reason.
For Rachel, feminism, you may have a different definition, but you can look it up. Feminism is ultimately the theory that women can be equal to men in all things.
This woman ended up debating Rachel in a future debate, really. It didn't go well for that either. I want to see that one. I'm going to watch that one.
I think patriarchy hurts everybody, and I'm asking about a very specific thing right here. Teacher pay.
Most people consider a computer like probably an IBM computer. They might not even consider those old wheel, those old punch card computers. Maybe they do. But generally, people consider what a computer would be like an IBM computer, and that computer from that stage onwards. Most people's conception starts there. Isn't that obvious to you? How do you not know that? And they act like I'm the jackass. Like,
I'm a teacher.
it's dishonest.
We have lots of male teachers.
Dishonest.
Historically, which you said yourself, the reason teachers get paid is because paid lower is because it was a secondary income. Can you concede that maybe patriarchy has hurt men in this way? Because while men still make 75 cents, or women still make 70
It'll be under Rachel versus Amanda or something similar. Thank you, Wally. I'll try to look for that.
5 cents to the dollar that
The computer is only x86. Well, that kind of looking computer onward. Yeah, most people think that when you say a computer, that's the concept that's in their head, not a calculator. Like it's technically a machine. Like they're using the computer, right, as a technicality that most people don't use the word to mean. Is all I'm saying, man. And I don't know why you're playing dumb on this.
Teachers do not get paid a lot. So while there are biological aspects to wanting to become a teacher, like caregiving.
Oh God, is she a teacher?
Can you concede that maybe patriarchy has also hurt men in this way?
Well, first of all, the gender pay gap is a myth. Once you control for things like women,
Well, couldn't explain. Explain what? What are you asking me to explain?
vacation
Ask a
time,
question.
voluntarily working less hours, taking maternity leave, things like that. Men voluntarily wanting to
Explain
work
what? I
overtime,
don't understand what
wanting
you're
to put
saying
in
to me.
more work. The gender pay gap basically disappears. But I'm not sure, as far as your question, how the patriarchy hurts male teachers. Are you saying they make less?
No, I'm saying that because of the patriarchy.
Computer's all the way down. Well, it's true. I'm not disagreeing with it. It's technically
Women
computer.
should stay at home with children. Historically,
What I'm saying is, if you say computing and you mean calculators, and you're trying to make a point like women were involved in computers first, it's going to make people think that you're being dishonest and using a technicality. And it's not going to make the point you want to make. You got to present that differently if you want to make it as like a cool trivia or something.
was a secondary income.
Because it's just going to
Married your
come
husband,
off
the
as like
accountant,
you're trying
the
to
lawyer.
insert
You were
a
only there when you
technicality.
weren't having babies. And yes, the pay has increased a lot. And I can't argue.
One couldn't explain what a computer is historically to someone that only understands modern computers. Well, you can, but do you see what I'm saying is he's bringing it up to say women are involved in the early computing. And I'm saying that's not going to be taken or understood because of the difference in definitions. It's not going to be taken the way Lexi thinks it will be taken. It's going to be taken like it's a trick.
Whether or not teachers deserve more money than we get, I have.
That's what I'm trying to say. That's all I'm trying to say. I don't know.
Men
It's going to be taken like a
too
trick.
get paid not very much for teaching. Whether they get more or less from women, teacher pay is a problem. And men are also victims of this. Can you argue?
Teaching all the way down is a problem. Let's get rid of public school teachers, please.
I'm
That
shocked
this
you're
is
Get rid of
not
the
okay,
forced
because
education
does not
system.
follow.
Let's do voluntary education. How about that? Let's do voluntary education.
If
No
both
forced.
men and women aren't making much as teachers, how does that make men a special victim of the patriarchy? And
I'm not saying that. You're actually generalizing right
Oh,
now.
God.
okay. Maybe you can
men are-
clarify your point.
Okay.
How specifically is the patriarchy hurting male teachers?
Because they don't get paid a lot. And historically, that's happened
due to markets and demand. So, I mean, if
explain that, please.
How would both male
Don't get started on economics. Communists do not understand economics.
and female teachers not getting paid much just because it was historically a woman's job be specifically
Yeah, I'm not going. You find somebody that'll go.
the
I'm not going to
patriarchy
that.
oppressing men? They don't have to be teachers.
No way.
In fact, the vast
going to that.
majority of school teachers are still women. Yes. Yeah, so how is this hurting men? I don't think
because men do it too.
So
So
how does that follow that this is oppressive to men? That's what I'm not getting.
I never said it was. I said it hurts the teaching profession,
Oh.
which men also participate in.
The teaching profession is not highly paid because you don't have to be very smart or very skilled, and there's
sure.
much more in demand.
There's lots of reasons it's not very highly
things that-
paid.
so this is
And
what-
it's not as low paid as people act like it is. It's almost dishonest a little bit.
Market economics. It's not oppression.
And also, how upper management makes good money. They make six figures.
of the patriarchy that
They make six
teachers don't
figures.
get paid enough. By the way, homeschool because
Yeah,
this
get
is
them out of there.
public
Yeah,
education.
get
This
'em
is
out.
a public teacher.
Homeschool your kids, please. Please, definitely good. Get them out of that.
As a debate coach, quickly, I want to point
Well,
out
as a
that
debate coach, uh-oh.
there's a lot of ad hominem attacks.
Oh, a lot of ad hominem. Somebody typed this in chat earlier. I didn't know this was going to be a thing in the thing. That's a lot of I want to hear that again.
As a debate coach, quickly, I want
As a debate coach, quickly, I'm going to point out there's a lot of ad hominem attacks.
I actually didn't use a single.
We're gonna go
I
to the
didn't
next
use a
person.
single.
Okay.
I don't think she used any. It was Craig who reframed her way more.
Let me educate you again, debate coach.
Okay.
An ad hominem attack.
go to the
An
next
ad
question.
hominem attack is
Okay.
when you call names
gonna
but
go
you
to the
don't
next.
have an argument.
It's to dismiss their argument without an argument. People will accuse you of ad hominem for just insulting people, but it is not an ad hominem. Ad hominem is using the attack instead of making a defense. But if you do make a defense too, right? If you're making a defense but you insult them in the process, it's not an ad hominem attack. It's just like manners.
Okay, we're gonna
Yeah,
go to the
but I
next
had
question.
arguments. So
Yeah, she's right. You can insult the other person, but it's bad manners. Maybe you can make the case, but it's not ad hominem unless you replace your whole argument with just that.
that's
All
an
right.
insult, not
We're
an
gonna-
ad hominem.
We're gonna go to the next one.
You really need to not debate coach anymore.
That's wild.
All right, bud. So,
Hi, how you doing?
More obnoxious in person? I can believe it. I don't see how trusting unvetted men with children that aren't theirs could ever go wrong. In fact, all teachers should be men. Well, I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I think I don't know.
hey, question for Craig.
The maroon cupcake? I think so. Yeah.
You say that
The maroon, yeah, sure. Yeah, I think so.
women could uphold
You had to meet her, or
certain
just nearby?
jobs. You said there's no data to back that up. I'm going to give you 12.1% of women are right now are in the trucking industry. That's the most charitable thing
Yeah, trucking. Trucking's another one. Trucking's another one women don't really get in.
that a woman could do, right? But yet, why isn't it 50%?
Yeah.
Some of them don't want to do it.
Yeah, but it's everything like that.
I mean, I'm not going to deny.
More single women now than ever before, right?
Yeah.
Why couldn't
So
they
why
do
don't
that
they do
one?
it?
Because they don't want to be truckers.
Look at him, look at the way he's fine acting like truckers are like some kind of schmuck job that is worth beneath the women and beneath, like him, right? He's like, ugh, truckers. Come on, man. You ain't got no right to say that. What is your occupation that's so much better? To being on YouTube? You're like a digital prostitute, bro. How are you better?
I mean,
if we're entertainers or something, you can say that, but that's not the most respectful position. You can't look down on truckers.
Personally, for me,
We're
the idea of sitting
we're
in the truck for
clowns.
hours on end, it sounds like hell, and maybe that's the same for a lot of
But
women.
why do men do it?
Maybe some men like it. I don't know. A lot of truckers that I know love doing that job.
She sat near us with a foul look on her face the whole debate till she could get up there. Damn, I believe that for sure. She looks like one of those ladies that Just if somebody doesn't agree with her, she has to tell them.
No, I'm just saying that.
And of course, she thinks she has some authority because she's a school teacher, right?
The fact that you said there is 12% of women that do it, so clearly some women want and can
chase them out of America. They should go back to Scotland, freak.
do it.
Is that where he's from?
Question is for Craig. Good
Hi,
afternoon.
how you doing?
Where's Stevie? He needs to drag him out of here.
Sir, doing well yourself.
Not bad, not bad.
Good to hear it. I thought it was interesting the point you mentioned about if all the men disappeared, the women could just step up and take their place, right? I work in finance, and if all of the men were me, we'd be fucked. So, like, dead serious, right? So the thing is 95% of these infrastructure jobs, that's being charitable, are currently dominated by men.
Yeah, agreed.
So if all the men disappeared, even if the technology...
Everybody's streaming nice to him the whole weekend. Then his first stream back home is him crying. Cruiser fans are so mean to me all weekend. Well, yeah, it seemed like when he came on, they first talking to her, clearly she was nice to him, right? Rachel, clearly before this conversation was nice to him, and they were talking about drinking or whatever. I definitely got the impression they were nice to him, and I was also honestly like, I don't even know how you could do that because this guy gives me the heebie-jeebies. But I still appreciate people doing that. But Andrew Wilson's talked about it before too, where he said like he hates leftists and he feels bad about it. I'm kind of the same way. Sometimes some of them I just can't. I don't know, man. I try to forgive everyone, but I don't know.
Technology is available. The resources are there to do it. They don't
Some
have
are
the
rougher
underlying
than
education
others,
requirement or pre-existing knowledge to actually fill those positions. How do you contend with that?
Very good point. I would say,
I don't like how he never looks her in the eyes, the whole freaking thing. I don't like that one bit. He almost never does.
Instruction manual.
I guess the patriarchy would have to teach them how.
Training is a very important
here.
thing.
What do we do?
My hope would be in a situation like that, the few women that have those skills would be able to teach the others.
Yeah, but it's not just teaching them, man.
Jump to the next one.
Just teaching
Hi,
them.
for Craig. So
How you doing,
since
sir?
we'll start basically around World War II. We
I'm a
started.
computer leftist. What does that mean? You want communism for computers? What does that mean? I want the computers to rise up and seize the means of production. What does that mean?
Dumping a lot of women into the workforce. And over that time, the cost of living has risen exponentially ever since, the more women we've put into the workforce. So now
you asked the question?
Everything is basically scaled,
Who's this guy?
housing, what have you, on the assumption that two people at least are paying all the bills. So doesn't that seem more like it's economic oppression for both men and women?
Uh-huh.
Yes. I cannot argue with.
He looks away too. Does he look at anybody? Did he look at anyone at them when they were like when he was talking to them? Was he always looking away like this?
Back to the kitchen.
We'll go to the next question.
Hey, thank you both for the debate. Craig, my question is for you. So you said you were in the military.
Yes, I was.
You said you trained women. So you're probably aware
I
of
didn't train women. I trained with women.
Oh, I'm sorry. So you're probably aware of the physical...
Yeah, that is you? I don't know. I kind of had a feeling. I don't know why I did. I kind of had a feeling.
And train...
I was going to say something about the shirt. I kind of had a feeling.
Different requirements for men and women. So my question to you is, if women could replace all of men's jobs, assuming that Ukraine only had women to field in the current conflict, would they be able to meet the same results on the field if they did that?
If they had the same tools, I believe so.
Thank you.
Uh-huh. The same tool... All
right, Craig.
There's guns that would be different, man. Like, how would women even use some of them? I don't know, bro. Just like the jackhammer brought up earlier. You'd have to redesign the jackhammer. If it was mostly women using it, you'd have to redesign these things. If you'd even get them to work right.
You said you believe
they'd have like counterweights or something. I don't even know how you would do it.
Science, that all or most scientists worth their salt would conclude that life
This means of computation.
begins at conception.
Nice.
But at the same time, you say you support feminism, women's autonomy, rights to autonomy, such as if they want to abort their kid. Now, you need to reconcile this for us, because you're saying, at the same time, you're saying, who cares? And at the same time, you're saying, believe the science. Because to me, you're kind of sounding like a flat earther here.
Got him.
Abortion is case by case, and this debate was.
Look at him looking away, man. I'm telling you, the eyes are the window to the soul. Always look at the eyes. Always look at the eyes, man. That's why I have an eye tracker on my stream. The eyes are the window to the soul. Always look at the eyes.
Wasn't about that.
Always look at the eyes, man. Tells you everything. Tells you everything that's going on in this guy's brain right now.
For the next question.
Hi, Craig.
How you doing?
Voice is a little
Can
gone.
you be
so you
quiet?
gotta
You're far
overdo
too
it.
loud.
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry about that. Although,
The way they cut the camera views, they missed me walking away as soon as he said, I got nothing. The mic drop. You got him. I mean, he has to admit that, I mean, it seems obvious that the circumstances were, like, I think Jordan Peterson makes the kind of point too, right? Like, the circumstances were what they were and was oppressing everyone, and everyone was dealing with it. And if anything, it was like the families against the circumstances. That was the unit that was fighting back against, that pushes back against it. It's a home in the oppression, yada yada, is your home. You go back home, you have your family. That's freedom, you know? I don't know.
I'll work on that. So hypothetically speaking,
That was the thing. That was the thing. We broke apart the thing that gave people freedom. We broke that apart.
if women are maintaining this infrastructure with the tools, what happens when their tools break and become unserviceable? How do they make new tools when they were
True.
by
Good
the
question.
men who provided it to them? So men provided these tools. How do they
How do they keep it going? Which is something Rachel asked earlier too, like about the well thing.
replace them?
Yeah.
We know how to make the tools now, and
Yeah, well, right. It's kind of like Warhammer or something, right? Saying like if they were to just take up everything, not everything that's made, like there's stuff somebody could be inventing something right now. Like with you, I mess with the robots all the time. I'm working on all kinds of different little stuff, and if I didn't get like finished with something, or I just got it out enough, or somebody got something out there enough that like they copied it. But I can see a point where they don't really get why a certain choice was made, or they don't really get why it had this or that, and they think it's just like a little leftover thing because it's not really in common usage anymore. There's definitely a lot of knowledge that could be lost on the tools, even with stuff we have recorded like that.
the factories to make the tools are there, and the
Mhm. We don't have the factories to make everything. We've gotten rid of the factories to make some things.
the ability to maintain the factories and everything that exists is already part of the infrastructure we live in. I will concede 100% that if it was 200...
Debate con, more like bully this stupid Scottish idiot. Yeah, if only. The cost of living argument is awful for feminism. Yeah. It's the same one they make for when I see. Here's the thing. I got started talking about this kind of thing because I'm against public school. I hate it. I don't like public school one bit. And the more I learned about the Fed. I learned about the actual rollout of it. I learned more and more what actually led to it being the way it is. Right. So I've always been talking about it for like years from the position of public school. And it's the same argument pretty much they make similar arguments there. Like, we can't afford 2 incomes. And it's like, well, why aren't we focusing there then? Like, why aren't we focused on fixing that problem than forcing your kids into a situation which you know isn't optimal for them, you know isn't good for them? Why not fix that problem? Why aren't we focusing there? If that's the problem, it doesn't seem like we should use the Band-Aid of public school. It doesn't seem worth it. They always come up with weak stuff like that.
As men that are maintaining that. So I'm talking about what are the women going to do?
Women. Obviously, the answer is get rid of the fucking Fed, go back to some kind of solid money, go back to sound money, get out of the freaking debt system, let people really save up their own money again, let people have their own money. Probably just repeal all legal tender, but I don't know. That might be too crazy. But at the very least, get rid of the Federal Reserve. At the very least,
could maintain. That's my contention: is that women could maintain it.
That's
now.
right. They can't. So I'm
cut
trying to ask
taxes
you,
as
what
much
can
as
they
we
do?
can.
How do you know they can't?
Well, because
Give people back as much money as possible instead of the system we have now is built to offload weight from the system's failure onto the individual, right? Onto us. That's the way it's built. It does it through the dollar, pretty much. That system sucks. Break that. That's what we need to do more than anything, is break that system.
because that's what stops people from building the assets to do anything else. And now with LLMs and all these other new innovations, we've never had more opportunity to try to compete and grab some leverage than ever before.
Weight, lifting, pushing, the tools, because the tools are now gone. The tools that they used to lift, right? That's what I'm asking.
Well, you use the other tools to fix those tools.
They're broken.
Use the other tools to fix those tools. Oh, okay. That sounds easy.
All of them broken.
What about CRT TVs or whatever? Something like this.
How do we
fix it? Then you get a bunch of women to mine some ore, build
Yes. Yes, women famous for mining.
a smelter. Oh, wait, hold on, that's factory.
Yes.
Get
All
out
the
there,
women are mining
ladies.
ore.
Get
Thank
out
you,
there and
Craig.
start mining some ore.
Yeah, that sounds like it's gonna happen there.
The women yearn
Hello.
for the mines.
For
Using the same brand.
Craig,
Anyway.
to your point about the outliers, I know I shouldn't base an argument on anecdote, so maybe I can defer to the audience for this one, to just kind of get a larger consensus on this. But in my job, the women always defer to the men for tasks that men do not need deferral for. So I guess I would just ask everybody this: how many times have you seen this? Women deferring to men for help on something that men
Where do you want to eat? Honey, where do you want to eat?
do not need, whether it be physical or technical in mind, just by show of hands. Hey, right. Tons of times. Okay.
It's Andrew opening a pickle jar, right? Olives, sorry.
The yearn for the mines.
Hi, Craig.
I know, that's, hey, jars are hard, okay, I get it.
Hi, Craig.
They all make that joke about the jar. I think that's ridiculous. I think it's ridiculous.
How you doing, bud?
I'm doing good. I'm a little hungover, but all right.
I think I'm still drunk.
Yeah.
You notice people that like they'll hold on to things like that. Like when people don't like Elon Musk or whoever else, they'll always use those same like random things that are like only kind of true. Instead of like finding any real reason to use.
Well, that leads me to my question, right? So I've been watching. I mean, this based on some of the arguments you've been making. I gotta ask: are you kind of playing devil's advocate? Are you just agreeing with Rachel secretly at this point? Or
No, here's the thing. I agree with a lot of Rachel's points and a lot of the data and stuff that she brings up about how things started is absolutely 100% true.
Huh? You said earlier that her book has 30 citations in the whole thing, and that a regular academic book would have 30 citations per paragraph, and that was a red flag to you, you said.
But I just want to look.
That's contradictory, man. How can you say those two things in the same conversation and expect people to take you seriously? That's ridiculous. You said her book was a red flag to you because it only had 30 sources. And then you also said that you checked every source and every single one disagreed with the point she was making. What are you talking about, man? You said the total opposite. You full of baloney. You said the total opposite. You said the total opposite.
Look at the world we live in now and what's fair now.
You said the total opposite, man.
I'm never going to deny that men created the infrastructure.
You said her book was shit, basically. How are you walking this back now?
That men were the strong ones that started stuff, but it's different now. And I just think that now if a woman wants to do something, they shouldn't have to beg for permission and stuff. And you know, maybe that's me being fantastical, and that's just what I would like in the world. But
Nobody believes you, bro.
I see that as a fairer world that we have as a society of both.
Nobody believes this. Nobody believes you.
Men and women created.
Nobody believes you, bro.
Men just were like, you know what? No, we love the dirty, dangerous, difficult jobs. You're not taking them from us. I don't think that's what happened. I think it was like, oh, well, she can't do that.
Yeah, she shouldn't have to do it. I should do it. That's what it's like. Yeah, exactly. It's like, she shouldn't have to do that. I'll take care of it. That's how men think.
You know, I don't want to make her do that because she'll probably die if she tries.
That's how men think, right? Like she's put into that.
To do it.
And notice she can empathize with men and understand it. He can't empathize with women and understand their viewpoint and what they want, right? He doesn't get that.
To follow up with that, if women chose generally today to go a more traditional route, would you support that?
Yeah, that's the woman's choice, 100%.
He'd be so sad about it, though.
I've got no issue if women want to stay home and be the housewife and raise the kids, 100%.
I just want to say,
buying it.
I too am a debate coach. I coached a team to a national championship, and I think you fucking killed this debate, Rachel. So that's my opinion as a debate coach.
She did. I'm definitely impressed
Given
with it.
that, Craig, my question.
I think she mogged in the whole freaking debate, man. I think she stood in position of authority the whole time. I think he was cowardly. I think he should have looked her in the eyes. I think it was really pathetic he wasn't looking her in the eyes a lot of the time when she was looking at him. I didn't have much respect for the guy at the start, but I had none by the end. I don't even know what he stands for. He hates flat Earth, I guess.
Questions to you. I think Rachel did a phenomenal job discussing how even for women, feminism has been.
She only briefly mentioned like the Federal Reserve, but I'm sure, like you said, I'm sure she talks about that, how those ideas connect. In her book, I gotta read her book.
Incredibly detrimental to society. You may disagree, however, when she asks you to point out.
Debate mogged, eye contact maxing. Yeah, she owned them. I gotta give points to her all the way.
Specifically, where feminism's been good, you fumbled around your phone and couldn't come up with an answer. Even if you do disagree with her, my question to you is this. If she could convince you of this.
Here's what he failed. He didn't bring up the actual things in his book that disagreed with how they were sourced, and he said that every one of her points did. So that was, to me, that's like just, how do you even say that without evidence? You got to back that up. You cannot just say that. You got to back that up. And so that's where I totally didn't trust him after that.
Would you say that that would be a reason to reject women's right to vote? Or would you say that this nebulous right is more important than the negative outcomes that would come from them voting?
I hold the position I can always be wrong about everything. And if Rachel could convince me that I was 100% incorrect in my argument, then yeah.
People say this. Do they mean it? I don't know, man.
I
don't trust him enough to know. I hope one day he realizes he's wrong on this stuff.
The point I'm making is like there's a right to vote that you're saying that women should have. But if that right led to literal worse outcomes from them and it could be proven, would you say those worse outcomes are worth rejecting this nebulous right? Or do you say...
And again, I've been thinking about it since this today. We brought it up earlier. It's about duty, not right? It's about, we have a duty to protect women. We have a duty to like try and provide clothing and food and all these things, but nobody has a right to those things. We have a duty to try to provide them, or try to provide clothing and food and whatever for people that don't have it. But they don't have rights, because that would switch the whole thing backwards and imply that they can like force the labor of other people. Well, force the other people to do things, and that doesn't work. It's not a workable model. So, but the duty one is workable, and it does seem true that we have a duty to like try to do the best we can to help each other and stuff.
I'm sorry, we have to take these worse outcomes because the right is so important.
Hey, look, so if 200 years down the line, society is falling apart, and we can link that directly back to feminism, then get rid of feminism.
We can do that now, bro.
Right.
The rest of us see it. The rest of us see it already. The rest of us see that already, man.
Hi, I first want to say I'm a misogynist. And I'm all for men's rights because men are getting the short end of the stick all the time. But here's the thing. You keep talking about tools empowering women. No, my boyfriend can use an auger. I can't use an auger to save my life. Like, it will break my hand.
Now, I know Riot does like heavy machinery, though. But that's mostly like, they're mostly like the big drivable ones.
There are hammer drills that my boyfriend is using that almost broke my wrist when I was I would have to hold it with both hands.
Rights have to be given from some higher power. Yeah, they would have to be, right? Like, under what authority do we establish rights? Agree.
My wife can deadlift my body weight, so I don't know what you're on about.
Yeah, well...
What?
Okay, but I would have to bulk up.
Yeah, it has to be drivable, not an auger. Right, It has to be like one of those big drivable ones.
But even then, Craig...
Then I become a man.
You become a man because you go to the gym?
We're going to go to the next one.
Are you aware of the discrepancy between the men's deadlift record and the women's?
Oh, yeah.
By the way, I lift
men
too.
are stronger.
Yeah, way stronger. Even with steroids, women aren't even in the same universe. So.
I have a question for Craig. Do you believe do you believe that feminism would be valuable in areas like rural Central America that have traditional roles that are established to aid in survival? And if so, then why?
Could you give me an example of?
Sure, the Darien Gap in Panama between Colombia, the Kuna tribe.
Oh, she's asking, like, what about places in the world where men and women have to have specific roles in the society because otherwise they'd be wiped out? Right, those places exist, yeah. There's like those fishermen people too, right? Where like one group of them go underwater or something. There's all kinds of weird tribes like that, I think, that exist. Or like little towns that have to do weird things. And that basically you only one role does one thing.
Okay, so
yeah, what about that? Those aren't things.
I'm also a believer of reactiveness. If we see something's not working, we need to make a change. And
who's we? And what's working? I don't know if I trust this guy doing any of that. Get away from the controls, bro.
If in those areas having no feminism is working, then like trying to force it into that.
No, I don't think so, bro. You're saying that feminism is universally good is basically the case you're making. That doesn't sit right with me either, man. See, this is why I don't trust people like this. This right here. Shouldn't he stand by feminism being like a moral good to teach them?
That areas would be
That doesn't make sense, right?
But at the same time, I think if there's women there that want it to...
Basically, you don't stand for anything, right? Is that what these kind of people believe? Nothing? It's just whatever works, I guess. Well, then why even talk? Why even exist? You're as existing as nothing, you know? Why even exist? If you're just going to say whatever works is fine, why exist? You don't matter then. You're like a reed in the wind. Why do you matter? Why do you exist? What's your point?
Have the rights of people in other countries.
If your view is literally whatever works is fine, then what's the point of having a view at all? There isn't any point. Why talk about it? Why exist? Why talk? Why try to push your view on the world? Who cares?
The status quo that is working.
So then feminism wouldn't necessarily be something that would
Correct.
be helpful in that area?
It's not a universal good.
Yeah, in that area. If feminism...
Turn this off. I'd rather listen to sonic jazz. Well, you're not my boss, Mr. Perfect Cell.
Would disrupt how a society functions. And
you're not my boss, so you don't get to say, dummy.
Actually, really make it worse and destroy infrastructure and everything, then introducing it would be a bad idea. But if there was a natural evolution of women in those areas that then decided they wanted the rights and everything could come together. I agreed with Rachel that all the extremism, the forcing women into jobs just to meet woke criteria is a dumb thing to do. But if there's women that want to do things that are outside of the traditional roles, like in these areas, then they should have the rights and the abilities to choose to do that.
All right, well, I'm just really glad then that here in the United States there have been no negative effects from feminism. So that's
Thank goodness. For that, huh?
Thank goodness.
Next question. All right, this is for Rachel Wilson, actually.
Finally a break.
How frustrating is it debating an opponent that makes wild assertions claiming sources, my studies, but never actually having them on hand to reference, like they just made it up?
Well, to be fair to Craig, there might be some study somewhere he can find that could say something that could be somewhat helpful to his argument, but it's always going to rely on framing. It's always going to rely on this idea that, we need feminism for women to have choice when the suffragists said that wasn't true. And, women could potentially do this, but only if men are allowing it and subsidizing it and building it. You know what I mean? So it's like, maybe you could find a data point, but once we get rid of the false framing, it all falls apart.
Correct. There's a way to look at what he's saying to see what he's not saying.
My question's for Craig. Do you believe individuals have duties in a society? If so, what part of feminism promotes duties towards women for the betterment of society?
Great question.
Yes, I think we have duties. I think everyone has a duty to make the world better than they came into it.
Why? Why does he believe that? Why does he believe that? Where do you get that from?
What part of feminism promotes duties towards women?
it allows women the ability to leave the world better than they came into it, and that.
It's not about, a duty isn't about enabling a behavior. And duty is about, what? That has nothing to do with duties.
That is the duty that we have.
What?
That's not a duty. So a duty would be like,
you said duty.
That's not.
To do this.
Yeah, nothing to do with it.
Yeah, my question is for Rachel. I'm really hungry, and I want you to make me some food. So, lunch is right out here, so.
Sorry, James. I have to go back to my real job now.
Can I get a sandwich?
No.
Oh.
You can make it yourself.
Yeah, tell him.
Fine. I would have done it better anyway.
This one is for Craig.
How you doing?
Doing well. So this is a little bit anecdotal, but I'd like to present it as sort of a hypothetical and see if you can think of an exception.
Weird alien freak from Perfect Cell from Dragon Ball? What? Have you seen this guy? Perfect Cell, you sit right there. Hold on. This guy, guys, this fucking guy, this guy here in chat, he's Perfect Cell from Dragon Ball. He calls me an alien? Hold on. You ever seen Cell? Look at him before, not perfect. Let's look at you not perfect, mister. Think you're so cool. Let's look at you not perfect. Let's look at regular ass Cell, bro. Let's look at regular Cell.
The most brilliant
look at this ugly freak.
Artificial creation of all time.
Look at this. This guy's got some nerve. Look at him. Look at him.
Known as seemingly unstoppable strength.
Look at him. Look at this freak.
Is the artificial human known as Cell, and on this edition
look at this
of Dragon
freak.
Ball in Depth, we cap off our retrospective on the chaos that science created.
Look at him. Look at him. That's what he started like that. Ugh. Ew. Ew. What are you? Ew.
Molecular structure to the actual storm.
You should be crying everywhere, you freak.
Behind his.
All right. Well, anyways, go back. You should be. Should be. Right.
Why this wouldn't generalize. I went to basic training at one of only 2 all-male basic training sites.
Thank you for your service.
When I was in the military. We matriculated from Fort Benning to...
matriculated is not a word I've ever said in my life.
Fort Sam Houston for advanced infantry training. Yeah. And when the group of us came from Fort Benning...
It's a cool sounding word, though. Matriculated.
We were thrown into the mix with a bunch of groups from co-ed basic training sites. What we recognized immediately was we weren't just better at our soldier skills than the soldiers from other basic training sites that were co-ed, but we had a different disposition toward our training than the rest of them did as well. So we ended up outperforming both the males and the females from those other basic training sites.
Because the ones that were mixed still had worse all around because the women were there. Is that what he's implying? That's probably true.
What we ended up attributing this to was the difference in attitude that prevailed when women were thrown into the mix.
Yeah, that makes sense, actually, right? That makes total sense. And just having men there, and that's it.
Made everybody weaker. And I'm suggesting to you that should be generalizable to other fields that are dominated by men. Do you
sinus? No, bro. It's just how I am. It's just how I am. You just gotta get used to it.
See a reason why that wouldn't be the case?
Trust me.
So basically, you're saying having women in the mix screws things up. Right. Now, I'm not going to disagree that there's circumstances where having men and women in the same place is going to cause problems, and maybe in certain training situations because men and women are different emotionally.
He just has to give in to everything, man. Every single question, he's just like, yeah, I'm dumb.
Everyone knows that.
This is wild. This is really embarrassing, isn't it? I kind of feel bad now a little bit. This is kind of embarrassing, isn't it? He totally lost this. This is just sad.
Alerted the instructors that they were having a bad day, and so they should
Lord,
be treated more softly.
See, that kind of woke nonsense doesn't. I hate that. No.
Yeah.
I like that too when they pretend like the commies pretend they're against the woke ones. They're like, I hate those communists. Oh yeah. How do you feel about the state government redividing the wealth and stuff? How do you feel about that? And more taxes? You like those? You like redistribution of wealth? I see. You like more state welfare? I see. And you hate comedies, yes. And you're against the patriarchy. Oh, I see. Yeah. So you're a different class. You're a different group of comedy. You're a feminist, right? No, you're not a communist. Oh, okay, if you say so.
Okay, I'll let him answer.
Yeah. No, thank you.
We'll go to the next one.
Yeah. Hi, my question's for Craig.
This is like coughing baby versus hydrogen bomb.
So, if I was to share
it's pretty
with you, I would
wild.
say that
It's pretty wild.
You see feminism as just an equal.
I'm glad I watched
as
it.
a way to give
I feel
women and men.
I'm It was something. It was like a blood match, right? This was like a this was like a pay-per-view match or something. This was a murder.
And both.
She murdered
Same
him.
opportunities, same access to jobs, education, etc.
Yeah, with the caveat that I
Destroyed
understand that men and women are not equal in
No, I'm not a communist. I'm a socialist. I'm a social democrat.
every way,
Oh,
especially
yeah.
physically. Yeah.
Yeah, we got it.
So on that point,
slow march,
what
got
do
it.
you-
So this is the Drake and Josh show, right? Used to be on TV. Is this guy related to that?
I think is the most important job a woman could do, and can men also do?
The band Oasis was a band, English band, I think. Do you think it has anything to do with that?
Do that job.
What is the most important job that a woman can do that men can also do?
What is the most important job a woman could do in her life? And do you think that job?
He has a good point.
Is something a man could also do?
The Oasis guy has a good point.
No, women.
Yeah, the most important job is motherhood, obviously. Yeah, got him.
Doing the miracle of childbirth.
Yes, got
is
him.
the most important thing. That
Got
exists,
him,
and
yeah.
Men can't do that.
Of course,
My
correct.
last follow-up there, I was hoping you would say that, because in my personal opinion, I do believe that's
True,
not
we
only the
all
most
do.
important job a woman could do, it's the most important job any human being could
Uh-huh.
do.
Yeah.
And I also want to know, do you think feminism encourages that job?
Got him.
I think it gives them the choice to do the job.
What? Is it not a duty?
I think, let me see how many we can get through.
Is it not a duty?
Ready for you, though.
All right. My question's for Craig.
Job.
Speaking of evidence, you said that women wrote the
As if that's a job, really. I know they're wording as a job, but
code to
it's
send
bigger
us
than
to
a
the
job.
moon. Do you have evidence of this code or its significance to the outcomes? Seems like NASA accidentally isn't able to validate the data point.
They have literal pictures of her with the code that she wrote, and the code is available on nasa.org to view.
Is it? He was talking about some
next
weird
question.
building thing before. I need to look up that.
Just
thing.
these last two questions, so we can't take any more after this.
Hey Don, how you doing?
Hey Craig, how are you?
Not
Good to
bad,
see you
man.
again. So I just really quickly, there was a math problem I'm struggling with, and I know you're a math guy. I want you to explain to me how 1% of the women can do 40% of the jobs. Because
Yeah, good
1%
question.
of the women, you agreed, is about the number of
But how many actual structured jobs are there?
women that are strong enough, physically durable enough to do the male jobs.
Good question.
1% of women, and there are less women than men currently.
They're
And
getting them on everything left over, man.
men, if we listen,
The NASA software to land the ship or something that you talked about earlier.
take 40% of the men that are doing the hard work. How is 1% of women going to do 40% of the jobs? I'm having a problem with this math.
Again, I would put it down to the fact that we live in a world where tools exist that allow women to do those jobs.
Strong men need those tools to
But
do.
that's just like they communists always do this. They just like hand wave the actual logistics of anything happening. Like you're like, okay, labor theory of value doesn't really make sense. Blah 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 blah. What are you saying? Labor theory of value doesn't make sense, bro. Blah 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 blah. Okay, so you're just saying just hand wave everything. And just, you want the world to be perfect, and you wish you didn't work, and you wish you didn't have to work, and everything was fine and good, and you're envious of some people having more stuff. I hear you, but what about how are we going to actually do any of this? Communist. How are we going to actually do any of it? Ah, I see. Private equity, yes. You're going to take all the private equity for yourself, and then that's somehow going to fix this? Ah, yeah. Oh, I see. BlackRock, yeah. Housing, yeah. Okay. At private equity, right here. But how are we actually going to do it? How are we actually going to make sure everyone's taken care of and welfare? Okay.
Do the job. That's 40.
Universal basic, huh? Come on, man. They're just going to make that up. They're just going to print that. It's just going to be inflation. There's going to be inflation checks. They might as well call them inflated bill. IB, what was it? What's the thing? Universal basic income, universal basic inflation. Universal basic inflation. Fixed it.
Percent.
That's what they'll call
1%, 40%.
It's gonna be inflation every time you
tools
spend
that can
it.
make the women just as strong in doing these jobs.
But again,
what job specifically are you talking about?
But the 40% of the men need those tools. So if 40% of the men need those tools to do the job, but you only have
they're gonna need more.
1% of women that are strong enough to do the job that 40% of the men do. Using those tools,
they're gonna need
doesn't
more
matter
tools
because you still
Make
have
better
90,
tools.
90. Okay, well you need more men then.
You need more women.
Women can make tools,
right? But he's saying that 40% could be it could be unworkable. If 40% and they need to make more tools, right, or bigger tools, or better tools, or women tools, then it could turn into too big a number. If it takes like 2 women for every man, that's already almost too much, right? If it's at 40%.
Cheers.
Thanks, Don.
That's already too much. If it was 2 men, what if it's 3 women for every man? What if it's 4 women for every man to use the tools appropriately? Then it's too many. They can't keep it up.
One last question.
He's acting like that's ridiculous.
I was just actually going to call you a faggot.
I
didn't have a question.
Call me a what?
We're going to wrap up with that.
Do
want to remind you folks, we do appreciate our guests, so we want to keep it civil. And
I actually didn't hear what he said. What did he?
Oh, I didn't hear what he said. He says
it's not important. Is that we do want to respect our guests.
Well,
so we do appreciate our
He's just an
speakers.
asshole, then.
Is that
Okay.
they've traveled a long
Yeah,
way,
I mean-
they've prepped, so we do appreciate them, and they are kind of getting
I
in.
can bench press you, mate. Sit
They're
down.
getting in the lions. Our speakers are getting in the lion's den in some cases.
I'm not gonna
So,
say
for
anything
example,
on that.
Craig
James,
knows.
James, can I have just 30 seconds?
So now you need 30 seconds because somebody said that. Are you kidding me?
Sure. Yeah, right. So, a few weeks ago, my mum died, and
What?
this entire thing has been incredibly hard for me. Okay.
Why would you tell people this at the end like this? And why? What?
But
you know what the term trauma dumping is? I normally don't think that communists are right when they make up terms like that, but it's because they use it. They're the ones that use it.
the Crucible crew have made me feel welcome.
Oh, okay. Never mind. Good, maybe. I thought, but doesn't he cry about it after on his own podcast or something? I don't know. I don't know how I feel about this. I feel bad assuming he was going to go bad with it, but I still kind of feel weird about it. I don't know how I feel about it.
Made me feel respected.
I like that they did that, but I don't know. Does he really mean it?
Okay.
Or is this like a plea to...
Yesterday,
is it legitimate?
yesterday I had a bit of a breakdown, right? I had a breakdown. Who was the person that came and hugged me? Andrew fucking Wilson. Thank you. And James, thank you for bringing me here.
Okay.
Glad you're here, Craig. Want to give one last round of applause to both Rachel and.
Oh, we were so mean. Yeah, that I don't like that he talks shit after this. I don't like that he said this and then talk shit. I don't like that at all. I don't like that he said that at all. Why say this? Why talk like so that I don't know. I don't like that then. Bro, why say it?
Craig, thank you very much.
If you're gonna go back on it. That's fucked up. Ay. All right, well, thanks for hanging out, guys, and thanks for, there's been a couple new people tonight, I think, or today, it's not even nighttime. Today, I think because they're watching this, which is cool. I definitely like watching it. I think we should do more of these kind of streams, I think. I've been meaning to for a while. I think we should do more. So we will. I think she killed it. I think she murdered him in there. Now I gotta admit I'm biased though. I already believe in I'm already against the Federal Reserve. I'm already not a supporter of communists. I don't like them. I don't like the lies how they make all of society about lies, and public school is such bullshit. So I'm already biased, but still, nonetheless, it's nice to see people talking and know what they're talking about. There's very few people out there that do that. All right, guys. Thanks for hanging out and play out. Have a good day. Have a good day, guys. We'll be back tonight. Hope maybe. I don't know. I'll try to be on tonight. Normally our normal schedule is nighttime and then into the morning. But my schedule's been all over the place, going to doctors and stuff. So we'll see. I don't know. Yes, this is this one. Later, guys. Oops, too loud. Okay, later.
Here's one. How many of you have ever thought, or maybe gagged when you heard somebody else say it, that they were trying to find themselves? I need to find myself. I need to figure out, who I am. Bad idea. Here's the reframe. Instead of being an explorer and trying to figure out who you are, how about authoring yourself to be what you want to be? You can author your situation. You don't have to discover who you are. You can make yourself who you want to be. Author yourself. Author yourself instead of finding yourself. Author yourself. Author yourself. Author yourself instead of finding yourself. Author yourself. That's one of the great things about human life, is that you don't have to be. You don't have to be anything. You can author yourself into almost any kind of situation. Obviously you can't author yourself $1 billion just because you want to. Maybe some people can. But I love these words. Instead of finding yourself, author yourself. Author yourself. Very powerful if you take that to heart. Author yourself. Because sometimes we forget that we have that power, that we can turn ourselves into whatever we need to turn ourselves into.